Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK. We took a bit of a week off, but we are finally back here, ready for week 4 to kick off with a brand new patch, all sorts of fantastic things. I thankfully have two fantastic gentlemen with me who have huge brains that know exactly what they're doing. Orcs and Chronicler.
I thought you were talking about me and Tivers there.
Well, I didn't want to throw him under the bus this early.
Well, it happened.
It's just how it goes. We did just have a bit of a break, though, for Lunar New Year. Say hey, Bok, money, everyone. Gentlemen, what did you get up to? Dan, let's start with you. It might be a bit of a shorter list of things, perhaps?
Played video games, ruined my sleep pattern playing video games, and then fixed it just in time to go back to work.
Hey!
I went skiing/snowboarding with Atlas, actually, which was very fun. And I played board games for the entire rest of the thing, as you would expect.
Yep, that is pretty similar to what I did. I also went to my wife's hometown in Gwangju, which is a couple of hours south, and we did the whole family thing that you do here. Kind of like, think about it like Christmas, but, you know, on a different date. It's pretty much how it works. Just a lot of family time. It's absolutely fantastic. Also considered a new religion, but that's neither here nor there. We won't go into it. Let's dive into what we perhaps missed. Let's have a look at the standings here and reacquaint ourselves with what the LCK looks like. Gen.G are at the very top, with T1 very close behind, only having lost to the team ahead of them.
Yeah, so if you kind of forgot what had gone down with that week off, and you come back and you're like, whoa, Gen.G and T1 are on top, then yeah, I don't think many people are actually surprised on that one. I think the big thing for me is Quantum Freaks and FearX. Those are the storylines I think really stand out. Quantum Freaks having that big resurgence with Bull, but the fact that, you know, we expect one team of the teams, you know, on the eastern side typically to like venture into that 6th place spot for playoffs. The fact that Quantum Freaks have made it to the western side and D+ in 7th place, not even currently in a playoff spot.
Yeah, really rough for them, and most notably did lose to Kwangdong, which I think really cemented the struggles that the team is currently dealing with. Them not beating the top teams in of itself, not really that big of a worry, but losing to teams like Kwangdong.
Well, Kwangdong are now a top team, you know.
Well, they are now, yeah, as we have figured out.
What? Yeah, maybe we just don't understand that Kwangdong are, in fact, they're just the third best team in the LCK somehow. It's just they haven't done enough winning yet to really prove it. Let's have a look at the POG standings, though. Speaking of winning, Chovy and Faker both out in front at 400 points. And then we have a 6-way tie for 3rd place with 300.
And what is remarkable to me is not Chovy, because he's always there. It feels like he's basically a mainstay. But I really want to reiterate that I think Faker individually, even with how important he's been for T1, hasn't really been the focal point. And his actual mid-lane performance, like in a one-to-one basis, has been better than I think since I joined the LCK. Like the last couple of years, I can't remember him actually winning lanes to the same extent. So I think that's really cool, particularly given his struggle with his injury. And then my boy Cuz, 300 POG points. He's trailing, and I'm just happy to see this guy do well. I think teams are going to be looking at themselves going, why didn't we pick him up?
Yeah.
Why? Why didn't we do it?
Yeah, and you know, Chronicle and Huni doing pretty well in predictions, but everyone pretty close. I think maybe a bit too much faith in D+.
Yeah, I went out on a limb with the. I thought that they were going to go the other direction, and then they went down, and it wasn't so good. We'll see for this week whether they're going to be able to put it all back together, because it's a really tough one. Let's have a look at who is the Gold King for this week. Thanks to Uri Bank, this is where we try to work out who had the highest average gold for the last week. Who do you think it might be, everyone? Because we know.
Always Chovy.
Well, I mean, it could be Chovy. It depends. Who played Corki and did they make the most? This, by the way, is based on more than 2 games. So Fiesta would have actually won. Sorry, more than 4 games. So Fiesta would have won, but he only had 1 game. So he didn't.
I feel like it's also deceptive because everyone likes to think, oh, you know, it'll be players from the top teams are going to have the most gold, but it's not like gold per minute, it's total gold. So longer games where you're allowed to stack up a ton of resources are going to end up putting you at the top of the award. So, you know, if T1 beats a team in 23 minutes, you're not going to have as much gold as like a real slugfest.
Yeah, so that means that really you should be dragging out your games.
That's what KT have been doing.
And that's exactly what KT have been doing, and that's why BDD walks away with the award. You might be wondering why they're lower on the standings. That's because they have their priorities straight. Let's have a look at another competition that we have running here, the OPGG. The OP score, the OP player of the week. Who is it going to be? And this one, it's a bit of a spoiler, but it is very, very cute. In fact, the winner is going to be Carrier, as we can see here. His Lux game, I think, really put him at the forefront of a lot of people's minds. T1, relatively simple week this time around, but it's where the votes came from for these players that really counts this week.
Yeah, so obviously the main way we decide who is the OPGG player of the week is who has the most votes. Should there be a tie, we go to the OP score, and we had a pretty solid tie, I'd say.
I want to reiterate, this isn't one of the voting sessions where we don't pick from a selection. We can pick any player, any single player that we'd like. So it's not very likely generally that you get ties, which makes this it's a 5-way tie.
Yeah, it's a 5-way tie.
Valentine's Day.
Everyone grouped up and did some voting. Wolf and I were keen fans because we really liked his Cassante victory. We had some Faker fans there, Delight, Chovy, Carrier. In fact, this is just a bit of an all-stars here, but happy Valentine's Day, everyone. This is what we do here when we vote for OP Player of the Week.
Did not know. These votes are by ourselves.
A couple up.
Yeah,
and actually it was independent, 100% independent, and sometimes these things just happen. So that's absolutely fantastic. But it is a new week. It is a new patch. And now we might have some new picks in the LCK. Let's have a look, refresh ourselves on what happened in week 3, because it was a while ago now, before we get into exactly what the patch notes are going to bring us. Senna was at 100% pick ban rate, and we think that might change, Orcs.
Yeah, so one of the changes is they've made it so you can't have double support item, the penalty is shared, so I think Senna still might see play. She was obviously super high prio, but it's definitely not going to be a first place position for the Senna. And I think a lot of the picks there, no real surprises on what was sort of making up the top spots. I think everything there kind of makes sense. Sometimes you get a pick that slips in, you're like, but I think everything has really been forefront of the meta.
Yeah, I would agree. And Chronicler, take us through, I mean, Yone has been pretty successful here in the LCK up until this point.
Really has been, and obviously some of this, particularly in the top lane, goes to the fact that Zace plays him a lot and T1 does a lot of winning in general. But I really do want to reiterate, Yone as a counter pick, I think already used to be good, and we saw him specifically come out in those situations. Right now, though, to me, I feel like people are slowly realizing like this pick is mega busted. As long as you can get through like the early laning phase, the level of punishment that is available for teams playing into him isn't really there, because he can engage from screens away. And we've all seen the Yone, missing his ultimate, missing his Q3 and still killing you. And I think that we're starting to see more of that even in the LCK.
No, exactly right. I mean, even Dindon can play him, as long as he's not up against a Gromp. And Dan, take us through this. Jinx Tahm Kench really been launching itself back into prevalence.
It's so good to see, because I think teams were like overly early drafting the Zyra Khan, and I think Xayah is such a good champion in the right spots. If the enemy team is playing dive, if they're coming into you, she's fantastic. But against a champion like Jinx, with the safety net of the Tahm Kench, she just outranges you. She just fires rockets. You can't really reach her at any point. So I love that we're seeing teams punish the blind Zyra Khan that we saw be so popular, because I was losing my hair over that.
Oh yeah, me too. Zyra Khan, very happy to see that one at least knock down a peg. And this is an interesting one, because you might be looking at this saying, oh, well, these players are great. Obviously, Nico's going to be at a great win rate. But this is a pick that has only been utilized by our top teams and Showmaker.
And what I really appreciate, and Showmaker individually has been great, so it kind of works, maybe the team not so much, is that it highlights that especially our top tier teams, and I think this is something that has been a lot better this split than it has been in recent years. They're actually adapting. Nico and Nocturne is another example of these picks that do really well into specific drafts, and seeing that come out from our top teams is a good sign for them.
It's absolutely fantastic. Let's dive in, though, to the 14.2 patch notes. There's a lot to get through here, starting with this page, which is cool, but irrelevant. Let's move on to the next one.
Briar isn't real.
Yeah, all the disabled, I think, is the big takeaway.
Canyon might be allowed to play Nidalee one
maybe
game,
once.
we don't know. This is a big one, though, Dan. Take us through.
Yeah, so a lot of changes. They've added AD ratios to a lot of the abilities from Twisted Fate, but also a lot of quality of life aspects, like your W when you pick the card, it actually resets your auto when you lock it in. Your E now affects towers as well. Basically, not only have they given good numbers to AD Twisted Fate, they've also made it feel a lot more fluid, a lot more usable, because we have seen AD Twisted Fate before, but I think this is really bringing him online.
Any of the other buffs?
I'd wanna,
obviously amazing.
You know, I love me some Karthus, but no, Karthus isn't something.
All right, next.
What? I wanted to talk about my boy.
You can talk about Ezreal.
Okay, Ezreal though, I think on this patch is monster overpowered, and I'm sure teams like DK are going to try bring him out. Deft also a big Azrael fan. I dream of a day that Pace plays it again, so maybe that'd be cool. Dari is also interesting, given that we have seen that crop up as a counter pick into Udyr.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he already had like a place as that sort of counter pick, and the fact that you're getting passive armor pen increased on the E means you're really going to be a threat if an Udyr does end up matching into you and falling behind.
And I just want to honorable mention to the Camille here as well, because we know a lot of our Korean top laners really do like Camille, and if she's being buffed a little bit, that might be good. Oh god, it's a jump scare. Every time I see Karma's portrait, it scares the
even without Jhin.
Yeah, and you know, they buffed the AP ratio on the Q, and the damage now is just absolutely bonkers. The other changes, the shield, the base stats, they're nice, but really it's the Q damage. And we've seen this Malignance build come out, where you build the item and you that's it. You know, you're done after that point. You just mantra Q, the damage is absurd, and because of the ultimate ability haste on the item, you can basically hit 1 or 2 people with your mantra Q, and the cooldown's refreshed, and you do it again, and you do it again. It's absurd.
It's disgusting. Chronicler, Gwen also a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, I like the small buff to Gwen. I think that Gwen is one of the champions where the itemization right now isn't amazing, because what was really strong was the Riftmaker, Nashor's combo, and Riftmaker does also get nerfed on this patch. I think this is kind of a preemptive one. With Cassandra still being very often blinded though, I think Gwen does have a spot. But we have seen teams kind of drop her down, even into some things like the Aatrox that she used to be picked into.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then Beryl got buffed as well, which is pretty cool. Having a look at that one. And now let's get into some of the nerfs. I think Jack's a little bit unfairly nerfed, although we did see him still get blind picked a little bit. But Rumble, I think, deserved it.
They saw Dun Dun and they were like, we can't have
He's too strong.
He's too strong. The Rumble nerfs, though, Rumble has been one of our standout tops, even though we have seen a shocking lack of good itemization and some ult usage that doesn't make Huni very happy to pick is without a doubt very strong. So I think these nerfs not going to be enough to completely remove it, but hopefully will give teams a little bit more breathing room in the bans.
I think they were just so strong as blinds we'd often see. You know, it was those two, then Cassandra and Udyr, so toning down some of those will make a difference. But I think the really solid talking point for this patch is the change to runes, to the shards specifically. So instead of having armor and magic resist available in those, it's now moved to like a bonus health situation. You know, you can either have 65 base health on your 3rd tier, or you can opt for this scaling health, which obviously comes online a bit later. There's also some interesting things thrown in there, like the movement speed or the tenacity and slow resist, which feels quite niche, but maybe has some usability cases.
And we do have the slight movement of stats and things on the experimental hex plate. We'll see whether that is going to change it all that much. And Phantom Dancer builds a different way. Whoop-de-doo. Let's have a look here at some of the items that have been changed here as well.
Yeah, and to me, I think Storm Surge, when we were coming into the season, was like, oh god, this is super broken. But then it didn't really take off that much. The Akali prior we stopped in the first week did kind of drop down. Riftmaker, as mentioned, were a couple of champions that were really overperforming with the combat stats that it gave. It's been given a little bit of a hit. And then Bloodsong, in addition to what Orcs already mentioned, with double support being nerfed, unfortunately for any Bloodsong Nautiluses out there, also got a small hit.
Yeah, I honestly feel like for melee champions, the hit doesn't feel as bad. I feel like the ranged, it feels a bit more significant, but ultimately, I think most of the champions who are using the ranged version weren't supports. They were like Lucian or Aphelios or something. So, and we're not going to see them anyway.
I wonder how many of these bottom lanes are going to survive, because that's what we're going to dive into right now is the removal of the double support items towards the bottom lane. And there is a cheeky little center icon there, because Orcs, you're thinking that perhaps we'll be seeing a little bit less of this champion.
Yeah, but I think it's one of these things where she's like S plus tier before the change, and now maybe she's like A tier, maybe high B. So I think she's still playable. Whether teams still have as much priority on it, I definitely think they won't. But, you know, it's really up to them. Sometimes we see picks get nerfed a bit and they just completely give up on them. Sometimes it's still played, just not as frequently.
Yeah, and let's really dive in to this Twisted Fate, because this is one of the big picks that we're looking forward to potentially seeing here in the LCK, especially in some lanes outside of bot. Where were we kind of expecting to see the tier?
Yeah, what is really interesting to me is that we have actually seen it used as a flex pick, but not necessarily towards the bot lane, although you do see that pretty often in solo queue, but also towards top, where you're able to bully a lot of the matchups very early on, given that you're a ranged AD carry into tank matchups, which we all know how much top laners love playing into ranged tops, and TF is another great example of that. So I really think his priority is going to skyrocket. I just really wonder where the LCK teams are actually going to take him.
And also, just a quick side note, the nerf to Frozen Heart was not enough. the item is still broken. And Orcs, now it is your time to shine. Now it is the time to talk about why your sleep schedule was ruined and a certain tree that may have done it to you.
Yeah, so this pick is super popular globally, but it kind of started showing up on the Korean server first, and it's the most popular on that server. Nothing really changed that much for the Maokai, but it's gained loads of popularity with the build that basically abuses movement speed. You got Boots of Swiftness, you got Trailblazer, you have like 100 extra movement speed over everyone else in the game, and you just walk at them, you know? And that's all you need to do. It's like playing Bard, but your CC's point and click. It's so oppressive, it's so strong. And like these numbers are absurd. For a champion to have this high pick rate and still have the highest win rate of any support is absolutely absurd. So yes, obviously this is solo queue, but I still think with the power of this champion, with the fact that really it gained popularity on the Korean server, I expect to see it very high prio in the LCK.
I would agree. Also, confirmation that Bang has also been playing it, so it must be good.
The only conclusion.
That is how it basically goes. This is my favorite. This is our boy Duro building Tank Zyra, and this is what Chronicler mentioned in the rehearsal. Plant is now tanking is our favorite title for any lower third that we've ever had here in the LCK. It's absolutely fantastic. You build every item that looks like a shield and then a hand.
And I do actually think that Zyra has a place.
He has an ability called Grasping Roots, which it's like a hand that's grasping. Isn't it the best?
Yeah, I'm just happy for Atlas mostly, but also into specific dive compositions, which we have seen. I think Zyra provides an incredible amount of safety. I'm just not so sure on the build. I don't know if tank really is the way to go. But I do like seeing new champions come up in specific situations, and Duro is a bit of an adventurer.
I feel like it's not true to the Zyra vibe, where you're supposed to blow your whole combo and die.
No, you don't have your passive anymore.
Yeah, you
don't spit death at people, true damage. Let's have a look at what the schedule's going to be like for this week, because we have some interesting matchups, and we have some that look relatively predictable. When they look predictable, they're not. That's how it kind of goes. Starting off, of course, with KT versus Gen.G. It's going to be coming up in a couple of minutes. That'll be fantastic. And then Gen.G versus Harma Life Esports is really fun for our Saturday showdown because, of course, a lot of players just kind of swapped over to Harma Life Esports after last year.
And also a big opportunity for Hanwha because against T1 we didn't really see them struggle, wasn't really that close, that they do in fact can contest for a top part of the standings. Because right now it really does feel like Gen.G and T1 are like very much in a league of their own, which has been a recurring theme in the LCK for the last 3 years now. We had 2021 and 2020. That was fun when Dumb1 was good.
Yeah.
That happened for a bit.
A third team. It was great. Let's have a look at our predictions and look at that. The cheeky DRX Predator in Orcs here. Perhaps in our second match this evening, we'll have a bit of a heads up as to what's going to happen there. Because, of course, if DRX somehow managed to pull a fast one over the exploding in potential Kwangdong Freaks,
well, let's be real. Kwangdong Freaks are a bit of a harder opponent than D+ right now.
They are.
They definitely are. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to head towards the intro. So happy Valentine's Day. I'm going to give this adorable flower to my friend Tibbers because I don't have any actual other friends.
Thank you. Thank you, Oaks.
Oh, it's beautiful. Let's get into the intro. Happy Valentine's Day. Mwah.
With iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. I'm a fighter, survivor. I'm a fighter, rising higher.
화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
데프트
KT
화이팅!
이기자.
이기자.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are back after a week break, and it is a special day. It is Valentine's Day. Take my flower. It actually bounced off at the top of that. Guys, we are back here. I'm so happy to be back at the LCK, and we have a great matchup to start here, Wolf. It is going to be KT versus Gen.G. This one should be close, but Gen.G's looking pretty strong.
KT has played Gen.G very close in a lot of matchups over the last 3 years where they were not favored, where Gen.G was massively favored. We're in a similar scenario tonight as KT has not really lived up to expectations, especially after what we saw from them in week 1. But maybe tonight we could see the upset happen. It's a very tough week for Gen.G, facing KT first, and then they have that Saturday showdown against Hanwha Life later in the week. So this could end up being a bit of a trap game for them.
Yeah, it absolutely could, as we are going to talk a bit about this matchup in depth here. Will KT's roller coaster halt Gen.G on the undefeated run? Is KT jump-starting their engine versus the unstoppable Gen.G on a 6-winning streak? Gen.G still the only undefeated team here at the LCK, but still early on, only 6 in a row so far.
Yeah, Lehen's facing off against his former team as well. Always exciting to see these types of storylines as they will emerge again tonight. So Gen.G definitely the favorites. We'll see what their read on the new patches. I expect that it will be KT is the team that actually shows us something new, perhaps more than Gen.G, who usually play a more classical style. As freshman versus professor. I love this. Perfect to show how bold a rookie can be, and maybe a little bit fewer deaths this week he's hoping for. And how is he going to score on the Keen test, his first one of his career?
Yeah, and of the semester for him. I mean, here I had some strong words for Perfect, even saying, I hope you're watching this interview now because, you know, basically saying you really have to put in the effort to improve and not just get carried by the veterans on the team, essentially. And that's pretty strong. I mean, here I always a very opinionated coach, as we know, but now it's kind of rough because I'm sure he put in a lot of, you know, time to prepare for this matchup against Keen, but even then, you know, a lot of great top laners will fail the Keen test, and Perfect, I feel like it's still very early on in his career to say that he will be able to pass it this time around.
As well as that KT have side selection. They'll probably choose blue side, so he might actually have to play against counterpick as well in the very first game. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. As Pyoshik versus Canyon, 2 world champions battling against each other. It's been a little bit longer since Canyon has lifted that world's trophy. You can see the champion pool here quite different between these two, as Canyon has been looking a little bit more towards tank, whereas Pyoshik is a little bit more aggressive. The Vi, he's 4-1 on. The Lee Sin, he's pulled out. And he was one of our first Xinjiao players as well.
Yeah, definitely a pretty tricky player. I think that you can never really underestimate Pyoshik. I think on paper you still do have to give the favor to Canyon. He was the MVP at his Worlds run after all. As this KT Rolster roster, we weren't really sure what to expect from them, but I feel like they have pleasantly surprised, even though they aren't having amazing success. They have been fun to watch and very aggressive, and even Barrel's playing well. So you never know with these guys.
Here I said something really that kind of stood out to me when we had the interview with him after their last match, and that, yeah, they won, but he wants to focus on the lower parts because some of the wins we've seen from KT have been stomps. They've been against weaker opponents. They have had some impressive wins. Their win against D+, for example. But he said we're going to focus on the weak points because I think he's being a realist. You know, we are riding up and down the KT roster coaster here a little bit, and I think the truth is they are not as strong as they should be.
And they're going up against the strongest roster on the right side here. Definitely the super team of this season at the LCK. Lens, we weren't 100% sure, but he's fitting in really well with these guys. I think he provides a good leadership role from the support role himself, and yeah, they're just really, really good, and nobody really has been able to come close except T1.
Yeah. Gen.G have lost 2 games this season. I mean, to put it into perspective, they are extremely dominant. They are the defending LCK champions. Back to back to back is what this team has accomplished. Pays is a royal roader, and he's already accomplished more in his career than some players will ever accomplish throughout their entire time here in the LCK. Focusing on the jungle matchup here, Canyon his damage output actually still, surprisingly, a little bit higher than what Pyosik has been, considering the champions they played. I think it's more about the dominant performance we're seeing from Gen.G. Obviously, experience difference here, pretty large gap. Canyon is farming hard, and he is ending up getting to level 6 fast. He's making big plays on the bottom side of the map, and, I think arguably we're seeing him perform as one of the best junglers right now in the LCK. It's hard to say definitively he is the best right now. There's a lot of great players out there, because some would argue actually having the best performance individually. But Pyosik is going to have his work cut out for him, because he's been a little bit up and down himself. And to pass the Keen test for Perfect, that's going to be a really tall order. But to pass the Canyon test is going to be tough, because he is the pinnacle of consistency when ahead.
I don't know what that bear is doing or thinking, but very nice fan sign. But yeah, that's very true. I do think that, to give Pyosik credit, he is very clutch, and the times where he has shown up have been in big moments against big teams. So maybe he comes into this one and say, well, I gotta put on the carry pants today, and now he might be the guy to actually help KT get over the line against Gen.G. At least to win a game would be good. As you mentioned, they've only lost to T1 once and D+ actually once. So, will Pyosik show up in a big way in this game? I think definitely a lot of eyes will be on him, but also on this guy in the mid lane who has been very,
He's been
strong.
solid.
Yeah, he's been solid, playing a lot of Orianna, playing Taliyah.
Taliyah, yeah, especially. I think there's a pretty good chance we'll see Chovy pull out the Hui. That's gotten a lot more popular on this patch. We've seen it in other regions in mid quite highly, in fact. So I would say there's a pretty high chance he plays that today. We'll keep an eye on that one, as BDD and Chovy kind of have always been very rarely actually crossing at the same point in their careers. It was BDD who was more dominant. Chovy comes to the scene, he rockets to the top. BDD has a little bit of a rough patch, then he comes back up, and they kind of met in the middle when KT and Gen.G faced off last season as the two best teams, arguably, until we saw that meteoric rise from T1 from the ashes. And now I think we're once again leaning towards, okay, Chovy's pulling further ahead in terms of team strength, but in terms of individual strength, these players are so close right now, and I think if BDD can crack this laning phase, if he ends up getting a good matchup, it could be KT's attack angle.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about it a lot, Wolf, but it does feel like the mid lane has really risen in strength just with the changes to the Rift and the current, line of mid laners that we have in the champion pool nowadays. You can make a big impact on a Orianna or on something that's not Azir, apparently, and that hasn't been any problem for BDD or Chovy. As you can see, Hirai looks very stressed coming into this one.
It's a tough one, for sure.
As would I be.
And again, I think if you're KT, you have a huge opportunity to get points that very few teams are going to get this season, if any. I mean, Gen.G is still undefeated. If you can win this one, this trap game before Gen.G play Hanwha Life, I mean, there's a great opportunity here. You have to seize it, though, and it is no easy task.
Well, we're going to hop into the pick ban and see what these teams have prepared for 14.2, which, of course, is a new patch. If you guys did miss it, we had a pre-show that broke everything down, and you've probably seen it a bunch on streams. Yeah, playing it yourself. Maokai is the first ban.
Karma next.
Not a big surprise.
I would imagine, as Karma is insanely strong right now. And this was discussed, obviously, in the pre-show. We're going to be talking about it here a lot this week. Corki also taken away here from Chovy, so the Orianna is also removed. You mentioned that. There's Karma. She's gone. And what we've seen from challenges is outside of these picks rising up, especially the Karma, we're seeing very similar drafts, actually, to what we saw on the previous patch, which isn't always exciting news, I think, to LCK fans would like to see a bit of a change-up. But let's see what these two teams have in mind. I think a lot of people are excited about that Twisted Fate pick. That's going to be a little bit more of a niche one. I don't think that's going to be super high prio. I do think that there's a chance we see it, but don't count those cards, so to speak, before they're drawn.
Yeah, I think it can be difficult to get value out of. I think in solo queue it can be very strong, where you're all over the map, you're split pushing, and also you do tons of damage. But
it's a Chovy favorite too. I mean, even though it can be played bottom nowadays, it definitely can still be viable mid.
Pro play is a very different situation. I mean, the teams are just much cleaner and will be able to punish it, I would assume. But let's see. You never know, as the Kalista also going to be banned away, and Senna is still first pick.
She is still very viable despite the nerfs to, or essentially removal of double support. And it's going to be Lucian to meet her across the rift on Valentine's Day.
Whoa!
They're going to do it to her. They're going to lock him in with Milio. And so, yeah, the more things change, they don't. Send a Nautilus? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And a Cassante blind pick for extra safety. Well, the exciting thing about that is it means that BDD might have a plan. He's not going to pick one of the S-tier mids. They're going to lock up these top laners first. We know what the bottom lane is, so things are going to get a little bit more interesting here as a lot of these jungle and mid picks will now be taken away by Pyoshik's favorite, not allowed.
Yeah, we had some new fun bans, and then we just ran it down with the same old stuff. Tristana, definitely a big pick in the mid lane for Chovy, so they're going to try to target his champion pool even more.
Yeah.
Still, they were talking about Nico. That's one of those picks that really only Faker and Chovy and Showmaker have found that they want to pull it out. Maybe Chovy looks for it here.
I just don't know if it really necessarily suits the draft. Obviously, there's not really great follow-up for the ultimate in this one. I think it better suits KT's draft, in fact, as a Viego will also be taken away here, so that looks like Gen.G's been reading points in the match. Looks like they've been keeping track of what Pyoshik's playing.
They did their homework.
So this draft could not be more predictable, I feel like, in terms of everything we saw in 14.1.
Yeah.
And let's see what the final ban here is going to be. Yone. So 280 bans here for the mid lane on Chovy. Yeah. And no surprises, right? I mean, these are two of Chovy's highest impact picks, so we're going to go back to the Azir because it's a safe one. It's going to guarantee you a little bit of control, early game skirmishes, obviously some kill pressure in the mid lane and a lot of matchups. Taliyah, so two of BDD's favorites here locked in. BDD kind of exclusively pushing the Taliyah meta forward himself as a little bit of a cheeky hover, but we don't trust those.
Yeah.
Don't trust this yet either. I'm not a big fan of the Jax in the jungle. Xin Zhao, much more my speed. I think very strong into Milio as well. Same with Lee Sin. You can get into the back line. Milio's ultimate isn't that useful against a pick like Lee Sin because he's just simply going to 100-0 you if he finds you.
Lee Sin versus Xin Zhao. Where have I seen this before? I like the Lee Sin. I think that Pyoshik is more of a playmaker, so...
All right, so everybody
like that.
Everybody at home, just cover up the bands and then get your closest marker, go right on your monitor, right in front of you, and draw a 1 over that 2 right there.
Yeah.
And then right mid right after it in the middle of your screen. And then look at the drafts and believe what you've written because we are just going back in time. And this is what the LCK does. If you're new, we like to iterate on what is working. We like to take things that are successful, that we've been practicing, and become better at it. Repetition, it's that old saying, like, I fear the man who knows one kick because he's practiced it more than anything else. And that is kind of what we do here at the LCK. So if you're looking forward to some 80 Twisted Fate, sorry, Chronicler, maybe slow down, pump the brakes on that, at least in game 1, as we're just going back to tried and true here.
Yeah.
And these two compositions, I feel like we have discussed to death what they both do. But in general, we will reiterate one more time for everyone who missed the Senna Nautilus. It's Tank Nautilus. He gets the items. Senna scales up. She becomes a late game range threat. You have good map control here with Taliyah. BDD can make plays all around the map. Cassante going to be the anchor on the top side. And then down here, Lucian trying to get tempo advantages here. There's a lot of power in the early game Azir, but he scales up late as well.
Yeah, well, let's see how this one goes this time around as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. Here we go, game number 1. We took a week break, but we're back at the LCK. I feel like one of the only interesting things about this draft actually was all of the mid bans and the fact that this feels like one of those times where Azir actually doesn't feel like that bad of a pick, right? Because we had Corki banned away, Orianna was banned away, and then second rotation, they banned away Tristana and Yone away from Chovy, but then he's like, well, now I don't have to worry about that, and then he gets to pick it. And of the other picks that were available that maybe you would be scared of, like Akali or Silas, BDD doesn't really want to play that. They were probably expecting Taliyah to come out, so Chovy a pretty happy Azir spot here, actually.
Yeah, it didn't really feel great for Silas with the information they had, and I feel like the only other pick Chovy would have liked to potentially grab here is the Taliyah itself, right? And so in terms of the tier list right now, we're just not really going to do anything too unique. And when you go hard into the Lucian Milio early in the draft. Obviously, you're priced into playing around that kind of early tempo style, so you don't want to draft anything too crazy or too weird or something like a, you know, Kassadin. You're not going to be like, aha, I'm playing Kassadin. Yeah, you don't really want to run that in this draft, so.
Yeah, no real reason to do so. And I do think that as the patch comes along and we see series go to 3 games and teams begin to take chances and say, okay, well, let's try to leave the Maokai open and see if they play it. We're going to get some more tastes of like this new patch, but not in game number 1 of KT versus Gen.G.
Yeah.
You know, I would assume we'll see it eventually.
I think so.
Not just yet.
I think we'll have, you know, the T1 fun games. We all love those where T1 knows they're going to win and then they
Area's
fool
going to
around.
play TF with Senna, and it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, we'll get some party games. We're not all serious here. We're not all boring. Okay, at the LCK, we do sometimes have the fun picks. But these two teams, especially in an important game like this, you know, I think they're going to stick with what they know very well. And so here we are.
Yeah.
The series will evolve into the best of 3 as we do in this region as well.
So Koshik started the...
Yeah.
I think he went Raptors into enemy blue, and now he's looking for a gank down into bottom lane as Lehens might be in a little bit of trouble. The Q has landed, and even if he flashes away, there is no escape, and a very nice path. And first blood going to Pyosik.
Really good pathing. He comes around there, and they're aware of this possibility as Canyon is in Pyosik's jungle, right? So he's not there to cover the lane. And if you don't cover the Lucian Milio lane, it's extremely gankable. You know, Milio isn't going to be able to, at level 2, peel in any way. They commit the heal, and that is all they try, as that was never really going to be successful. At least FaZe is able to get away, and that is, you know, just how it goes in the early game with a good path like that. You're just surprised by it. You don't react quickly enough, and when you're that far up the lane, you're going to get punished. He just comes down and polices the Lucian lane. Very simple, and Canyon just completely on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
I don't think he was seen, but I mean, Pyosik was able to reasonably assume based on
There
his
was
pathing.
a ward on the Raptors. I'm not sure exactly when they placed it down, but the fact that they were gone already, might have a little bit of an angle here. One more Q could do it. Chovy in some trouble, but BDD just not having the cooldown, and Chovy just walks it off. Good read from him, but he got hit by double seismic shove, so not feeling good about the laning phase so far for Chovy.
Yeah, definitely not his greatest start here on this Lucian, or not the Lucian, the Azir, excuse me. And
They're very similar. I can tell you got them mixed up.
their portraits are right next to each other on
Yeah.
items on the bottom and the CS score and stuff. Yeah. Well, refillable pot to be acquired and an amp tome, so not going to getting too much easier anytime soon for him if he continues to be hit by said combos. As this is Pyosik here on the pathing around the back, no wards here. And he just comes in and you're way too far up. Lehens commits the heal. FaZe just has to leave him out to dry. And, you know, Lehens and FaZe have had, you know, some exciting incidents between the two of them where Lehens has not been super happy with FaZe's aggressive plays and some of the positioning mistakes he's made. And I feel like this might be on the first of week 4 for comments Lehens has to FaZe. But of course, they were both up there. They're both responsible for this. And yeah, just some of these early hiccups have been happening, but it's really not about them. In this case, it's about really cool play from Pyosik.
Yeah. Gen.G only using the heal, as you mentioned, the Gen.G bot lane, I should specify. But we did have Def just going for a little excursion with Pyosik into the enemy jungle, taking the Gromp and the Wolves away. So essentially maintaining vertical jungling for a very long period of time and saying that, okay, well, Pyosik's going to be on the bottom side of the map. This does give up the first set of grubs, but you get the Hextech Drake, you put more pressure on Lucian Milio, and now you're ganking mid, although this is Azir, so Jovi's totally fine.
And if you can get that level of control in the jungle, it becomes very easy for Senna to roam, as we've seen so many times. This is part of why she's so popular, because she can walk up mid, grab some stacks there, and she's not farming anyways, so she doesn't care. You just simply come back down to lane. They're able to acquire this dragon as well, and essentially Deft can now be the support in terms of his behavior, and actually allow Barrel to just be Nautilus under turret. Nautilus is so good with tank items for engages, but he also can weak side extremely well if he's left alone because of his root. Really difficult to dive him.
Well, that wasn't the angle you wanted to take, Deft. He's in a lot of trouble, and now he is dead. Pyosik not able to help him out and maybe just assuming that they could turn something, but Beryl had a big wave under turret. I mean, just a bit of a mistake there from Deft, a bit too aggressive.
Yeah. While Nautilus can stay down there by himself and he's not going to be super vulnerable under a turret, Asena alone, far away from her Nautilus, not going to be the case. Okay.
Oh, looking for a play. Canyon is right here. The flash comes in, but you're not getting away from this one as a couple more autos should do it. One more, and there it is. Chovy will pick up the kill. Just as easy as that. You got to flash the divide, otherwise you'll probably just die like that.
Yeah, you have to flash the divide. He flashes anyways, and then has some, this is just, he paths right through here, and there's a ward on the river. This is really just, unfortunately, kind of inexcusable mistake, but he will be punished for it, and that's going to turn that bottom lane around pretty quick. Great shuffle here from Chovy. BD flashes anyways, and then the knockback. And then watch his footwork here as he avoids the Sand Soldier. Still going to get hit by the auto, but at least he tried his best there. But he definitely regrets his flash usage at that point. So 2 critical flashes down because Deft also flashed in the river, and KT a little bit vulnerable here.
Canyon trying to defend his blue. Pyosik here on spawn. Remember, he stole it at the beginning of the game. And with the Bob Pry on the fact that Gen.G's bot lane isn't even there, they're just going to get the blue buff again, as Pyosik will pick it up. And Canyon just has to be happy with the Grom. So pretty nice that, again, Pyosik is still maintaining that pressure.
Yeah, just with the back timing there for Pays and Lehens. Was able to sneak in there and get some additional gold for himself, steal that away. And this mid lane, see if BDD can make anything else happen here, is obviously significantly behind now, just sitting on his cooldown boots and a tier, whereas a blasting wand and the recurve has been picked up from Chovy, so can do quite a bit of damage. BDD going to use the wave here to grab a plate at least, so that was nice.
Yeah, and now, once Chovy gets his shuffle back, once he gets that Emperor's Divide, it's like, well...
BDD, he's got no flash.
Yeah, BDD was challenging him in the wave and pushing it up, but once that cooldown is there, you can't do that, because if Canyon's around, you're dead. So
absolutely.
One way to handle it is to try to clear out all the vision and get some support from your jungler and push it out and try to make sure that you're safe, but for the time being, BDD probably just going to have to back off of the wave, so a good start for Chovy after, well, I shouldn't say start, I guess follow-up, because the start was actually better for BDD, but Chovy getting a nice little advantage now.
Yeah, great recovery. And you can see, he's just afraid of the Emperor's Divide, and look at Lehens coming over too. Pyosik will have to cover, but Lehens can spot him. And it's really easy now for Chovy to kind of try to zone BDD out of any CS he can and just continue to put the pressure on there, as Pays being very cautious without his support this time around.
Yeah, they saw him with that
great ward
in the river.
Yeah.
That's like a very strong Lee Sin ward because he can oftentimes jump the Dragon Pit. So you just know that you have coverage of that, and they spot him as now trying to get in onto Deft, who's only level 5. A massive amount of burst damage does come in. Pyosik still trying to make a play, does kick in Lehens. The hook comes in, the Nautilus ult as well, and they do take him down. Deft might be traded back. Very nice flash from Pays to get away as Q is going to land. Culling comes out, and Pyosik will not give up on this one. A double kill goes to Pyosik's Lee Sin.
I mean, it starts off pretty good for Gen.G. You know, Pays does a great amount of damage onto this Senna. And then that's the kind of measured aggression that you want to see, right, when you know the jungler is nearby. But then still, great play followed up there by Beryl to actually get the kill. Then Pyosik is able to secure the second there. So this Lee Sin is very large now. 3 kills for Pyosik. He's able to pick up his Sundered Sky early here. And this can be a big problem for the rest of Pays' early mid-game here, as he's always going to be under threat. Going to lose a little bit of farm down here as well off this wave. As this part is fine, but then continue to chase forward a little bit far here, and then Lehens actually also just gets
Why do you face check that? You know he's in the bush. He was clearing a ward in the river.
And like, it's clear that Lehens was torn between following up on Pays' play or just trying to see if he could find exactly where Pyosik was, but you knew he was there. And it's just a little bit puzzling, but either way, he's punished for it, and
maybe just scared of the dive. You know, he wants to make sure that he can push him out. Thought he would be safe with summoners, but yeah, like you're mentioning, it's 3-0 Lee Sin, and it is a problem because once you get the Sundered Sky this early, you're just really tanky. You just never really go down. Kind of insane what you can do.
You can duel Canyon in every scenario now as Canyon.
Okay, that was a choice you could make. The hook comes in, he's dead. as everybody seems to be sleeping after the Lunar New Year, some questionable mistakes is now Perfect TPing in as Lahens is going to go down as well. Here comes Keen trying to get it for the team once again. We've seen this before. This time on the Udyr, he's going to slap a bunch of people, but just pushing away Deft, pushing away BDD, but the seismic shove comes in, and that might be the end of his reign of terror on the Udyr, as KT will pick up the team fight win.
And Chovy ultimately does go down as well, survived for a really long time in that fight, but he's dead. And they end up winning this fight with flying colors here, and the gold is now even between these two teams. And KT are just not messing around right now in terms of punishing some of these mistakes here for Gen.G and Pyoshik. Once again, just always finding these angles. The call for the teleport from Perfect as well was really smart. He gets the jump on Keen. He's able to come in here much faster and then impact the play. And these early skirmishes should not be going the way of KT. The Senna's not online yet. The Lucian is at one of his biggest power points here in these types of fights. They will secure the Dragon to make it 1-1. It's Mountain Soul to come through. But this is really just a very questionable decision here by Canyon. He makes the choice to come in here onto BDD, but everyone else is here, and you have Chovy nearby, but Lahens and Pays are split away, and yeah, you want to fight with Lucian early as much as you can, but there's just no way he can get into this and actually make any successful impact. Look at the zoning here from BDD. Pays spends most of this fight on the sidelines, and then yes, Keen comes through, and yes, it's still early game here on the Senna. There's not much Deft can do in terms of feeling for himself here or kiting back. He's Senna. So yes, Keen will get some additional gold, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, and it's gold onto a Udyr. Doesn't feel great.
Pyoshik's here. Let's see if the Cullen can do enough into Beryl, who is already so tanky. Look at that. And he's probably sitting on a lot of gold. Didn't even go back and buy after that last fight.
I love this.
Sitting in the enemy jungle, looking to make a play bot, but they're just not going to commit to it, as KT is just so ready. BDD's got his Weaver's Wall. Pyoshik is standing there menacingly, not allowing them to dive. And that's going to keep them safe.
Yeah, nice attempt there from Chovy. If they get a big shove onto BDD, with you know, the DPS is actually close by this time, might have actually been able to pick the Taliyah. And Chovy is just gonna shove this one in. He will lose half of his health bar for it. Bit of a, you know, high action game. Like you said, maybe people sleeping a little bit, you know, still warming up a little bit. It's 12 kills here at 14 minutes between these two teams, and a lot of them just simply put punished errors out of both sides.
I feel like Canyon, if he didn't know Pyoshik was right there, and if he played that matchup in the past, as we do have some action here once again, Canyon is going to just walk this one off, but a fight over the Rift Herald might break out here. But yeah, Xinjiao, very good into Taliyah in a 1v1.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had a lot of help as well. So a little bit overzealous was Canyon. It's okay, as now a teleport coming in. It looks like they do want to fight over this Rift Herald. Bit of a 5v5 setup, as Gen.G will respect the positioning for now. Canyon getting pretty low, as in they go. The rocks are on the ground. Perfect sets it up onto the Xinjiao, as Chovy just trying to kite this one back, but Beryl is just so damn tanky, as now Pyoshik jumps into 5 people, doesn't give a damn, and look at Perfect, he's full health at the same time, as everybody on the side of Gen.G is just way too low, and eventually they will get kited out of this river and escorted to their dooms, as Keen on the Udyr is just never gonna go down somehow. And he will be able to walk it off, because I guess he's just Udyr.
That's my LCK fantasy right there. A long team fight, very low health bars. Okay, everybody goes super low. They kite back, but they're chasing. But people make mechanical plays on the way out. That's what I like to see. Or I don't want to see these stompy fights. I don't want to see just one guy goes in and ults and the team fights over. That was actually cleanly played on both sides. But Gen.G did not actually have the positioning there to win that fight, as Chovy may be in danger.
Ooh, shuffle utilized, but yeah, he's going to be fine underneath the turret for now.
Yeah, he does get out of there, but the reason why Gen.G has to kind of kite back here is because Weaver's Wall is available. So they don't actually really want to hard commit without Lucian, or he'll just get cut off and they'll lose the fight. So they kind of have to slowly back off. And then the peeling ultimate here from Chovy is nice, but unfortunately Pays is just not able to do damage onto the critical targets here. And then you've got a tanky Cassante coming through. You've got this tank Nautilus coming through. Weaver's Wall does help secure Pays, and the rest of the team fight is a wash. The ultimate from Senna as well, just providing some additional sustain to allow them to chase, and King gets caught by the edge of that Q, but they're not able to finish him off. A really clean fight here from KT, and Gen.G, I think it was a bit overzealous to actually look to take that objective.
Canyon once again saying, hey, I should win this, but there's a turret there.
Yeah, Canyon seems to have beef with BDD today.
I think it's a Xinjiao Talia thing. That's another knockup, another seismic shove coming in. And Chovy is going to stand up to him.
BDD is hitting big shoves today, just on repeat.
He's pretty good at this, champ. He's looking to extend his 3-0 win rate so far in this season to a 4-0, giving themselves a pretty good chance right now, RKT. Not a lot of teams have even been able to make games look even against Gen.G, so definitely saying something for now.
Yeah, certainly is, and the Senna is going to become a bigger and bigger problem as this game goes on. She has her Blood Song completed now, as well as that first item and the Ghost Blade. TP here from Chovy to try to contest this Herald further. It was not actually secured after that big scuffle earlier, so part 2 here, and this time they have a good wraparound angle. KT might just have to give this one up. It's going to be very difficult to challenge here.
Yeah, it's first turret blood as well, so Gen.G with this maneuver on the map trying to get a lot of value. You see Beryl and Perfect just trying to stop them from doing it and keep them out of the mid lane, so that KT can trade this turret back at least, which they should be able to. Keen is trying to run in a straight line out of Senna. Won't be going down anytime soon, but also won't be of great effect as this turret is going to go down.
And they don't get the Herald. So, you know, what looks like a great play initially here from Chovy, where he teleports in, they get that first brick, they have Herald Cryo, and they don't find themselves in the same situation they were the last time where KT just had positional advantage there. Turns into KT quickly realizing, let's hard push mid. This team doesn't have engage, and Gen.G, their comp, has a Xinjiao, it has a Nudir, like there are ways to come in. Obviously, Chovy could try to go in for a big scoop, but it's Emilio's support angle here, so Gen.G kind of have to go, well, they're taking our turret, and then they will be able to have better prio and wrap around and push towards the Herald if we try to start that off. So they retreat, they lose the turret anyways. Now they've lost Dragon, and
Don't
AT.
dive a Nudir. Really? I don't know if they have enough damage on this one. He's just kind of laughing at them. He will avoid any CC as Chovy solo takes the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that was a bit of a... I mean, he was nearby because they had the Dragon. They know they're losing Herald, so they wanted to make a cross map, so to speak, happen, I guess. But no Leandres yet for BDD, so he really just isn't going to hurt Keen at this point himself. And then obviously, even a Fed, Lee Sin can't do that. But they don't commit to the dive. They try to keep him away from the turret. They were like, no, Val, this is not a dive if he's not under turret.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a nice attempt at a cross map there. But they got the Dragon anyways, so I think that is going to be prize enough here for KT.
That's going to be pretty nice against what they are playing against. You can stack them up. You can get your Cassante even more tanky. Even Lee Sin could potentially build tanky items. Eventually, you've got a Nautilus on your team. So you're feeling pretty good about any amounts of Mountain Drakes that you can stack up. The game is still in a very even spot. The golds here, just a difference of about 200, 300-ish at this point. And as you mentioned, Deft, he's stacking pretty well.
Yeah, 65 now. And that's a ton of extra range he's going to be picking up here. In the next few minutes, you know, he's going to become more and more relevant in these fights. I mean, the scoreline 0-3-7 doesn't really, you know, give you the feeling of like, yeah, it's Steph's game, baby. But no, it's a little bit like he's coming, he's ramping up a little bit, you know. And I think that my biggest viewpoint of who's going to win this game, I'm leaning towards KT because they just play more confidently. They played around their comp's win conditions. Gen.G been a bit timid at times. Talia Wall too late.
Yeah, not gonna... Oh, he knocks him back over the wall as Canyon just gonna ult and dash on in. Doesn't care at all as Beryl is so incredibly tanky. They do take him out, though, as the kick from Pyoshik is massive as he's able to turn this fight around. And now Lahens and Canyon and everybody trying to flash away and get the hell out of there. As Pyoshik with the ward hop and Q. He's looking for more as he immediately goes down, but
Canyon too.
will bait Canyon into this fight and give them the 2-for-1 in that trade. Pyoshik very happy with that play.
Okay, that was wild because, you know, obviously the Weaver's Wall can catch the exiting Xinjiao from the Herald, but Keen, you're going to need to leave this location.
Nice fight.
He's fine, but he will have to leave. He won't die, he won't take damage either, but he will have to leave.
Oh no.
Okay, he's fine. Okay, he's fine.
Yep.
But yeah, then the fight actually goes extremely well with Pyoshik's follow-up to the attempted trap with the Weaver's Wall, and it's a disaster for Gen.G. They lose all of their damage instantly, and then they kind of have to try to kite their way out, and it's it's slow going, right? And it's very difficult to actually get away from this. Look at the support that BDD also gives in this moment, too. So he comes from far away here, and then Canyon gets over the wall, but is still pulled back here over it. Turret goes down, and then Canyon makes the call to go back in, but Barrel is just so tanky, he can absorb all of that ultimate there. And then look at this play from Pyoshik, and then the support that BDD gives him. He's able to get out of there easy peasy after kicking back in, and now the Azir is gone. There is just no fighting this for Gen.G. Absolutely not. Then he ward hops to get another edge Q, and yeah, dies for it here, but Canyon is just doomed to his fate.
Yeah. I saw him clapping after that play in live as well. Pyoshik certainly having a very good game to start off this week, as he's sitting at 5-2-5 and has had multiple good moments in this one already.
And Pyoshik is just, he's on his highs, man. He might be the best jungle player in our league. If he could just maintain form, you know, it's scary what this guy can do. But you know, but when he's on, he might win a world championship. He did that.
You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, he's perfect for KT actually. Fits in very, very well with the brand. But the game is still very even. Like, we had that fight, and Gen.G, they got the turret, and there were some kills traded, but no objectives really went one way or the other. We didn't have a Drake spawn yet. We didn't have anyone go for the Baron, of course, this early on. And the gold is still pretty much exactly even.
I think this comp for KT can't really snowball after a team fight extremely well, especially one like that one that was so broken up and so extended, and you already got the outer turret in mid, so what are you going to get otherwise? And the fact that Udyr exists makes it really hard to actually you know, push super hard as Cassante, who doesn't also really push very hard in general. So it's really going to come down to these next few objective fights, like this Dragon, which will be Soul Point, that we've spoken a little bit about, how good that is for KT, is a bit of a trap here.
Yeah, Gen.G had some really good vision around this Baron, trying to say, hey, we could be doing this, but at the end of the day, I don't think you're really scared of Gen.G doing it at 23 minutes. If they full committed to it, sure, they could get it. But KT had some trinkets and stuff to spot them coming in. And I think that both these teams really want to fight over these Mountain Drakes based on what we've seen. Nice hook is going to land. The Q is in there as well, but Canyon going to knock in Barrel as he is just so incredibly tanky once again. But the kick is big from Pyoshik. Gets over the wall, but this time he will be punished by Pays as he will be taken down. Perfect now has to hop away, and this time Gen.G will take the small lead after the fight.
There's just so many different threats for KT to deal with. It's hard for Chovy to actually deal sustained damage in these fights. So even though you look for a pick, you look for a kill, and you're able to grab Barrel there, great play from Canyon, you can't really do much after that. The sustained damage is just not safe for Chovy as a TP from Keen to try to flank.
Yeah, might be able to get something here. Canyon can't really dash over the wall, but surely Chovy can as he gets over multiple walls, and they will be able to take out one. Perfect on the Cassante. Doesn't look like he's going to go down, but Deft will be escorted out of this one. TP is coming in as Deft is in a bit of trouble. I mean, the Udyr does negative damage, actually, to the Senna, which is kind of insane. And now Keen has gone way too far. Can they kill the Udyr is the question. I think with 4 guys they can, as the knockup comes in, and that'll be the end of Keen, who severely overextends. Also, they could have just taken the Drake, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I know, but we're just fighting all the time. We're not taking those dragons, as Canyon is, in fact, going to take that dragon now, but they might actually trade it for a Baron here if they're not careful. Not a ton of information here for Gen.G, and okay, this ward, or rather this scanner, the Scrying Bloom, is actually going to see them, but they're so far away. Chovy does not have ultimate here. BDD could just wall them off. This is a tough contest from Gen.G, and they walk away from the dragon to try for it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage on this Baron, though, is so slow, and they have vision of the pit at the moment, so Canyon could look for the flip, as it really just is a flip unless Pyoshik can get the kick. He gets the kick and the blast cone to get him away from the Baron pit, and the control that KT have over that pit was insane. As Lahens now, he's going to have to walk back. Not in a great spot here, though. Comes in a Canyon, dashes over the rocks as the fighting never ends. The Nautilus stealth comes out, zones him out perfectly. BDD with another huge seismic shove to take out his counterpart in Jovi, and Keen will be left to the Wolves here as KT, they get the Baron and they win the fight.
KT just plays these close games against Gen.G. They just do it. It just seems like every single time. This should be a new rivalry in the LCK, you know, because it seems like Gen.G is always coming in as the clear favorite, and then KT just has these games against Gen.G year after year where they show up and they're bringing this one to a 1-0 lead, very likely. I mean, the game is is not over, but I mean, this is just too much of a lead to come back with. I think at this point, this is the first real solid lead they've had this game. And it all goes back, if we want to butterfly effect this, to Keen's call to chase. Def, he dies, they lose Baron control, they walk to Dragon thinking that KT is just going to walk away from that play. KT get to set up on Baron, they've got Weaver's Wall, Gen.G just can't contest, and then Pyosik makes an incredible play to push Canyon away, blast cones his way back in. I mean, that's what Lee Sin's mobility can do for you in general. You might have been able to get back to the pit some other way, but it looked really cool. So they get Baron, they get Dragon, you get this 3,000 gold lead nearly here, and total map control. Very little opportunity here for Gen.G to try to claw the way back in. The Lucian also past his prime in this game in a lot of ways.
And Canyon's getting caught here as well, but Pyosik takes a massive amount of damage. Pace is like a laser turret right now back there. As Chovy looking again, but he's going to get knocked back. Only hits the Nautilus, and he goes down, as Chovy will not be able to do much in this fight now. Pace as well getting zoned away by the superior range of the Senna. Def just able to poke him down as BDD. He wanted that kill, and he will have it. And now Canyon and the boys will be totally wiped up. It's only Keen and Lahens left. As KT, once again, a big fight. They get another Dragon as well. KT are running away with this game.
Oh, they really are. But I mean, what could you do? They have to try to look for something. They have to try to look for those aggressive plays. But you mentioned the laser damage coming out from Paze. But because he's so low range, outside of his first combo and his ultimate, he can't sustain damage like a Talia can with Leandries, like a Senna with superior range, as you mentioned, can, and an insane frontline with a 9-kill Lee Sin. As look at this kick.
Watch the blast cone knock away Canyon. That's the biggest part of it.
That's the sick part right there. And you know, he could have just denied it earlier. You know, he could have done it, but it's perfectly played. Now, this here is just a follow-up from BDD, and you know, Canyon decides to go back in on this. But unfortunately, again, look at Chovy in these fights. Like, he just can't safely hit the characters, the champions that matter with his damage here. There's too many threats, and he dies for it every time he tries. He's fairly low range. So is the Lucian. As watch Paze here, positioning is fine. He does a ton of damage, and this Pyosik is just insane again, by the way. Survives with low health, then goes back in like a crazy person. And then, look at this, Chovy's dead. Where's your damage? Paze has to get out of there. There's too many threats. And then everyone else just gets slowly burned down by Leandries and by Deft.
Yeah. That range advantage really coming back to bite them. And the fact that Chovy is, you know, he can't 1v9 in this game. I mean, Gen.G aren't really in a position to do that, so I don't even blame him. It's just kind of, you know, rough. He also did go for this Lichbane build, which is always kind of interesting. I don't think this game is lost because of that or anything, but we have been seeing it a lot. People have not been liking it a lot, so I thought it deserved mentioning.
I just don't know what else he really builds in this game anyways that makes it, you know, that you feel like, okay, well, it would save the game. He has Shadow Flame now, which
would be a better item.
just be helpful. But like this, I think this for me is the picturesque game of Azir is not that good in this meta. You know, he just can't. There's too many threats for KT. Gen.G, meanwhile, Azir is one of the best threats they have in a flanking Udyr. That's what you've got. And Udyr has great CC when he flanks, so he can get on top of a squishy and take them out eventually, slowly, right? But he isn't going to make the same impact as a Lee Sin kick that's well placed here for KT, or Barrel getting in and having a massive ultimate, hitting a hook, pulling somebody into threat range. So what KT does well is front to back, but what they also do well is engage. And so Gen.G are left with no options. They have no map control, and almost every play that Gen.G makes from now on will look foolish because there's no good choice. And, you know, it will take a miracle to come back now. Maybe they can find one. I'm not saying it's over. It's never over till the Nexus falls, but without great engage options here, even trying to look for a pick is just going to be reliant on KT's mistake.
Yeah, definitely will be. We do have a slight lull because the Baron's on cooldown, the Dragon's on cooldown. I think as KT, you can just set up shop on the Dragon and say, Gen.G, if you want to take the Baron and you want to flip it, you want to trade and give us Mountain Soul with a Nautilus and a Cassante, not to mention even the Lee Sin, it's probably not going to work out well for you. So KT, they definitely have their pick of whatever they want to do. They could also just try to challenge Gen.G. Like if Gen.G tried to flip it, you could always just go over there and force a fight. You saw that Gen.G were kind of apprehensive, even with all that time they had on the first Baron, to even get into the pit. And that's because KT's turn is just so strong. As once again, Paze, look at his damage. I mean, what the hell is he going to do? on the Lee Sin. He just has to run away.
Jovi's like killing Raptors right now because there's nothing he can do. He's on a flank angle. He's got Flash and Emperor's Divide. Maybe he was hoping to cut the team in half, but now he's under threat.
Oh, God. The Flash ult, the hook comes in, and Jovi, it doesn't matter. Oh, the seismic shove is perfect on the predict as Jovi is pretty low. He does stay alive as the damage from Pace is just not quite enough as he's totally zoned away, and KT looks like they may have done it. Bunch of roots coming out here from Barrel as Keen is once again unkillable, but eventually will go down. TP in the mid as KT look for their victory lap.
FaZe, there's no good way to run from this one.
Yeah.
He's down. That's the ace. That's the game, Valdez. KT showing up big again here in game one. Spent a lot of time talking about the wacky early game, but KT were definitely the winners of that. They were able to get through that Lucian big spike in the mid game, and then this Senna truly came online. And Pioshik, the man is possessed today. We'll see if he can keep up the form in game two, but if you're a KT fan, you are loving this first game.
Absolutely. GG is Pioshik and Perfect already out of their seats. And I think we know where a lot of those POG votes are going to go. I do think that's, you know, as a team, KT did play it really well. It's a very clean game. There were some questionable moments, of course, from both sides, but I think that KT made less mistakes. And as a team, their control over the objectives was just a bit better. And Gen.G were forced into some pretty difficult times, and we're not quite able to match them. So KT, they showed up to play. They took that week vacation, and they prepared for this really tough match, and it showed.
Uri said he's going to focus on the lows. I see I saw a little laugh there from Deft, and now we're going through the early part of the replay. There was one mistake there. I feel like Uri's still focusing on the lows, but again, this is a tough week for Gen.G. They have Hanwha later on, so you know you don't want to lose momentum going into that series, but this draft, I think, for Gen.G is going to really need a look. It, on paper, seemed like just another 14.1 mid-draft. Everything's fine, but KT played it out so well, and I think the Senna might have to hit the ban list here, or perhaps Gen.G will try to pick it up themselves if they do choose blue side going into game two. But surprising result here, but the play really looked dominant. KT looked way more confident than Gen.G start to finish, especially on objective control, and I would not be surprised if KT closes out 2-0 if they continue to play as they did in game one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Gen.G, the two games they had lost before this were all game ones, this one included. So we'll see if Gen.G can also bounce back and have a better game two and maybe even a game three. Guys, we'll take a break and have the space and come back for game number two.
막고성이 예측 이거 야야야야 막아 보이지 남자 앞에서 어디야 막고성 막고성이 뭐야 너 누구야 막고성 나 이거 커비 먹을 때 내가 리신 같이 아래로 끌고 가서 갔어야겠다.
아니 보성이 형 예측 줄였는데?
그 예측이 지렸어요. 자 다음 판 잘해보자. 나이스 우리 팀 나이스 미 용대 텔 진짜 잘 찍어. 죽일까? 얘 어떻게 할까? 안돼요. 살려줘. 살려. 잘했다.
우리 안 나왔어요 이거.
다음 화이팅.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. After a victory for KT Rolster, what a very curious outcome to our very first game. Orcs, Chronicler, take me through the draft and what you thought about it.
Yeah, so, I mean, one thing we want to touch on quickly, we talked a lot about the Maokai and the Karma, instantly banned away. So teams recognize the power, no fun allowed. This draft kind of felt a bit similar to what we'd seen in the previous patch, but I feel like really you know, Gen.G didn't do themselves any favors because we saw a lot of the time Canyon was put on picks like Maokai, like Rel, like Sejuani, and it means you have the freedom to go something like Milio in the support role because you have that engage provided in the jungle. In this situation, they go the Milio, sure, but then they go the Xin Zhao, who's not really a great primary engage, and we saw them really struggle in all the front-to-backs in this composition.
And it also shouldn't come as a surprise that if you lock in Azir, like BDD is going to play as Talia. It's one of his best picks. I think he always looked incredible on it. Even if he doesn't have the biggest impact on the map, like in this game, wasn't really about him, you know, roaming to sides like we've seen the pick do. But his presence in team fights made it so much harder, and a lot of the fight just came down to KT sitting there. They have great sustain. They have good poke with the Talia. And then they can engage at will, and Gen.G can't. So the moment that Gen.G ever lose control or give up a Nash, I think that it is basically impossible for them to come back.
And also, sometimes you have champions where it's not like a lane counter, but you don't want to play into that. Like Zac into Janet, you don't want to play that. You never want to play Xin Zhao and Talia. That feels awful.
Yeah.
And yet they last picked it seeing the Talia was already available, which was so weird to me, especially when this comp had such a reliance of Xin Zhao leading the charge. He just got massacred.
He absolutely did. We saw it over and over again, and we didn't even mention our person who's probably going to get POG, Pioshik.
I hope so.
My God, he was so good. Let's have a look where it all started, because KT did pick up a few Ws in the early game.
Yeah, this is the beauty of having this Nautilus in this lane, is that you have such good setup. You have a bit of CC from the center, but obviously the Nautilus allows you to very easily land that Sonic Wave. And we did see
And some
little...
not Ws.
Yeah, this was a bit of a mistake from Def, just completely caught sleeping. But really, for me, this was the highlight play. And I want you to focus on Pioshik. This very slight adjustment, this ward hop to dodge the Q from the Milio. So well played.
And initially looking at it, you're like, oh, Lahans, how can he? But he didn't miss. It was such a small little hop. Smallest he needed, but he still sets up the kill. And it's really interesting to me, because normally what we've seen is that Lahans has actually done really well and Pace has struggled. This game kind of felt like the opposite, where Pioshik in particular had such a good game and continually was able to take this Milio out right from the get-go in fights.
Yeah, and we saw Paze trying to get a few kills, but he had like 7 kills in the mid game or something like that. Most of them were going over to the solution, but wasn't really able to convert it to taking over team fights, unfortunately. And then we had the moment where things just kind of went a little bit not so good. This was after... Yeah,
Keen died, and I really want to give credit to KT for how cleanly they played this out.
this Baron take.
No, I know.
Oh my God.
Because everything is perfect. Goes over the wall, kicks out Xin, and then cancels the dash while also launching himself back in. And I think that KT's macro in particular in this game, there were some messy moments in the fights. We saw Barrel pull a couple of barrels, even though he did have a really clean game. But specifically, their instincts, the moment that Keen overextended here, I really want to give credit to.
And also just some really solid, like, seismic shoves coming out from BDD on Talia, showing us mastery of the champion. And Chovy, who has been such a strong force for Gen.G so far this season, felt like he was getting caught out a lot more than you typically expect, especially on a champion like Azir, who's normally so safe.
We also know Chovy is sometimes having pop-off games on Azir, but other times being relegated to it. And I feel like today was a bit of a relegated.
It was a relegation
day.
game.
It wasn't what he felt like, and hopefully they'll be able to get their opportunity. Also, just want to note, this is the first time that Gen.G has lost on the red side all season. Actually, kind of crazy that is even a stat that we have to talk about.
And the fact that they were on red side, but still it felt like they got countered in a bunch of lanes is really remarkable, right?
Lucian Milio, really challenged on this patch, I guess. Working out quite well. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG. Will it be Mark? Will it be Pioshik? It'll be Pioshik this time around. 9, 3, and 13. Moves up to 400 points. Equal first place.
And I'm genuinely wondering, what is the last time a player went to LEC or LCS and came back genuinely better? Because this man has just been insane. This entire split. I'm like, is it Huni? Way back?
AJ?
Like, that's actually like...
JJ is available. Not a long time ago.
That was a long time
No, that's
ago.
my point, right? The jump is insane. He's just been
Execute,
so good.
Dongen?
And I love that we saw him in this game, like, consistently going so aggressive and using his health as a resource. Like, so many of these fights, you see him at like 10, 20% health and he's just surviving, but it feels like he got so much value out of that.
I think the BDD vote, he had a couple of
Yeah.
really big shoves, but I was really hoping for 12 out of 12 for our boy Mark.
And
That
also,
was
all the
a
players were
standout
shouting
game.
out BDD for just being a god at Talia towards the end there. And I imagine a lot of players do that because laning against Chovy is just a difficult task. Thankfully, BDD's up to it because, of course, he knows everything about Azir. Let's throw it back to the boys, though, and get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown as one KR analyst KEKW. It's okay. The BDD also had a great game. He just wasn't the POG. As Pyosik does pick it up, and yeah, it's a really good point. This is what we were talking about at the beginning of the show as well. Pyosik always shows up against great teams. He is very clutch. He comes in, he totally carries that early game, gives them a great chance to win it, and then they're able to put it together as a team. So
I have seen Pyosik backstage so much this season since his return to Korea. He's a very vocal person, right? He's very close with Deft. He always has been. And I could just see in his eyes, he wants to prove that going to LCS, was not just some step backwards in his career, and now he's back in Korea, and everyone's like, oh, he's a has-been. He won a world title, but, Pyosik went to LCS. And once you go to LCS, you don't come back better. I feel like you could see it in his eyes. You could see, how much pressure he puts on himself every day to improve. That the man he is like, my career is not over. I am back. I am actually going to prove that I am a world-class jungler. I always have been. It's going to take a while for people to believe that one, but we'll see, man. He has just been more and more consistent as the season has gone on. Even in some of KT's losses, generally speaking, it hasn't really been his mistake. Because Gen.G will choose blue side, unsurprisingly here, and maybe Perfect gets a counter pick here, but again, if it's K'Sante Udyr,
yeah.
do you really care about the top lane? Probably not.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like our teams are just slowly once again saying, nope, blue side is better. I don't know. You can change the rift, you can change the meta, you can change everything. It doesn't matter. Blue side ends up being pretty strong, even with Gen.G having so many wins on the red side, as Atlas was talking about. Let's see if the bans change up any bit here, because we do have no Karma, no Maokai on the ban list just yet.
Yeah, I think playing a little bit of chicken here, KT, with the Karma bans, but they will have to ban it in that third slot. They'll take the Kalista away from the bottom lane as well. And
what if both are open?
I mean,
what do you first pick? Is it Karma?
I think it's Karma.
It's probably got to be Karma.
Okay, well, they are going to get which one you don't ban, so they probably will leave both open, as you say. And, I mean, laning as Maokai into Karma sounds terrible if you're actually playing it support. So I would... You could, just simply... Okay, we're just going to ban it. Let's see what their answer to the Karma is going to be. As Karma, by the way, we talked about how strong she is, how buff she is, builds. She's also a flex pick, by the way, because she can be played in support, in mid, and even, as we've seen quite a few times, in top, where Keen has been spamming the Karma in solo queue. So you learn nothing, and you have now given an S-tier pick. They banned the Maokai instead, and yes, the solo queue stats are very good, but the Karma feels so much more oppressive.
And they say Senna is better.
I just don't know if I agree with that. Matchup specific. We saw what you could do with a Karma lane, or with a pushing lane into Senna Nautilus, and to Senna Ornn, I really should say. Bro taught us, it's a good pick, but if Karma is open, if Caitlyn Lux is open, you might struggle, and it is going to be the Lucian to be locked in. Again, still not necessarily going to be the Karma in the bottom lane, but definitely feels likely as no, they're just going to go Lilio Lucian, so it is going to be a solo lane Karma.
It will be a solo lane. We still don't know which one, as you mentioned. I think especially for this team, you might even expect it more for Keen, just with the champion Ocean that Chovy has. I mean, Keen's also got one, which is why he can't even play it in the top lane in the first place.
And he's been practicing it a lot, as I mentioned before.
Exactly, yeah.
So perhaps that is the assumption that KT should make, but you don't want to assume anything in a draft like this. And Udyr is going to be taken away, so they're definitely not leaning towards it being played in the top lane based on that ban.
Yeah, it feels like the tanks really shot up in prio with the Rumble nerfs, right? Because Rumble was such a huge answer to K'Sante to Udyr, and now if you get K'Sante and you ban away Udyr, you say, well, you don't have the Rumble to counter, you don't really have Udyr to match. I've got a zero in my mind, unfortunately. Then you're feeling pretty good. And Perfect played a pretty good K'Sante game last game as well.
I think there's a lot of different bands you can go with here. Sejuani I actually really like here. Really strong with, you know, the Lucian Milio setup here for single target burst to blow somebody up, you long range engage. I think they should ban the Lee Sin here as Gen.G because Pyosik had a fantastic game on it. It is phenomenal with the comp they've already showed us they've already built 3/5 of. And they have a similar problem to their last game with this comp so far as they lack engage. You know, they have Karma, Lucian, and Milio, so you have 2 enchanters and a Lucian, and yeah, you could still fix that as the draft goes on, but might run into a very similar problem here. The Talia is banned, they'll take the Azir, and does Chovy dare to, say, play, I mean, if he's not playing the Karma, again, play Victor here to shore up some of this damage? I mean...
Could play Yone.
He could play Yone, but...
There's no Sejuani, but he's so good at it, it's great into the Azir. I mean, there's not nearly as many bans against Azir counters this time around, and it is Chovy.
If you play Yone, though, it feels better if you have a Jarvan, something else to set it up, but it feels so fragile, and if you build a tank, it feels like it's just never going to cut through this Nautilus and the Cassante, as Lee Sin is going to feel pretty good into Jarvan as well with his mobility if that ends up being the pick that Pyosik will lock in finally, as we're going to find out where this Karma is going in just a moment here.
With the focus on Keen and the amount he's talking, it looks like probably this Karma's going mid.
Okay, we're just going Gwen. I like Gwen more than Rumble. Obviously, she got buffed. Rumble got nerfed. And it is a pretty good matchup into the Cassante, but that Lee Sin is ever looming now here for Pyosik. And, I mean, playing Gwen into a Nautilus is never easy. Obviously, it can be quite frustrating to play and pile on a lot of damage, and you only get 1 missed. She can just simply be kicked away from a lot of these fights. Looking like he's going to pivot over to the Viego here, though, instead. I like the Lee Sin more, especially after the performance. I'm a little bit biased after watching what he did with it in Game 1. But there is certainly some merit to front-to-backing with this comp, as we saw in the last game. And then if you front-to-back, you get that first reset for Viego. You start transforming. You become a Gwen, for example. If you kill that Gwen first ever in a team fight, or you become Karma suddenly, oh, the fight is just done, right? Yeah. So I think there is definitely elements to what he could do in a team fight with Viego that's different than what a Lee Sin can do, but the Lee Sin is going to be more impact early. And if Gen.G tightens up the gameplay, I think this is arguably like the more correct option than the Viego, but not as great into Jarvan ults and stuff like that. I think that the Jarvan solves a problem that Gen.G had in the last game, and they didn't have hard engage. They didn't have any way to get on top of the backline, get on top of Deft, and now they have that. So I think that this draft here for Gen.G looks a lot cleaner than what we saw in Game 1. And I think that maybe we're going to 3. That's what it feels like to me, Valdez.
Perhaps. I do think it is going to come down to the play. KT have already proven that they deserve to be considered on Gen.G's level, just with the way they essentially controlled and carried that entire first game in their favor. Jarvan's going to be very interesting. You know, Canyon very good on engages and tanks from the jungle, but Jarvan definitely fills some of those roles. We'll see what he can do on this one as we hop into the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2.
미니언 생성까지
Very aggressive
30초
positioning
남았습니다.
here for Gen.G. And just going to be a big Q, that's all.
Mana flow bans. GG.
GG!
It's over.
Somebody call Tasteless.
Game 3. Let's go. Pack it up.
Well, one thing we didn't talk about too much with the Karma, because we were spending a lot of time wondering where it was going to go, is how much prio it can get in a lot of matchups with Mantra Q, and how hard it can push in mid, for example, and allow for dives bottom side and roams. And if Pays and Lehens can bully that bottom lane aggressively, as they're looking to do here already at level 1, and Chovy can come down and assist, can find yourself falling very far behind as the Senna Nautilus early. Those dives are successful. Yes. Whatever you say, Karma. I swear, she's not speaking a real language. It's not. She just says things. It's very weird, but I think she's reading the patch notes, so I think that's what she said.
Yeah. Went into the bush. Mantra comes out, cues the wave immediately.
Yep.
Gets pushing advantage. And yeah, and on second thought, like even with Keen playing it a bunch into the Cassante, you can definitely be very annoying, but I would imagine that eventually Cassante just really doesn't care. And I think that this will offer a lot more in this position here in mid, which is obviously a lot more common.
Yeah, you are fairly vulnerable to Azir ults, you know, as we've seen in the past with Karma and Azir, but if you play it well and you have that lane constantly pushed, you shouldn't be under too many big threats, especially with Viego that doesn't really have a long-range engage option, as Koshik, or rather Pays, level 2 going in. Koshik is not here this time to punish the aggression.
Yeah, Karma as well. You know, she got her Q buffed, the ratio, but also her shield got buffed, so it can be very sustainable. It's very difficult to really push her out, as the last time we saw mid Karma was actually BDD in a loss against Closer. So, not something you see every day. That was a bit over a year ago, as here is Canyon in the bottom lane looking for a dive. Can this work out? There's full sums available. Deft is going to flash and get knocked up anyway, but the damage is getting into Pays, and the dive, it fails entirely, as First Blood will go over to Beryl.
And this is one of the reasons right here that we talk about a lot, but you very rarely see. It's very hard to dive Nautilus, right? Because he's just so sticky. He just puts a root on everybody, and then your turret juggle is so difficult to pull off, and then they fail. Lens dies, and this bot duo has just had more than a few accidents recently in the early game, and suddenly, you know, you give a kill over to Beryl, he's farming Nautilus, he's gonna use that gold pretty well, and very awkward scenario here for Gen.G, and they did not do this with Chovy, obviously, you know, it's still early game, he doesn't want to walk all the way down there for a level 3 dive with Jarvan, but now it's gonna weaken the potential of that, as Koshik will lose his scuttle.
Yeah, he did take the blue, and has been farming excellently. Just full clear into enemy blue, so sitting on 28. And you remember game 1, Piosik was able to get down in the bottom lane. He made such a huge difference. Canyon tries to go for the dive. The bottom lane from Piosik wasn't a dive in game 1. This one a lot more risky, and it doesn't play out. So the difference in terms of effect you're having on your bottom lane from game 1 to game 2 for these different junglers, Canyon probably not feeling too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
about this position.
Basically, Piosik won both sides of it. Like you say, you know, Canyon stole his jungle away, but he got the gank. And Canyon fails the dive, and he gets his jungle. Piosik wins both game 1 and game 2. These early games at level 3. As we'll watch this once again, notice Beryl can just lock everybody up. Okay, lands at half health. And then, Pays out of turret aggro range, and unfortunately, Lahen's going to get hit by that. Might have just been able to cancel the dive and not lose anybody, but a bit of a juggle mistake there, and Beryl's making the calls.
해봤어야 알지.
You gotta, I guess you found out. He said the found out part of that one.
Yeah. Well, he said, you know, at first he was like, you know, that's never going to work.
And then he's like, I guess you know now that you found out,
exactly.
basically.
So, you know, as they say,
yeah.
I'm not going to say it on this broadcast.
Yeah, they said the faux part of FAFO, let's just say.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty rough, especially when the Viego's just full clearing and farming out of his mind, right? And now Canyon just has to go back. Yeah. He's not really going to have an effect on these lanes because he has to farm, he has to catch up. And Void Buffs are going to go over to Piosik. Looks like he wants to set up here for this dragon. There's a ward on it. But Piosik, he got 2, and he's just running straight down, saying that's enough. Now, Gen.G do have immense mid-prio with the Karma, and so maybe they do get this anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really close call for Chovy potentially there, but he read it well. Meanwhile,
the hook comes in. Deft and Beryl trying to fight this one out. Pays to take a lot of damage, and you know what? Canyon feeling the pressure. He says, I don't know if we can really do this, guys. And he's going to back away and give away the Drake.
Yeah, but they lost too much control bottom side there. It's another 2v2 that goes the way of Deft and Beryl, and that's what you need to take that dragon. You lose that, you just don't have any options. Piosik is there, and yes, you have mid-prio, but it's still an Azir with ult and flash. If he walks over there, he can win you that skirmish if you're too far away as a bot duo there for Gen.G. And you know, the one thing that, you know, we haven't really focused on at all this game is Keen having the counter matchup, obviously, into the Cassante, but even he has been kind of pushed into his turret for a lot of this game. There's nothing happening up here top side, and it has been discussed to death, and even, you know, there's been debates about it where it won, as Dragon has been way better than getting grubs early, and it's consolation grubs here for Gen.G. Unfortunately, KT get an infernal Drake. And that's just not what you want to see if you are a Gen.G fan.
Yeah. It's not even the consolation 2 grubs, because Pyosik had enough time to get 2 and then run down to the Drake. It's only 1.
Yeah.
So Canyon, yes, he will get the nice XP boost from getting the 1, but he's 20 CS behind, I guess like 16, 14-ish. And as you mentioned, this top lane isn't looking any better for Keen, as he is going to throw out the needles here, but he's taking so much damage. Canyon coming on in, giving them a chance, but guess who's here? It's Pyosik, and Perfect is unkillable. The knockup comes in, and the flash stun is good enough, and Canyon does have his flash, doesn't even bother, as he is just going to accept his fate, and the jungle gap continues to widen as Pyosik, he's looking for more. He's got a couple of ults to go in. That's the stun, and Pyosik will pick up another.
Oh! This man, Pyosik, today is just out of his mind. They're going to grab plates here. I did not have on today's docket, I was looking at the schedule, I did not see Pyosik gapping Canyon. That wasn't listed for some reason, nor did I see Perfect almost solo killing Keen in a counter matchup that Keen has drafted for himself. Still early days here, obviously, in this lane, before Keen has some of that itemization, but he's pulled so far back here. Now Canyon is covering, so this looks like, oh, they duped him here. But unfortunately, Perfect is Cassante, so you're not really interested in dying. And then this happens, they turn it around on the Q3 there. Canyon goes down, and then watch Pyosik transforms here to Jarvan, closes the gap here, ults, second one, and then on the edge of the W. Oh, I'm in your mist, you're dead. No retreat.
그거야.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what he said.
Yeah.
But that's also what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's also what I'm talking about right
Wolf
now.
also agrees. This is how we do it. And, you know, I don't know what's gotten into this man, but I did say it at the top of the day. I said Pyosik, he does show up in moments like this. When the pressure is on, he's the clutch man. He did it in game 1. He got 11 out of 12, should have been 12 out of 12. And maybe he does it again. He's already 2-0, and he's miles ahead of Canyon in this game.
I mean, he's been taking all of his farm this whole time too. He's ahead of the play on where he should be, and you know, Barrel is just sitting down there farming like it's no problem. There's not been any pressure from Jarvan there. Canyon tries to counter gank topside basically or cover for Keen, who kind of baits him a little bit, baits Perfect, but Pyosik is there. You know, he's just never not there, while also just taking all of the jungle. It's like he's 2 Viegos at once, you know, all over the place. It feels like he can be everywhere, and Canyon is just not able to find where he isn't and make a play. Now he's got level 6, of course, but see what he can get done with it. Meanwhile,
trying to have an effect here onto the Nautilus. The culling will come out. Looks like Beryl doesn't have his Q up available at this point in time, but again, I mean, sitting on 2 cloth armors and a Bobby Cinder, and then Paze is just totally neutralized. Yes, he will push him away, but they were staying there just to push the wave in, right? So it's not like a huge deal for Beryl and Deft. Beryl also having teleport with this, so he gets to stick in the lane for a very long amount of time. And
I mean, this is still a small victory here for Paze pushing this in, but I mean, Deft's going to get the majority of this, so small win, right? Not going to grab a plate either off of the play. But trying to find that option. I think obviously Deft hitting him with the root there, the snare, is the biggest issue on trying to follow up on that play, and he just walked beeline straight towards him. It's pretty easy for Deft to hit that, and this bottom 2v2, I mean, Paze and Lehens versus Deft and Beryl, I mean, those are 4 world-class players, but it feels like Beryl and Deft have just handled this lane so incredibly well twice in a row, and they left it up, right? And we're going to see a lot more Lucian Milio, apparently, because with all the other bans have to come through, like, these are no longer kind of allowed. There's no room for the Lucian ban anymore in the banning phase, and I still think it's decently strong, right? But it has not been piloted as well by the Gen.G bottom lane here, and just finding nothing. They keep trying, they're coming up with nothing every time, and they're so close to making this work, but KT are just that one step ahead. Pyosik, by the way, grabbing all of these 30 seconds before Drake, and Gen.G are not on Dragon, so he will be ready to contest. Deft is roaming here. Where's your angle, Gen.G? It feels like they're invisible everywhere on the map, like cowering on the blue side of the rift, and Keen?
Well, he's going to be denied it back, and 3 people on the top side might just give up this Drake. It is just 1 mountain It's not the end of the world. You're getting a lot of gold on this map and a lot of tempo by just getting up to the top side, taking more Void Bubbs, and actually using them, which is not something we always see.
The cool thing about KT's play here, too, is if they actually ended up finding something on this Dragon, or if Gen.G hesitated or tried to cover Keen there, Beryl has teleport, right? And he could actually make a play on either side of the rift. He can come over, and obviously BDD had TP as well, and maybe he ults a Karma, but this was not just a 100% all-in on top side. I mean, it was obviously eventually, but they didn't have to play it that way. They had so many options, and could have even teleported the Nautilus top side if Keen tried to hold and defend up there. So they guarantee a turret. I feel like every play that KT has made in both of these games so far has been extremely decisive. It has been very much I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not freestyling this. I know exactly the play I'm looking to make, and it's very deliberate. Whereas Gen.G on the other side with the drafts with less engage in game one than this one, but still with Canyon never being where he needs to be, unfortunately, they have just not been as decisive. They haven't been as deliberate.
Oh, the flash over. The fire kick as Pays will just dash away. Doesn't really amount to too much. It looks cool, though.
High value
Nice.
fire kick. Got a flash.
Yeah.
He's not hex flashing.
Trading support flash is amazing. As, he's going to find Pace here. The root comes in, and Pace is just alone. I mean, Lahen's, he already backed, and that's a second flash. As Beryl, aggressive as always, he's going to find some value here.
Well, Pace is now in this very awkward spot where he wants to stay to catch this wave, but he has no flash, and he's very low as Lahen's is trying to run back as fast as possible. Lahen's also has no flash, so this is a very scary situation as Perfect's over here. Pyoshik is there. They're going to commit a teleport. They're just going to get a second turret.
It's the Beryl TP. There it is.
I mean, it's just straight up.
This is how you use Void Bubbs as well.
Yeah.
We see so many teams get them. Gen.G in game one, they had 6 Void Bubbs. They didn't have any pressure in a side lane. They didn't have any ability to actually utilize them. KT, they come together, they use their extra teleport, and they're getting so many plates out of this. I mean, they're looking for their 5th in the bottom lane as well. They might get punished for it. As here comes Chovy, he's got Malignance. That's a big burst of damage. Canyon also here, but they're just kind of backing off of this one. Beryl, he doesn't have flash, but he is just tanking it up. Another Flag Dragon's going to miss, and nobody's going to go down. Double teleport committed to here by KT. Feels a little bit late as Perfect is running at them.
There's no turret here. I mean, it is just going to go down, so Gen.G have to leave. There's no safety. And if you go back to that play, too, where they were actually pushing that turret down, looking for the 5th plate, the Cannon just gets there in time to deny them. It's so close to actually being turret goes down. They dive. If Canyon isn't there, they kill that bottom 2v2 because it's a 3v2. And unfortunately, you know, for Gen.G, they try to turn around the play with that Karma Prio, but BDD just gets a free back off. I don't think we're going to replay it because nobody died. You could see BDD just sit in Fountain. He's like, should I go? Do we actually kill all of them with my teleport flank? They drop a ward down. You know, ultimately he decides to come in later. It was a split call, I think, from KT. But they held all the cards in that play. They have the teleport from both soul laners to come through, and if Gen.G chase any further, KT win the game. And that's kind of been like, I feel like a lot of how this second game has gone is KT is just on the edge of literally winning the game. And every call they make is like, I'm going to teleport, we're going to kill the turret. We went top side, deliberate call. Bottom side, teleport, take out the turret. Pays back got denied. Let's use that. Let's grab a turret for that. And they're 3,000 gold ahead now. Only with 3 kills, 2 of those on a Viego.
They got 9 plates, they got 2 turrets, and they got pretty much all the Void Buffs. They are going to get a Rift Herald on top of it, just to throw into mid. You would imagine the mid turret is fully healthy because it's Karma, and she does never lose the Prio, even against the Azir. So just, you know, KT do have their work cut out for them on that turret, but that's just fine. They're feeling very comfortable about the situation. And yeah, I mean, Pyoshik is just 3 steps ahead because of the way the early game went. Canyon is always kind of in this struggle street mode where he's desperately trying to farm to catch up, to keep even in levels and have a similar effect on this game.
And, you know, we started off the day today, you know, talking about patch notes, talking about some of the new things we could see, right? Karma does come out here, used his mid instead of trying to punish the Senna directly in lane. I'm just going to zoom in on that Karma as I'm talking about it. But one of the question marks we had was kind of like, does Senna Prio drop? Like, where is she at right now? And as it turns out, she's still strong. Like, I think we've learned that much so far. Well,
that was interesting, but Deft is here, and I think that's enough damage as Keen very life-stealable himself, as Perfect trying to put an end to this Gwen. Can't quite do it. The movement from Keen is insane. And now Deft having to flash away just to try to salvage the situation. Feels like they should have been able to kill Keen there, but Keen with a very nice play.
Didn't quite get the ult through the wall there, Perfect, that he was looking for, which was a risky choice in itself, considering where Deft was standing, but not quite enough damage there. And Gwen with Riftmaker, as you mentioned, very sustainable, very difficult to kill. And Keen is, he's doing what he can in this game, as it is just otherwise kind of a wash all across the Rift. He's even going to commit teleport just to rush over here and put some damage onto this turret, as it looks like that's Gen.G's way of saying we are not contesting Dragon. We have no prio, we have no control bottom side. And Beryl is once again going to be left alone here to weak side this. I don't think he survives this one, to be honest. This time I think it might be a little bit too much to ask of a Nautilus alone, but he's clearing the wave.
Yeah, he's going to clear the wave.
And you know what?
Ult comes in, Aftershock, and he's pretty tanky, but there's 4 people there, so yeah. Probably should not have gone there.
Good macro call from Gen.G.
It was all a bait. It was all a bait, Wolf. Beryl is a genius.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they are going to get this mid turret.
I mean, there's not much Gen.G can do except try to get topside turret with that TP. They were never going to win the Dragon fight. And, Beryl is an added bonus. But yeah, I mean, there's just too much bottom side control for KT. And
Nice driving.
yeah, slick.
Extra damage.
Big Raptor! Big Raptor alert!
It gets him to the Raptors sooner than it would have.
That's
if he didn't
efficient
use
pathing.
it. Yeah. And this will actually charge if nobody deals with it. Guys? Okay. I was like, hello?
I mean, this game is...
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
It's quite wild how little it feels like Gen.G are in control, right? And this is kind of what KT have been doing all season long, is just getting prio in lanes and pushing up objectives around where they have map control with very oppressive, slow-moving, kind of death ball front-to-back compositions that... BDD, is he the main character of this game? Absolutely not, because he's an Azir who's been hugging turret against Karma waves all game, but he's scaling up. And if they will try to walk into him, he has Emperor's Divide. Defensively, he can use it. He has the threat of using it, obviously, very aggressively, too, if there's a mistake from Gen.G. But he's also just going to be some added damage they have to walk through to try to get to Deft, and Deft is scaling. He's ramping up, just like we talked about last game. And yeah, BDD, he's down significantly in CS, but in terms of what damage he should be able to offer in teamfights and how much utility this Azir is going to have, it may end up being more significant than Karma. He has on 2 items is Chovy.
Now he is Karma, but he is still going to have to flash, as Karma proves to be mortal. Canyon. Trying to set something up here, but it's these 2 guys which are basically invulnerable unless you've got 4 people.
Karma builds its Malignance in mid every time. Sometimes we see, Shirelia's in the bottom lane because it has a lot of AP, and, people like to build that. But Malignance is basically the way to go right now. Chovy has that. He also has Horizon Focus, so he is really looking for damage.
Horizon Focus got buffed on this patch, actually.
Yeah. I think it's a decent build here for him. But I just wanted to showcase that he is going for a very common build. Doing the commentary thing, we got to talk about it for just a second, is Canyon.
Stun comes in, nice amount of burst, but Melio is right there. Not going to overcommit to that one, as you can see the damage does come in. Ghost can BDD even trying to challenge there a little bit, but they're on vision, and nothing much is going to happen there.
They're just threatening so many different angles all the time, and Karma's flashless, so Chovy has to step back and respect that Emperor's Divide, especially with BDD having his own flash. The engage range is just so high. You really have to be cautious. And then Canyon also just trying to get any farm he can. He's significantly behind the farm.
He denied him from those last couple of minions.
Definitely not going to feel good when a Nautilus just stands in your ultimate and stops you from farming.
Yeah, Frozen Heart, pretty good item. Beryl, I don't know about this one. I think, tanking up the culling was fun and nice, but he is going to flash, and, okay. Wait! Drag does come in. Wait! Oh, he lives! It was all made! The 3,000 IQ play from Beryl as he brings him down the lane, and now you don't have your jungler.
Beryl just looked Canyon in the eyes and pulled a knife out, carved his heart out on TV, right? There's blood all over the mid lane.
Oh, God.
Oh, on Valentine's Day. He took his heart away. Canyon is dead. That's a Baron call. That just happened.
No smite. You have amazingly tanky members, incredible sustain. Beryl can just sit in the front, has some MR against the, by the way, double AP. They are looking to peel off of this one a little bit as the hook does come in, and Beryl says, no, we're going for it. There's the sweep, and that is going to be a kill already onto Chovy. Keen getting super low, and the resets are coming in, and Gen.G are not long for this world. Pace getting run down by the Cassante, and he will get reset as well. That's going to be a bunch going the way of Pilshik, and pretty much an ace going into the hands of KT.
Looks like we got an upset on our hands tonight, Valdez. Beryl, just with one big, weird decision, baits Gen.G into losing the game. And Beryl has teleport, so he can bait, kill Canyon, back, and then be there to tank for the Baron fight as well.
Yeah.
Giga Chat play. You were questioning it. Let's
maybe
just admit it. You thought for a minute Beryl made a mistake. You for just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sure everybody did.
No, I knew the whole time. When I saw this,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, look at this Giga Brain play. Because what he's going to do here is first get an Ignite cooldown, you know. He's going to pop his ult here. He walks back. The Canyon's trying to body block him for the wall, but no. He dodges the ult also simultaneously coming through, gets the heal from death because he's Senna, then walks out casually as Canyon is left. And yeah, forced to teleport out of BDD. Great play there, but Beryl had this number the whole time. QI knew too. He always believed Valdez. You thought it was a mistake. And then he teleports back in. He says, what's up? We're doing a Baron. Let this man cook. I'm inviting him. I'm going to make a video with him where we make Budichi together. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Wolf's gonna let him cook. It's official. Yeah, and then you see Gen.G just desperate. I wasn't sure if KT were gonna peel off of this because no cannon, right? No smite. But absolutely turns out to be the right play. I mean, you've got a Nautilus, you've got a Senna, you have so much amazing follow-up with your team. You got Viego Azir, so if anyone gets caught, the snowball begins in the team fight. And the turn from KT on this comp is just too strong. And they have Double Cloud, Drake. They have an 8,000 gold lead, almost 9. And you're right. I mean, just that one play, it baits Canyon all the way down the lane, and that's not like a normal play either. That's a very tilting one. I mean,
yeah, and like,
I would be tilted out of my mind if Beryl did that to me.
I think I am legally required to tell everyone that I don't actually think that Beryl planned it all out that far ahead of time. But you know,
Wolf wasn't a believer. I knew it.
But basically the whole time it looked like, when you watch replay, it kind of looks like it was intentional, doesn't it? If you want to like put that spin on it, but it's a game-winning play, quote unquote, as Gen.G tried to punish him and fail, and now I mean this Baron just opens up the whole base, and you are now this far behind, almost 10,000 gold here at 24 minutes in the game. Senna's starting to scale up. Leandres is here for BD because he's not a Lich Bane builder. He's one of the OG Azirs, he knows. And
hey, it's an item that deals damage. Wow.
He is ready to hurt them, Valdez. And he will. And I mean, they're just going to push through and take out this inhibitor. And there's just not much anybody can do about it. Keen is 2 levels down on a Cassante right now.
I mean, you've got Azir Senna, you're outranging the entire comp. There's no real angle for Gen.G to engage, for Jarvan to press his buttons. He's been kind of useless all game long after the dive, and after Piosik got such a massive lead, and you see Keen, he's trying to do something, trying to just run at them, trying to take down Beryl, and this time he will, as he says, I've got the damage, and they will be able to push them back. KT, though, still with a massive push here. They take down 2 inhibitor turrets, 1 inhibitor, they'll back away. Piosik, by the way, 6-0 casually in this game.
Casual Viego enjoyer.
Does he win POG?
You know, I have been thinking about it a lot. And while I do think that Atlas is yelling about Beryl getting POG,
it's got to be Beryl.
I don't know. It is a tough call for me. I think I'm still leading towards Piosik, but you know, Beryl did have the great teleport call topside. You know, he hit that turret, he took it out. He had a great defense of the dive. You know what?
He did a lot of good Nautilus things.
He did teleport back in the Baron fight and press R and queued people.
Yeah.
Like you know what? I guess I will give it to Valdez.
Chovy on the turn, right?
Oh, that's a teleport from BDD, or it's actually from Beryl.
There's Emilio out of place, and yes, Beryl is like, I heard you were talking about POG. Here I am. I'm trying to get myself a little one. Nice double knockup from Perfect here. They're just trying to put the cherry on top at this point as even Keen, I mean, he can't really do much damage to anyone. Perfect is getting pretty low as the Sentinel does come out a little bit late, but it's fine. They take out Keen as now Pyosik is Keen. And he's like, well, I've got some damage too. Ulting on in, this guy just doesn't care as he goes way too far. He's getting very excited at this point in the game.
It was a nice appeal for POG, but it's not going to get it. Nice try. It was a good
Fortunately, now
attempt.
Barrel has POG vote.
Yeah. Barrel's look, it might be a 12er after that one, POG. It was a good try. It was a good attempt. But now the game is actually going to slow down for a minute because some antics did occur, and now Gen.G have recovered. Sure, their mid inhibitor is still down. As I thought this was just going to be a scoop angle for BDD because I wasn't watching where he was on the minimap, but in fact it was just Barrel coming over here to collect a misplaced support, as I think we put it there. And yeah, Pays, he kites this one out real well. And this is the Karma Shield coming through. He's got that movement speed. He's like, oh, I'm ulting. And then Pyosik took that personally, as he's going to transform here and try to run at him and get on top of him. And Pays is just going to dash away, get another shield.
Karma Shield, yeah.
And yeah, you know, it was a good try, Pyosik, but you're not getting the solo BOG interview on it.
Not today. Not tonight. Yeah, you know, I don't think KT had to do that, but it's Barrel and it's KT. And
Now, it will feel a lot worse if they lose from here.
yeah, you know, I did say the E word as that was happening, and to be honest, they made me do it. It's not my fault. Like, just look at what Pyosik just did, right? And it was fine because there's no objectives. I mean, you're not really losing much. Gen.G are still very far behind, so it's not really... You can see all the outer turrets are still up and available, objective bounties, and Gen.G can't get any of them because they're just stuck in their base so far back. They can barely farm their own jungle.
Yeah.
KT just have full control, so... Cloud Soul on the cards, but KT... Well, looks like they are actually going to set up for the Cloud Soul.
And the Gwen, you know, didn't win lane. Obviously, you know, we can see that now, 30 CS behind, 2 levels behind for a long part of this game. And there was one moment where you could see her actually do damage when people were on top of her, but otherwise, because of the range issue, if she's not on top of people, she can't really be relevant, and she's not very good in this draft, I feel. Would Rumble have been better? Maybe. Is Gen.G, where are you going?
Okay, they're trying to trap him here. Perfect is actually invulnerable as they're going to scoop him, and there goes Chovy. No more Karma. Barrel, he's got a Karma on his team now, and he's going to get a nice little shield. And that might just be enough as over the top goes Pyosik as he's looking for 8 kills in this one. They will just press all their buttons, smack them with their wallets, and put an end to this game. KT Roaster. 2-0 upset tonight.
They're changing the meaning of the E word, Valdez. Are the KT fans excited? No. They look and they see excellence. That is what we saw in this game. Excellence from KT. Game 1, Game 2, back-to-back a stomp over our, until this moment, undefeated 6-0 Gen.G. Now 6-1. And I don't know what happened over the Lunar New Year break, and sure, it wasn't perfect in the first game with some of the mistakes in the bottom lane, but KT come back with a vengeance. Pyosik shows up in a big way. And this is not the same team I watched 2 weeks ago. And they've shown they can definitely break through their own ceiling. I mean, every time this team wins, you want to believe. You want to believe. And I want to believe too, Valdez. We're going to have to wait and see what happens later on this week.
Yeah, I mean, KT are playing up against Nongshim, so certainly that'll prove to be a harder battle for them. But Gen.G, unfortunately, coming out a little bit flat, I would say, at the beginning of Game 1. I don't want to take anything away from KT. By the way, we've got some...
He passed the key.
He passed the key.
He got his certification, Valdez.
I'm like, did he write on blood on that? Like, what is going on? It was a tissue. It's not blood. It's fine. But, yes, he passed the Keen test. And, you know, I think he was actually going to get a solo kill if Canyon didn't show up in that moment in the Cassante versus Gwen. I do think picking Gwen Karma into Cassante and Nautilus, who can build OP magic resist items, is kind of rough, but it
Nautilus
is what it is.
Also, it's a bit of an issue in terms of what he can do to a Gwen to stop her from being able to move, which is problematic.
That's like, what? You guys knew I was good? Like, this shouldn't be a surprise.
Barrel getting a big cheer as well. See if he ends up getting the POG. Because I think, you know, Pyosik could get the angle, but You love to see the shaking hands as well, because that's how you know a man is pumped. That's how you know a man has got his adrenaline going. That's how you know Perfect is a real gamer, and he gamed hard today. And, you know, he played very well against arguably the best top laner in the LCK. You know, Zeus on his best day, obviously. I just mean in terms of consistency, matchups, champion pool, right? I would say right now I would put Zeus at #1, just to clarify. But he was the top laner on the first place team, Valdez, that you just beat right there.
And it's pretty hot. You can see the sun there. This is the summer of KT.
It's always the summer of KT.
It's not summer. Yeah, we're in week 4 of spring, but it's still the summer of KT.
Well, to be fair, Valdez, the weather has been unusually and uncharacteristically warm the last few days.
True.
That could be the implication.
It's been very nice.
Yeah. It should have been assigned to us that KT was going to stomp Gen.G 2-0.
I guess so. You know, there was, I believe all of us went for Gen.G on the Preds.
Yes.
There was one based chat voter for KT on the Korean side. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but there was someone. I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, somebody
maybe in
did.
Series 2. So somebody believed. And, I mean, maybe we all should have believed, because this was a stomp. Gen.G were a bit sleepy. KT Rolster, they came out to play. They played with excellence, as you mentioned. And it ended up not really being a very close series, as I get the confirmation it was Pony, and he was
Pony?
the original KT believer.
Yeah, he really was. Like, he was even more hipster than me when he was going for KT last year.
Yep.
He was the OG KT believer. As we'll watch this final moment here.
They're already
Karma no flash.
Yeah, that's what they're all yelling. Like, just go for Karma. She doesn't have flash. It's easy pickings.
Yeah. Canyon just trying to put up his ult here to stop them from getting through. It's just not going to work. BDD, man, he's hyped. Finish it, finish it. Shiwanhane, which is kind of like, feels nice. It's a very difficult phrase to translate, but feels good to beat Gen.G. And how dare y'all, it says, and then also great job, Barrel. Yeah.
I agree, you know. And a shout out to BDD as well.
I always love my BDD shoutouts. Pays, like, the damage number looks high because Lucian hit a Nautilus a lot and a Cassante a lot, but wasn't able to do any impactful damage to the backline, where BD is always waiting to shuffle and look for a follow-up, or Deft is just outranging and doing healing while also doing damage. KT stomp it 2-0. I just didn't see this coming, but it was good play.
I think I always saw the flag with the 2 summer titles. I'm like, yeah, maybe it is the summer of KT. I don't know. They're looking really good. At least here in this match, they absolutely stomped Gen.G, and we are done with the first series already. So let's hand it over to the space and see what they thought about that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely amazing cast on the day. I did like Wolf talking about ripping hearts out and leaving them in the mid lane, because I think that's what will bring Beryl a POG for this one. Absolutely amazing stuff by KT. Let's dive into the draft, because I saw the first pick and I was like, all right, pack it up.
I was actually a big fan, I think, that of the Gen.G draft, because they got Karma, great start there, and Lucian Melios, we saw in last game, struggles with 2 things, busting tanks and engaging. So then, in second rotation, they drafted J4 and Gwen. And Gwen is a decent matchup into Cassante. I don't think that Viego, like, stomps Jarvan in any way, right? Jarvan is a pick that I think is really resilient to getting countered or banned out, Poppy notwithstanding, which is why that was banned. So I sold this from Gen.G, and I'm like, okay, looking good for a game number 3. Chovy on a huge power pick, Canyon on an engaging character. Gen.G shores everything up.
I think the issue for me was really letting the Senna go up again. I think Deft's an excellent Senna, but also you do 2 things. One, you give a decent amount of sustain on the pick, which works really well against like the burst factor of the Lucian Karma. But more importantly, you allow Beryl to farm and Beryl to be tanky, and that is a dangerous thing to give this man extra resistances, because he really made use of them in a lot of those situations, and it kind of just formed this brick wall in this composition. I saw the Karma, I was talking so much about this getting buffed, and like the Malignant Spike is really big, and then you just
kept saying, it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. And then Beryl just kind of stood there and just like taunted Chovy and was like, hit me. And then he pops W and it just soaked it. Really did not sell the Karma this game, but I think Beryl and Def did an excellent job again on the Nautilus Senna.
And the Koenig Rooken as well on Perfect. I think Chovy got through it in one Mantrid Q. So that, I think, demonstrates the power of the Malignant's Karma a lot, because that item is broken, and he was playing Cassante.
Koenig is more broken.
Exactly. I mean, there's just a few broken things going on in this game, and one of them was a broken dive on the bottom side of the map. Let's dive into that first here, because this did not quite work out for Gen.G the way they wanted, and Beryl sitting there saying what he said.
Yeah, basically everything going wrong there, right? Lahens gets aggro after it's dropped. Deft doesn't even hit the flash over the EQ, gets knocked up, but it still is too much damage.
And also, in this situation that focused on the Senna, even if they do trade kills with the Senna, the Nautilus will still be there to farm. It's not as impactful as killing the AD carry in other comps, and then as a continuation in the early game, we see this play go horribly wrong again for Gen.G.
And Pioshik, again, I think having an absolutely insane time here. The jungle gap was absolutely, like, mind-blowingly big. And this might be one of the reasons why we've only seen Canyon on tanks this split, because I think even there, like, if he flashes that stun, if he flashes the Q from Cassante, he lives. Like, there was no reason for him to die there the way that he did. And it really started off the snowball of Pioshik again getting every single objective.
The fact that he got more Void Grubs, he got more farm, he had more impact in those ganks, you know, it just felt like everything was going in favor of Pioshik. And we saw there being a big, significant lead towards KT after the early game. A lot of it was in the jungle. And a pick like Cassante, you know, sorry, not Cassante, a pick like Viego, we've seen all these tank junglers, so if you get a lead, you're a bit tankier. But if you're fed on Viego, it has such an impact in these fights.
And it's a little bit butterfly effect as well, right? Because the fact that he was in that top lane meant that the Gwen counterpick into the Cassante doesn't really exist anymore, right? You get to that Rooken a little bit earlier, you get that magic resist online, and then Perfect is just able to Cassante just as much as he was in game number one. And so I think it does stem from this.
Yeah, and what's remarkable to me is just the fact that in general, Perfect did really well into Keen. And I think it was the top duo for Gen.G in particular that really wasn't showing their normal form today.
No, exactly right. And then on top of that, there was Beryl. The enigma that is Beryl. What is going through his mind, we will never know. But what happened after this play was they won.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear he wants to stop the recall, and then here...
Was it though? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he just wanted to take it into territory.
This was not a plan, okay?
It was 100% a plan, Chronicler.
Gen.G are like, look, we don't need to commit that much to kill him, he's overextended. It's a very late ult from Canyon, and he actually went down to 32 health at that point. That was the lowest he went, so close to going down. But even if he did go down, it's such an overcommit where you end up losing your jungler, but the fact you keep Beryl as well is just so devastating.
And it's somewhat of a lack of respect, but I think it also comes from the fact that, again, KT at this point were like 3k gold up already. They were very far ahead in objectives. And I think that Gen.G felt like pushed into a corner, felt like they had to make a play. And if they just start off with holding on Beryl, I think they can get the kill there.
I think Beryl does such a good job here. You can see Chovy launching Mantra Qs, and he just keeps blocking them, not allowing his backline to get poked out. So when the fight does start, sure, Beryl's low on HP again, but the rest of his backline are healthy enough to follow through on this fight, and they're just able to clean this up, especially with the Viego. Once you get momentum in a fight, you just win the whole thing.
Just one of those games, right? Sometimes you roll the Beryl dice and you see what you get. It has a whole lot of different sides. They're all very different and very strange. And sometimes you roll high. So incredible game by both the top side of the map, as you very well said, Chronicler, but also I think Beryl and Deft having a good time, and BDD was BDD. Played Talir and Azir, his two most famous champions, and did extraordinarily well. Let's see who picks up POG for this one. I think maybe a little bit more difficult than the first time around, and it will be Beryl. There is a god. We are saved from voters like Chronicler.
Wow. Just getting thrown in the bus when
I was very upset.
Ox also voted for my boy Pioshik, because I think that Beryl had a really good game, but I also think that the play in mid could have backfired. It didn't. And I want to go back to what was mentioned earlier, specifically what Ox said about the level of agency that Beryl gets with Senna. And I really feel like at this point, from this point onward, Senna needs to be a ban against KT because Deft plays amazingly on it. It really works with their team fighting style, and it allows Beryl to have full reign. And with how good his split has been thus far, I don't think you can try and deal with that and just accept that that's a thing that's going to happen.
I think as well, like obviously you could say like the game's going to play out differently if he doesn't have the Senna, but if you look at the amount of plays on this Nautilus, he's going down to critical levels of health, but surviving. The extra gold he has is making a difference. Extra bulkiness, being able to stand in front of a Malignant's Karma and actually just soak the Manta Qs. All of this has come from the fact that he was given that resource from being with the Senna that you wouldn't get otherwise.
Yep. I love the BDD vote as well, actually, because BDD has just been, I don't even know, did he die once today? Might have just had like...
He did, but like after hitting 3 people with an ultimate.
Yeah.
He hit
It's
Chovy
really clean.
with every ult in
Really
team fights
clean.
as well. So yeah, no, he was absolutely clean. I think shout out to the Vietnamese cast for that one, although Beryl was obviously the right choice. It's now time to throw it over to Deer to get into the interview.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Pyoshik and Beryl on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations!
네, 호응이 정말 뜨겁습니다. 젠지의 연승을 저지한 거 바로 KT 롤스터였습니다.
So the one who ended Gen.G's winning streak was KT Rolster. How does it feel to get a 2-0 victory? Pyoshik? I'm very happy to get a 2-0 victory. Before the draft phase in Game 1, the basic rule of thumb is that in the LCK, if the jungler gets the POG in Game 1, that we actually win the entire match. So it looks like, Pyoshik, you are the living proof of that rule. And Beryl, how do you feel? Up until we sat down today on the stage, we were in a really good mood, but I got super nervous the moment that we sat down and started the game, but I'm really glad that we got the victory. And Pyoshik, with how hard you carried, we were expecting a cool victory ceremony, but you didn't do anything, so how come? In 2022, I was trying to make it really fun and exciting for the fans. I used to do a lot of victory ceremonies. I think what I do really depends on my mood, and I feel like maybe right now it's just not the right time. I feel like maybe right now I don't feel too comfortable. My heart doesn't feel right to do it, so that's why. But in the further we climb, maybe I will do some more victory ceremonies in the future. And Beryl, against the undefeated Gen.G, you guys showed such a refreshing performance. So what do you think you guys worked on supplementing during the holidays? Now we took a break. And after we got some rest, I feel like we just went back to our pro gamer life. And did you know, Pyoshik, in the LCK, Lee Sin currently has a score of 4 wins and 8 losses, and 3 of the 4 wins are yours. And you really displayed the pinnacle of Lee Sin play. So what do you think makes your Lee Sin so different from other Lee Sins? Within the LCK, there are a lot of really good Lee Sin players. So I feel like the coaching staff really works hard to create a draft that works well for Lee Sins, and I think that's why it worked really well today. And your synergy with BDD's Talia also stood out. And the analysts asked me, they said that it was so difficult to vote for a POG today. Did you expect to get a POG today? I feel like this is something that you don't normally see in an aggressive Lee Sin, and that's probably why, and I think I was definitely expecting a POG today. And so looking at Game 2's draft, with the big patch update for 14.2, you left Karma open despite the big buff. So why? What was it? Why did we Why do we leave Karma open? It's because BTD is a really good Karma player as well. So whenever we ask BDD, what are you confident with? He says that he's confident against any champion. So I think that's why we left it open. And in game 2, the way you countered the dive at bot barrel was crucial. So let's take a look at the replay. What did you think of this moment? In game, you know, I didn't expect the dive, but they actually dove in and they rushed it. But I think we were able to take a huge advantage here. And he says, of course this won't work. You would know if you tried it before. So is this just how confident you are with the Senna Nautilus comp? Of course, when it comes to climbing even harder and higher, being confident in game and making confident plays is what matters the most. And the commentators, the casters actually said that Fed Barrel is just so strong. And so do you think you just become even more confident when it comes to playmaking when you are Fed? I feel like, yeah, especially because I was so rich as a support today, I got even more confident. And Perfect, during the holidays, we were told that he was focusing on practice, sacrificing his breaks. So I think that's why it was shown in the match today. And he definitely passed the keen test perfectly. So what would you like to say to Perfect? While all of us was having a sweet break, I saw how hard Perfect was practicing in game. And I believe that's what really paid off and what got us our victory. So you're thankful? Yeah, I hope he keeps it up in the future as well. Just keep it up. Keep doing what you're doing right now. Yeah, so Perfect. I saw he was eating late at night and he wasn't even going home. So I know that he's how diligent and hardworking as a player he is. Now KT Roaster was able to secure their 3rd consecutive win. And your next opponent will be Nongshim Red Force. Any word for your fans? We got our victory against Gen.G, but we are definitely capable of losing against Nongshim. So that's just how much work we'll put into not losing against them. We will make sure that we're prepared. And we will return in a good form. Thank you. And Beryl. From watching a lot of matches, I feel like even mid to bottom tier teams definitely have a lot of potential. So we won't get ahead of ourselves, so we will make sure that we are not caught off guard and make sure that we are ready for our next match. And this will be the end of the interview with Pyoshik and Beryl of KT Roaster, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the interview translation. Absolutely fantastic to hear from both Pyoshik and Beryl. It always kind of weirds me out, you know? I just feel like we're in a DRX interview. I've just been thrown back 3 years. But let's have a look at the standings as Gen.G remain in first place. Fair few 2-0s and things like this, but I mean, they are so close to T1 now. Especially because they lost 0-2 for T1 now. If they get a win in any shape or form, they're able to pull ahead. So actually a really, really big win here, both for KTU. I think even if Kwangdong end up getting a win, which is expected in the next series, they're not that close. Like, this was a really, really big moment for KT. And also highlights that we were talking at the top of the day, T1 versus Gen.G, that seems to be kind of the given norm. Well, maybe KT contesting as well.
But even that Honolife Esports matchup against Gen.G late in the week, the fact you've seen Gen.G get 2-0'd, you're now in much closer distance thanks to that as well. They could look to overtake and challenge that sort of top 2 of T1 Gen.G in that match later this week.
And also, Peanut knows these players extraordinarily well. That is definitely going to be a matchup to look forward to. This is another one, DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks. We just saw POG interviews with Beryl and Kyoshik. Maybe that says good things about DRX moving into the future. I don't know, maybe this is the week of DRX. We'll see whether they can do it. We are going to go to a bit of a break, and then we will be back with our second series of the night.
스프링 우승이 가장 기억이 남는 것 같고요. 작년에 좋은 기억 가지고 있는 팀원들을 상대편으로 만났는데 제가 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다.
이미 뜨겁습니다. 페이지와 딜라이트.
정신 똑바로 차리고 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같고.
젠지가 쓸어가고 됩니다.
저 하나 1등 하고 있던데 한번 열심히 해서 뺏어볼게. 기다리고 있어라. 한중이 형 잘 잘해줘요.
아 근데 윌러 좀 잘생기긴 했네 확실히. 윌러 형 잘생겼지.
창현이가 더 잘생겼지.
그렇긴 함.
맞더라도. 요새 사람들은 창현이 같은 얼굴도 좋아해.
그것도 맞지. 아 괜한 자신감 주지 마라. 악영향 줬다. 나 심장 터질 것 같아 어떡해. 그래? 똥 싸. 롤 똥 싸 그냥.
혹시 D 전멸인 사람?
저요. 누구? 저요.
망호 형 D였어?
D인데?
아 그래? 나 몰랐어 지금까지.
F가 근본이야. D냐?
F지.
너 알고 있었어 F인 거. 아 D 종자가 있네 여기. TD 종자라고 볼 수 있죠.
가기가 어렵습니다. 루시드는
한 번 더? 네, 또 탔어요. 피드 쪽도 못 들고요.
또 탔어요. 아름다운 무비.
이거 둘이 합체했는데요?
예.
이런 기술이 존재했나요, 협곡에?
새로 배워가는군요.
네.
정지됐나요?
여기까지 갈래?
뭐야? 야, 2명 탔다.
야, 2명이 타다.
아, 타면 안 되는데? 아, 저 일단 박아. 일단 박아. 뭐야? 잠시만. 풀어야 되는 거 아니에요?
뭐야? 왜 한 방에... 뭐야? 퍼져. 뭐야? 이거 전령이 한 방에 켜주는데요?
근데 버그 썼어요. 저희 게임 못 하겠습니다 이거.
전령 둘이 같이 탔는데?
아니, 시영 아니고 정글이 타야지.
서포 그만 타라고!
아니, 이걸 왜 이렇게 운전 욕심하잖아요. 뭐야 이거?
나 몰랐어. 근데 이거 뭐 어떻게 해?
아니
뭘 어떻게 왜 타냐고?
왜 타냐고요?
아, 탈 수도 있지. 캐리어는 왜 탔어 그러면? 아, 미드 갈게. 다시 미드 갈게. 자, 이제 캐리어 탈 때도 뭐라 해라 그러면. 혼자 탔잖아요.
형 제가 탈게요.
조수석에도 핸들이 있네. 나 못 탔겠는데?
크로노 브레이크 사용하십니까?
네. 나 한 번만 더 타기만 해. 내가 탄다.
제발.
알았어. 알았어. 아, 씨. 말이 없네 그냥.
불이다. 반응이 불이야. 반응이 불이야.
불샷, 불스 원샷.
찔 때랑은 살짝 다른 느낌이긴 하다.
더 재밌는데 난? 더 재밌어? 더 재밌다.
게임 집중해서 즐기고 와.
잘해봅시다.
재밌게 하자 재밌게.
재밌어. 오케이.
파이팅. 애매할 땐 하지 마.
애매하면 안 하는 게 나아. 1번인데 밟아줘. 야, 보자. 아, 이길 말해.
그러면 높을 쌓고. 야 나이스.
야, 나이스. 이긴다니까.
불 있어.
불 빼자. 오케이, 동겨.
이거 보는 간수 아니야?
괜찮았는데 이게 살짝 애매했다.
까비.
좋았어 근데 보는 거.
얘 여기 갈 수 있다.
아니야. 빼.
물려 맞아. 야 건다. 야 싸움봐.
찬생.
맞아. 나 죽었어.
소세 이겨.
이겼어. 빨랐어 그냥.
너무 좋았다 얘들아.
오케이.
나이스. 그냥 청소기였어 형들.
고마워요 우리 팀.
마운 높여.
밀고 들어가.
야, 들어가.
밀고 들어가. 야 계속 있어.
움직여.
나이스. 응징해버려.
이게 누구야? 이게 불이야.
이게 뭐야?
And doesn't commit. Oh, now he can use it to defend Baron. Yeah, and now they have space check, and Kingen has to try and run away. The seismic shove doesn't find him there. And these 80 carries just can't do anything. There's the knockup from Cuz! And Guangdong Freaks, 3 in a row, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's gonna stop there. This team looks so incredibly good. Very tanky and able to get himself out of there, but I don't know whether it necessarily worked out the best.
Never let Peter drive again.
Oh, there's the ulti from Zundun. Finds Dor, and then immediately he goes back. Zeka delivers him a package, but meanwhile, she was going down exceptionally low, and Viper picks up the kill onto Peanut. Sylvie's also going to die, and Zeka moves to 3 kills.
Bulldog will have teleport here shortly. Kind of hiding off in the side lane right now, could threaten that turret and then join the fight if he wants to here to defend against this Herald. And this turret's so healthy.
Oh, they had no idea. Oh, they just both got demolished there in the mid lane. Yeah, Toby was just hanging around, and maybe they thought it was a fake, but he immediately just ulted on top of them. Can he get the 1v1? He's trying desperately. He gets some help from his team, but look at Bulldog in the backside. Picking up pace. This is insanity. How are Guangdong Freaks win? Never mind, this is Cassante. Oh, Dudu comes back. He's trying to help out. Can he take down Keen? I'm curious about this 1v1 now. Who is the better top laner in this position? It looks like Keen as he's over the wall. Dudu trying to hit the fuse, and it's not gonna matter. Still a thing.
Oh.
Nice.
I love the Herald, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the siege is pretty good too. Never mind. I immediately cursed it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. They're all just standing on the wall and 4 people get hit by the shockwave.
See if Priyan can kill Owner again.
they're trying to find someone to engage on, but Harry this. Oh, that's the combo. There it is. And now Simmer. Oh no! You poor AD carry 2024. Yeah, he didn't last very long there. And now Faker's in the base. This is W.
Get out of that situation. He will have Flash though, for what feels like the first time this game. And that has just come off cooldown now. So that's certainly good. But now he's going to get stunned, and this could just be it. There's the ulti from Closer. Sylvie, he comes forward. That's a cute little flash, as now Colmy's walking the wrong direction. And the W comes through. Harpoon lands onto Sylvie as well.
blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. Sets the world on fire, and I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a I'm a fighter.
발렌타인
최고의 선물은 DRX 승리.
파이팅!
광동 파이팅.
강동
프릭스
파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got DRX up against the Guangdong Freaks, and you might be thinking, hey, DRX haven't been on too good of a run, and Guangdong Freaks, I don't remember them being that good. They're really good. They're actually on the west side of the bracket. They're one of our better teams at this current moment, so definitely the favorites coming into this one.
In their first game against Gen.G last week, they actually, or 2 weeks ago, or last week of LCK play, they played a very close first game. The second game, they fell behind early. They really did run that game to its conclusion very quickly. But the first half of that series looked very good. The CV Max has said, yeah, we lost, a little bit disappointing that they weren't able to get the win over Gen.G, but look, it's Gen.G. We played them close. And I think that Guangdong Freaks have really stabilized in a lot of ways, but the mid and jungle duo has really massively improved, and I think that's one of the things that we're going to be focusing on today going into DRX. And you can see there's a pretty clear divide between where Guangdong Freaks sits right now as one of our former Eastern teams here in DRX, who've only gotten that one win over Bro, and they barely got him. It was a close series, to be sure.
It was very close, and, DRX last time out found themselves in a rough spot against KT, and, we saw a crying sponge. Maybe they can bounce off of that and try to make something of it, but Guangdong Freaks, definitely feeling pretty good right now, especially with the addition of Bull, who did come in a while ago now at this point. DRX showed their potential, and Guangdong Freaks got their win streak broken by Gen.G, but at the same time, still feeling like that's, a Gen.G issue more than a Guangdong Freaks issue. Rookie jungler faces the veteran. Sponge, can he bounce back against Cuz?
Yeah, breaking down after having a really rough series. And Cuz, who could be the best jungler in the LCK on his best day, right? I mean, he's looked so good. Playing around bottom side, playing with Bulldog in mid, and top lane doesn't matter. So those are the two things that we actually had to talk about. And look, Cuz, we were a little bit worried at the beginning because he was making aggressive plays. The team wasn't always following up. So it looked like, okay, Cuz is actually kind of the one-man team trying to go in and force these plays to work. But now his team is actually playing around him. Now the synergy is starting to come through. And he's one of the big reasons why I worry that Sponge may find himself in a similar fate to where Canyon found himself in our previous series.
Yeah, it can be a bit of an issue, but let's take a look at the bot matchup. An intense battle is expected as the bot duos have high kill counts on both sides, but which duo will win the intense bot lane matchup? I feel like you do have to give, I'd say, a slight advantage over to Bull and Andal. They have been looking really revitalized. Bull coming in, we weren't expecting this performance, but he looks great. But Teddy did look good the last time, and Pleta has been just their best player, even through the wins and the losses for this team. So maybe they're on the up and up.
Yeah. Also, important to note that Bull has played less games, technically, than those other duos, just because he came in a little bit later. So he might be able to kind of buck that 5 into a 6-7 and pass his opponent there in terms of how this looks when we walk away from today. As it's a really important matchup for Kwangdong Freaks, and they have a lot of matches coming up where they're massive favorites, right? They play against DRX, they play against FearX, Bro back to back, right? And then eventually they hit Gen.G for a second time, so it's going to ramp up again. Rascal fan here. But I think if you lose here, maybe you lose some of that momentum, FearX. If you lose to DRX, you could definitely lose to FearX, right? So this is a matchup where you expect to 2-0, and I think if you're Kwangdong, you definitely better do it.
I mean, that's certainly, as you mentioned, the expectation. So they will have that pressure. DRX coming in, looking for a second victory. I'm not really sure what to expect from this team, to be honest. I think the last time they were out, they looked better than we have seen from them. But it was kind of a devastating loss. I think this is really the turning point in their season, potentially, where even if they don't beat Kwangdong Freaks, if they have another strong performance, maybe we can say, okay, well, it's just kind of Bro that's down there at the bottom. Before that, it was kind of like, well, DRX are somewhat lumped in with them, but perhaps DRX can get this as kind of the starting block for a new chapter at the end of round 1, moving into round 2.
Yeah, the bottom lane is the way to attack this as DRX. You want to play through Pleta. He and Teddy are your best players right now. Now, the other side here is Kwangdong Freaks. My most curious point going into this is they get a huge cheer from the crowd. A lot of new fans for this team ever since Bull joined. My most curious point is going to be, it's a new patch. How much are they cooking? Does Bulldog have something unusual? He's not going to be the season's first Karma mid because Chovy already took that away from him. But what sort of plan does this team have coming forward? We've seen Bulldog play away already. It's been buffed. Might be something that we see in this series. I think as Kwangdong, you could either approach this series with a 14.1 mindset and say, well, this is an easier opponent. I want to actually just kind of roll with what we know already and then adjust to the meta. Or you can just bust out of the gates knowing you're the favorite and actually bring something cool to the table. I think both possibilities are definitely there.
Yeah, we are going to highlight this AD carry matchup. As you'll note, Teddy has picked up a bunch of big numbers for the team. Now, some of these numbers are kind of the ones where we say, okay, well, keep in mind this is kind of not always what you want to see, but Teddy is doing a lot with less gold than other AD carries because even from behind, he's able to do a lot for the team. But everything kind of revolves around him. Same for Bull, with that very high kill participation.
Yeah, some of these stats, of course, a little bit warped by Senna, but
yes,
always have to put that out there. But he played a fantastic game of Jinx, for example, in that win against Bro. So I think where your bread is buttered right now, the place you can trust as DRX is Pleta. He's a fantastic support player. Absolutely can trust him. Teddy's a veteran, and he's putting up numbers. He's actually team fighting well, even when his team is collapsing around him. You do not want to put your draft priority on Rascal in the top lane where he's not having his best year. He didn't have his best year last year either, and the top lane is one of the less relevant places. You also don't want to be putting your eggs in the rookie sponge basket, nor I think Satab, who's had weak performances. I think these drafts need to be centered around getting bump prio, getting Teddy agency.
Centered?
Centered.
With the Senna?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to...
No, we will roll with it. Oh, yeah.
I messed up your rants.
No, but
you're right.
I think that should be reflected in this draft. And if we see something like a first pick for Satab here, I'm going to be concerned about this. Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, I do agree. And I think they have side selection based on the fact that they walked out first.
Yeah.
And you would pick blue in that scenario, right? If you're trying to play for your solo lanes, I think picking red can be fine. Although, it's the first day on a new patch, and I think already we have seen that, hey, Senna's still really good. If you can pilot it, and getting that first pick karma doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win 100%, although it did still feel like a pretty good pick. So we will see what eventually the choice is on the side selection as we're just gearing up to get into this game.
I think Plata has been one of the biggest surprises for people for this this year. Because, I mean, yeah, people saw him in Challengers, right? And he looked pretty good, but, you know, looking at that bottom lane, a lot of people are like, okay, it's Plata. How good is he going to turn out to be really? And then Teddy, who's an extreme veteran, but, like, is he on form right now? We're not sure. And I think that if you're DRX, you need to clutch onto and hold onto tightly that one lane that you have that is safe, the one lane that is likely not going to mess it up, and then hope everything else falls into place. And if you could somehow draft around that, you could somehow just play a little bit more utility mid. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe, you know, you give Karma to Tab and just let him push waves. We'll find out.
I think that would be good. Karma, at the end of the day, is not overly complex in this current state, I would say. A lot of do damage and shield your allies, survive with W at times. Let's see what this draft does hold in store, though. The Kalista and the Vi banned away. A lot of Vi bans today, just in both series.
I think it's because it's Pyosik and Cuz, right? And quite good Vi players to take it away from, as Karma has not yet hit the list, nor has Maokai. So once again on blue side, DRX begging Guangdong Freaks to choose or to leave both open. And that's why this is going to tick for a little bit here on the side of Guangdong Freaks. Probably surprised to see put in this situation, as we saw last time the Maokai ban and Karma first pick. CVMAX giving the go-ahead on the call is to leave both open. And Udyr will be banned first. It will be first pick Karma. So already feeling pretty good about your chances potentially in that bottom lane to get Teddy ahead. Could play Karma Ezreal buffed on this patch as well. We'll see what they decide to do.
So they're playing Senna, right?
I mean...
Or will they fall into the Lucian Melio? I don't want to call it a trap.
Well, I think...
Very strong.
I mean, I think Guangdong picking Senna here is fairly risky because Karma could just hard push that lane, and, you know, it can get very difficult to play out. But we saw last series that it worked out anyways. Obviously, the Karma didn't end up being the one, but they went for the Lucian Melio. So could it just be Karma Nautilus here, or grabbing a jungler is also fine.
And I feel like the Karma is very flexible. I wouldn't be surprised if Guangdong Freaks are like, okay, well, there's a pretty high chance that should go into the mid lane. Just we saw what the Prio was able to do in the last game, right?
Or just walk Hui.
That's also an option you do have available to you.
Yeah, I thought Chovy was going to play it last series, but I think that series got a little away from him very quickly. So Hui technically viable in the bot lane here, but probably going to be a Bulldog pick here. Don't think you really needed to show your hand on this one this early in the draft. Could have picked a jungle, could have picked Nautilus. You're likely laning into Lucian Melio here, or some sort of Karma lane, but you already priced yourself into that with the Senna pick anyways. So a bit of a strange priority on this one, but we'll see if it does get punished in any ways. It is just going to be that Senna Nautilus.
I think the Hui is fine. It can match wave clear with the Karma. I don't think nearly as early on, because Karma gets a Mantra at level 1, obviously, so you can just Q and Mantra Q, and you've got that wave cleared, but eventually Hui is going to be able to match.
He will have some mana issues, you know, I think in the first few backs, but then eventually he's going to be fine. And his mana did get buffed a little bit to compensate the mana cost. Not on this patch, but previously. But anyway, he's going to be able to eventually, as you say, deal with that. And Jarvan's taken off the board. Obviously, immobile Senna, immobile Hui here. So don't want to deal with that. I think that's a respectable ban. Might just see the Lee Sin to follow. Another very strong pick at getting that backline access. Works very well with the Karma. See what they plan. I mean, Viego was the other pick that we saw Pyosik find great success with, but it's going to be Xin Zhao instead. And final ban here, you could just once again target the top lane. Maybe the Viego ban from them themselves.
Yeah, Viego used to be played in the top lane.
True.
But yeah, K'Sante, Udyr are both banned. What are these top laners going to play? I mean, that's the whole pool.
Oh, no!
But you can't play anything else. Look at this. They're like, I don't know.
Better lock the jungle first.
Yeah.
What are you going to pick? I want to see and react.
We need some more time to think about this. I mean, I was going to play K'Sante.
Yeah, I was thinking about K'Sante, but then I thought, oh, if that's banned, I'll play Udyr. But we banned Udyr. So it's just it's a little tricky, but you know, this having red side here is going to feel pretty nice when the two mains are pulled out. Is be Poppy into Lisa, and it feels pretty nice as Corki was left open. Karma Flex going into the top lane here as Poppy will be jungle, of course, and Really interesting, but what are they going to pick into Karma? Because now you have an opportunity as Dudu here to try to have some sort of answer. You could play Camille. That's exactly what I was thinking. Camille lock down the Karma. Aatrox feels a little bit tougher to actually play out because Karma could just speed her way out of the chains. It's a little bit tougher to hit those Qs. Really like the Camille angle, to be honest. But it'll be Aatrox.
Yeah.
Much to chagrin of Atlas, is probably like, no! I mean, next stage somewhere.
Dudu, most played on the Aatrox. He has 6 games in it. I think it's, you know, it's pretty comfortable. He can play it well in team fights at the end of the day. And it's still a pretty strong pick, so maybe just a bit of, you know, tier listing, a little bit of comfort, and I think it's fine. Camille would have been fun to see, though, for sure.
See what rune choice Rascal goes for here, if he's just going to go for Airy, or if he wants to like do something crazy, go First Strike and try to farm gold out of it. I'm really curious to see what he's going to end up going for there. And also I think Dudu can, if he plays very well and he plays very aggressively, get advantages in this lane. But the problem is you're mostly just going to be eating waves, and you know, Karma's going to push. Does put a lot of burden onto Cuz to actually potentially come up and threaten that Karma, but then you also have, you know, your bottom lane is getting pushed in as well. So Cuz is going to have to juggle where he wants to actually relieve a lot of that prio, because I think DRX ended up with a really awesome draft here in that they have the Karma, which is strong at getting prio. They have Corki for late game scaling, and obviously they're going to have some pushing power bottom too. Very, very strong and good draft here for DRX. I was very concerned, but I shouldn't be.
Simon was like, I want one of these 3 gifts for Valentine's. A win for Guangdong, a house in a very expensive neighborhood, or winning the lottery. One of those should work out, right? I wonder which one. We'll see if it does work out as we hop into the Rift for game number 1. Here we go. Game number 1. As we do begin our second series of the night. You may have missed it, the first series. Cover your ears if you don't want spoilers. KT Rolster with the upset 2-0 victory over Gen.G. Just looked like the better team.
Yeah.
Through and through. Pretty much every lane was winning. For the side of KT, it was pretty fast. That's why we're already beginning this one.
That's very quick. Sponge going to get over here and grab that ward on the red spawn, and
you know, it's pretty funny. Sponge playing Poppy in this game. The series against KT, he had like so many Barons stolen away from him. Poppy's really good at denying that.
True.
Right? You can knock the Lee Sin away. You can Steadfast Presence to deny him entry.
Stop him from getting in the pit, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I see the angle here, Sponge.
It's just going to be the standard Airy runes here for Rascal. I just always get excited when you have the potential of going for a strike on a champ like this, just because it's really easy. And I like gold, but it definitely makes more sense to go this tree so you can get mana flow ban.
Wolf's actually a dragon. That's what we're learning here.
Yeah.
He likes to sit on his pile of gold.
That's what I love.
In the cave.
Or in the top lane if I'm playing top Karma and going for a strike. And
yeah.
My teammates are not happy about it. But, you know, Valdez, I think that I'm looking at the DRX draft. I got hope, right? I feel like this draft has good objective control, especially early. The prio they're going to try to get, package going to come out. You're going to have a lot of team fighting power there before Senna starts to come online. Play super immobile, very risky champion. We saw Bulldog try to play this earlier on in the season. It did not go well. I'm not saying it's not going to happen as yet. No one likes to remember these times.
Hoya! Oh wait, no, it was Verse Hoya. It was Doran.
And Rascal, 5-1. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, there was a time where Karma was being flexed a bunch into the top lane. And it was pretty good, but it didn't last a very long time. Rascal was finding a lot of success at that time. Sponge goes full clear on the bottom side, and now he's trying to get in onto Cuz, and, you know, he's going to have a pretty easy time of this fight. Let's see the smite on this one. Uh-oh, that's not a good start.
Well,
Cuz is going to win that smite fight.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but Cuz will also have to leave because it's Senna, not Atlas, so they're kind of busy trying to catch what minions they can under turret, because that's just how this goes. Sponge cannot dive this. There is no world that in which a Poppy actually makes that work, so glad he just going to drop a ward. I actually had that up already. Just going to hang out for a minute, still pass by, and then leave, because there's just no way you can actually do anything there. Take the blue buff, because obviously reacts, goes and takes the blue buff himself, as he knows that there's just no way he is needed down here, with Nautilus being so good at stopping those dives. In the top lane, it's Aatrox already under turret. You know, this is how it goes. Karma's pushing it. She's pushing it as fast as she can. Okay.
That's a hook, a root onto Pleta, but it's Emilio, so he doesn't really care. Teddy is dashing in very aggressively, gonna land his Ignite by pressing the button on the enemy champion. Poppy was still in the area, but will he go for it? I mean, he's made this vertical jungle happen.
Yeah.
Had the prey on the bottom side, so he can always threaten it. Looks like he's coming in now on Bull. Not going to be in the greatest of spots here as he tries to flash away, and he's invisible. Trying to get in range here, but even on the extension of the Q, it's not going to matter, and Bull gets away.
Bull just straight up walks at him point blank range, makes sure he can hit the root, and then gets out of there. Double summoner is used, but now...
Nice. It's Nautilus, okay. Maybe second go around you could, but gonna kind of push him away at least, I suppose.
Grab some split plate gold and deny a little bit of farm there. I mean, he is significantly behind Teddy right now in terms of farm. That's obviously quite natural with how these lanes go. But yeah, great defense there from Bull, getting out of there with his life. And we'll pick up a refillable and head back to lane.
And his support item.
Yeah, support item as well. It's Doran's ring start. Or Doran's blade start. Ring start here for Rascal as he is he's doing Karma things.
Yeah. I don't feel like the Karma should be in danger pretty much ever. Maybe like later on when Aatrox gets at least an item or two. If you get like a big combo down and Rascal messes something up, because you have RW to survive, you also are just so fast and you have multiple slows. So I would imagine, as you were saying, Rascal should be fine to just push that lane and pretty much just not interact.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to interact, basically, and I think the only way he's in danger is if Cuz tries to come up and make a play. Cuz is on Dragon now, and Bulldog.
Yeah, he's going to take some damage. Now it is a Corki lane, he's ganking, so... At the end of the day, it looks like the bottom lane was also pushed in, so Bull and Ando going to come up, and that's an early Ocean Drake for Kwangdong Freaks. That's going to feel very nice, actually.
It does feel good. I think, you know, despite what looked like an opportunity on the Bulldog there, there's nothing they can do to come and contest this. Sponge will have to head topside here and use that Karma Prio. This Prio doesn't feel as good as bot Prio, though, does it? Not as much, especially when you're trading Dragon for the... grubs, and Cuz is going to scout this out. I don't think he wants to commit to a steal. It's just not
He'd love to get one, and I think he will. He has Smite. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That feels very good. Steadfast Presence is going to deny any interaction here as well.
I mean, also, you know, Bulldog was pushing mid, so he actually had cover to go in and commit to this, and there was just no way Setab, as a level 7 Corki, was going to be able to really impact the play. So he just gets in and takes it away.
Getting flanked by a Karma, but I mean, they've got the Aatrox in here. Cuz is going to dash away. Chain's going to land here as Rascal picks up first blood, and the tether is good for it. Sponge is doing the Rift Scuttler as Rascal dies. Looks like they just kind of left him to the fishes and said, well, we can't save you, so we'll just get the Scuttler.
Yeah, I mean, not much. I don't think not much he could have done to change the outcome of that one, unfortunately, but still, it's going to be a kill going over to Bulldog on the way, so that feels really nice versus a kill going over to Karma, which will make Dudu's life a little bit more annoying, but it's not going to be necessarily as impactful when we get some of these later fights in the mid-game. So it's being a nice little trade there. Also, you know, at the end of the day, Cuz does pick up that one single grub, which is what you want if you're going to go for Dragon. So Sponge here... very deep, very low on health. Cuz is blown up here by Rascal's Mantra. And the Rascal, unfortunately, there's just nothing Sponge can do. He's super low. I don't think there's any way he turns that one around.
Yeah. He did the right thing. He was down a level as well when Cuz got there. And, yeah, just sticking around. They had Rascal trying to make the play on the wraparound, so it was pretty interesting. But ends up just being a 1-for-1, and does feel like Kwangdong Freaks come out slightly ahead in the trade.
I think Sponge also flashed the Crushing Maw, so he didn't have flash there either. Feel great, but still, Guangdong Freak's early game going very well, and we know how the late game can work out for this Senna. It's not the, extremely strong front line that she had in our previous series where, you have a Cassante pushing through, so you have just this insane front line that you can play around. You have an Aatrox, which is his own different, less tanky front line, obviously being a threat into low-range Lucian. So, yeah, see how much, gameplay we're going to see with this Senna later on that actually ends up being her getting value out of the range, or if she just gets packaged and, zoned out. Because that's kind of how it has been a lot of the time when Corki is actually in these games. So we will have to wait and see.
Yeah. 14-2 is not the patch where the Corki nerfs begin, and I say nerfs lightly. Yeah, Sayatep, I think it's a nice pick. You flex that Karma. It seems like Bulldog is having a pretty fun time of the Corki, especially early on. This is what he would have done against the Karma if there was a Karma in his lane. Just, push the lane and essentially just, He is getting some damage into this turret.
Yeah, he's going to grab a plate off the next wave potentially. Very annoying. As at least Corki is able to, with the big one, deal with that wave to deny it off this one.
Some potential with the Hex Flash angle here.
Yeah, it could work if he's able to shove him, but I don't think they look to commit anymore. Yeah, I think that if Dudu overextends though, or does not react quickly, this is a cannon wave they can shove into this. As there's that, looking for the plate, and it's a cannon wave, so he will get it. Very slow prio gameplay right now. And a wave clear is happening at the LCK, and we're watching it, Valdez.
We're jostling for position.
You might be thinking at home, not a lot of kills, 1-to-1. How many minions have died? Okay, add them up. Let's just go down the list
a lot.
of every lane.
No more math on stream, though, not from us.
No, not from me,
you
but
guys add them up.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of dead minions here. I think there's been quite a lot of action. In fact, I think you guys are really not looking at it the wrong way.
Very true. Action, well said. Sponge threatened it, and then Guangdong Freak said, no, we're going to threaten it. And the fact that they didn't have a mid laner at the time means that Guangdong Freaks will win the threatening war. And that'll be 4 grubs going the way of the Guangdong Freaks as they pick up the second set of 3. Got another Drake on the way. See if Cuz wants to make a move at that. He's also ahead on farm, so yeah, there were a lot of shenanigans in the bottom lane, and you see that Teddy and Pleta are in a pretty good position for it. But elsewhere, Guangdong Freaks are enjoying a nice little lead, and at the end of the day, Nautilus will be tanky. At the end of the day, he's going to do that.
He is going to do that. He also just teleported back in here, and he's still at 3/4 health. Teddy and Pleta double sums used here, the utility sums down, and they don't have prio in mid, so it's a little bit more complex of a setup here for Dragon. If the Karma had been mid instead of running the Corki, you'd at least have the ability to contest theirs. That's how you die.
Combo, okay, that's how you die. Rascal gets caught by it, and Dudu immediately is going to take advantage of that. It's just a brutalizer and some attack damage. And if you get caught as Karma, you're not going to be a good spot, especially with that build.
Dudu has teleport. He's going to choose to actually push the plate instead of coming down here for the contest, but Bulldog also will make the same decision. So yeah, you get Infernal, but you're losing a lot of gold elsewhere on the map. And they're trying to slow this down, get Cuz in position for a steal. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, especially with the package. So we do have a flash wait here from Ondo, but they're both on the package. They're both standing on it, and Ondo is going to go down as DRX at least get a bonus kill on top of the Drake.
Well, that was, could have been better for Guangdong on the release of the Dragon. They could have just said, hey, you can have that, and we'll walk away, but they decided they wanted to maybe get Cuz into a position where he could force a steal, and the package is able to threaten and punish there, as Bulldog going to lose some of this wave.
Ult coming in, he's got the snipe, and Sayatep has to flash it. It's just like that. You saw Jonas Strong, he knew. He was zooming in, he's like, all right, it's time.
That's one of the combos you can do. You put your burst damage out into your Q, you slow with the ultimate, then you're able to snipe them because you're slowed during the ultimate duration. So a really good reaction there from Bulldog. Held it till the last possible second, and just as soon as the chain is down, that was, it's not it. Valdez is voice and groans to
he got lulled into a false sense of security, like
Andil
not respecting the Aatrox.
I think Andil was probably very likely to die no matter what happens there, but the package placement was pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good package from Setap.
So game state here is still pretty bad for DRX though, because you're looking at a Santa getting plate gold in the bottom lane. That was what we just had on screen there. That's usually not going to happen. She's starting to get stronger. Obviously, the Nautilus is significantly behind Teddy, but is going to be a tanky engage tool that can set up Bulldog for his combos. Aatrox is very large early. That's problematic. He already has his Hydra online, and that's going to make Karma's life a little bit more annoying too, because if she gets caught by anything, she's dead, as we saw last time, and he can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more threatening. And these mid-game fights where Aatrox is always at his strongest feel so difficult to play out. If they can show up to them, they won't be here for this one. Dudu still has teleport, is going to, again, choose not to use it. We'll see. A little bit late to contest now.
Yeah, because just giving him a piece of his mind, I guess. Just throwing in a Q, and with the root coming in, looks pretty good to just disengage. And that is something that the Senna is also pretty good at, as TP's coming in here. See that Cuz maybe was considering getting in, trying to deny it, but at the end of the day, it's just getting a TP out of a Corki.
Kwangdong stylistically do often like to hard commit to pushing turrets instead of contesting objectives, while trying to make it look like they're going to contest the objective when they have teleports up. And
this is the matchup I wanted to see.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Push those minions.
Bulldog does it, and then guess what? Rascal does it. And that's it.
And then Bulldog does it, and then Rascal does it, and then Bulldog, yeah, it kind of goes
on the next wave.
Yeah. Just in case you're wondering how the end happens, it's going to take a while. Cuz going to get this smite as well. I mean, they just have so much power on the map that it surprises me that they're able to hold, right? I mean, Sponge looking for this. I don't know about that. But the fact that they're able to push these waves in and get this much control over the map right now, the Rift is a little bit surprising. You have a Karma, right? You have a Lucian Milio. They're not able to really find any threat because this Nautilus is just so tanky. There's not much they can do to threaten him. And then Cuz is always kind of covering the lanes when there seems to be potentially a Poppy going to make a play. He's tracked Sponge so well this game. It's really difficult for Sponge to actually make one of those proactive plays. And Quantum Freaks are only up 700 gold right now. They did give up that Infernal Dragon, but overall, it looks like this mid-game is about to explode for them. I mean, Hui on his spike, obviously having his Luden's Companion, and Shadow Flame, assumingly coming up shortly here as well, is a lot. He could also be going for Storm Surge. Both quite good spikes for him for this mid-game.
Rise and Focus still builds out of that.
True. Yeah, I guess so.
Probably, he might go for that as well.
I mean, it's quite strong for Hui.
Yeah.
The CC he has.
So this is happening again. I mean, Rascal, you really got to, the second that tether is going down, you better be dodging those chains, or you're going to be in trouble. Yeah. And this time, Dudu was at the end of his combo, so it didn't really amount to too much. But the Aatrox is pretty massive at this point. Profane Hydra, Dirk finished. He is going to be looking to
he might
get some kills.
He's just going to take out this turret and then teleport into the fight. He's going to be able to potentially back as well and grab that second item. I don't know how much gold he's sitting on right now, but this is not a fight I think DRX should necessarily commit hard to. Don't have Cryo either. And the longer they decide about it, the more time Dudu's just going to have in the side lane farming up.
Yeah, he's just hanging out up there. I mean, he has teleport, so does Rascal, but Rascal says, no, I need to be here right away.
And this Herald isn't going to guarantee them Cryo. Will temporarily here.
But he's getting in that thing.
I mean,
he's still going to get a charge.
He's hitting inner right now. Dudu is now he's backing. He must have enough gold to grab that second item. They ping him or they tell him to stay and continue to push. And now DRX turn to the Dragon, but you've got to be decisive. You've got to look for a pick here potentially.
I mean, still TP available. Hook is going to miss. And Cuz is taking a huge amount of poke damage, actually. Flash on in from Teddy. And Cuz going to respond with his own flash to get away from that one. Wait, ultimate is down. Seattle looking to get in here again. Dudu's got a very nice angle on the backside. Look at this damage right now from the Hui is huge as Rascal goes down early and the double knockup comes in from Q2. And that might just be it for this team fight. Everybody just taking heaping helpings of damage and Dudu's not done with it yet. Fleta, there he goes. Just taken out immediately. And Dudu up to 3 kills. And that is a massive fight in favor of Kwangdong.
I mean, the positioning there of Dudu was fantastic when he came in on the teleport. I mean, I was talking about it several times before the fight broke out because I was like, well, he's just going to eventually show up and no one's dealing with him. Karma left and he got the inner. He got the inner, backs, comes into the fight, and you lose Dragon, you lose the fight. The game may just be over from this moment. If I'm on space, I'm picking this one as like final fight of the game, right? Like, because I mean, look at where Satab is also in this because he looked for the aggressive pick on a Cuz. Package is in here to get away from the rest of the front line here of Kwangdong Freaks, but he wasn't even anywhere near Dudu, so his package is essentially useless. And yeah, Bulldog, he goes very low, but he has the rest of his team here with Dudu's teleport. He's actually pretty safe, in fact, despite going low, but it gets caught by chains, and Dudu feels like in a lot of ways just solo winning this game. He actually didn't even back. He didn't buy a second item. He has 2,000 gold. He's like, nah, I'm going to go win this team fight instead. Crushing Maw here onto Rascal means that he's dead instantly. Then he flashes in for the sweet spot. So clean. And that's just the end of it. I mean, it's just straight up. And he's like, you know, I already pushed the lane as well. Like, you got the whole turret, question mark ping going down. He's like pinging it. Like, how did I kill a turret and win the whole team fight by myself? Aatrox, what's up? Now he's got 2.5 items. His Edge of Night is finished pre-20 minutes. I think,
and he's got another Brutalizer. Yeah. And Satab's just over here, not really sure why exactly, but that's the 3rd kill now for Bulldog. And this game has fallen apart like it's like the cotton candy that disappears before the raccoon's hands. You know, it's like, oh, what happened?
Yeah.
DRX were no longer in the game. Okay. Now, that is a Poppy. It doesn't seem like they care. No, they're just going to press their buttons on anything that they see.
Yep. I feel like, you know, when you see those videos of raccoons washing
yeah,
food,
exactly, yeah.
I feel like DRX is the food that's being washed by the raccoon. Like, it's spinning it around in the water bucket. And, yeah, I mean, trying to push mid here, but Bulldog is just going to clear that wave. And Rascal will survive with the shield here. As Kwangdong Freaks are just meanwhile doing Baron because they can do no wrong. They could be anywhere, everywhere. I feel like based on we saw a little bit of this in Challengers. I feel like Karma, you put the bot does a lot for you here. You know, you always have pride. You get the first dragon, you play around that. Even if you know Hui is pushing in your mid lane, you have some more agency there. There's Karma top that got obliterated by Aatrox. Like you picked blind. Just isn't doing it for me, Valdez. I like the draft overall, but they didn't get anything out of the prio in topside. And now that the game is well and truly just off its rails, I mean, it's not maybe the time to be talking about draft, but I'm not feeling the coordination we're seeing here from DRX either in terms of some of these fights and walking into no vision because they know there's maybe a Baron being taken, but there's even if they did know, and even if Kwangdong Freaks are on it, you probably can't stop them. We're kind of just face-checking brushes now, and it's an 8,000 gold lead. Sad times for DRX.
Kwangdong Freaks, I mean, just really clean stuff from them. Like the 1v1 going that heavily in Dudu's favor probably won't happen in every game, but even the mid lane was going very well. The Corki pick came to the way. They thought it would be okay. It wasn't. And Bull and Andal were mostly able to stave off the pressure on the bottom side. They got behind, but they didn't die, and they didn't lose their turret. The Lucian didn't get out of control, right? So they just kind of held fast while the top side of the map did good things. And that's really what Kwangdong Freaks always needed in the past. You know, even before Bull came in, that's what we always were hoping for. And it's part of why they look like a totally different team. Coordination as well is just, it's gone from like a C to an A+.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, that's so true, right? I mean, ever since Bull joined this team, the team has looked better as a team outside of everything else. As yeah, just trying to use the Lucian ult here to save this turret. As Baron buffed cannon minion though is eventually going to whittle away at it. Andal can just sit with him as Dudu pushes mid. Eventually, it looks like finally his Edge of Night was popped there. Looks like for a moment, Setab was having a little bit of trouble with that one, but got rid of it, but he's still at full health. And he just doesn't care about anything. He's like, I kill people, I kill minions, I kill turrets. That's what I do. I do all of them. And I'm getting POG. I'll see you in game 2. And that's where we're at right now about this, because there is no like, oh, Corky's scaling, you know, it's all gonna be okay. Not really, not in this one. Unfortunately, he's only on Malignance, which is decent, obviously, but it's not gonna be the 3-item spike we saw with Eclipse before on the previous patch, where you're like, okay, this is it, this is the moment, because he might not ever get that 3rd item. That's just the game state we're in. It's not even safe for him to farm on the map half the time.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have it even. Caulfield's Warhammer, just the sad addition with the one long sword. He's like desperate for it, and you could tell that probably on the Korean side they're talking about it as well. As Jonas Strong keeps zooming in on Setab, they're like, hey, level 16, 3-item spike Corky, is that going to be the moment? It might be. I think if Quantum Freaks made some mistakes and they weren't as coordinated as they look like, then perhaps, but I think it's a pretty big ask at this point in time. Quantum Freaks as well, they're not really overstaying their welcome. They did have the Baron, but it was very early on in the game, and they said, well, we don't have to overextend. We don't have to push for an inhibitor at this point. Let's just build up our lead. Let's make it 10,000. Let's get the next couple of Drakes and look for the second Baron maybe to end the game.
And I mean, look, the itemization here for Bulldog, he did end up going for Horizon Focus, which is pretty standard, and now he's going for Banshee's Veil, which will block a lot of this AP damage, as well as just straight up will eat a Manfred Q or will eat a rocket, and then he's like, okay, I don't care, I can actually do my combo and pop somebody instantly. The Poppy is significantly behind this game, 40 CS down in total, like basically 10 camps behind. She's not that tanky, you know, she doesn't have really any way of dealing with the Hui damage, and she's just not going to last that long against even this lethality Aatrox. So where's your frontline? Where's your gauge? How can you set up for this, Corky? You really only have package and the dream of that 3rd item that you're hopeful for here as DRX. Otherwise, I think these players are already thinking about game 2. As Teddy also, you know, he didn't have a tough game or anything. That this game is not much of this game is about him. He just can't really break through or do anything because he's under threat of this Aatrox the whole time. That shouldn't be this far ahead. That shouldn't be sitting on 3 items right now plus a Dirk. You know, how could he actually get into position to do anything in this game if Aatrox will just like 2-shot him? You know, it's not. He's just like, well, I'm drafted Lucian. This is how it's going to be.
Yeah, it's very true. I feel like we've kind of said it all, and Quantum Freaks, they've got a minute until this Baron. I think that's really what they've got their eyes set on. They're doing a great job of clearing out all the vision. I mean, look at how deep this vision is. Like, Sponge can't even enter his own jungle. So they see this, you know, they're even standing there as wards themselves, and Bull has the Oracle thing, the item.
Yeah.
And, yeah, he's just sitting there waiting for someone to place a ward, and immediately it gets cleared. So you don't even get to place new wards into that jungle.
Yeah, the Umbroglaive is just gonna say no. It's a bit of a rough one, but it ended early, and it is just now going to be the painful hope.
Setab has his item.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the painful hope that this Eclipse is going to change history.
All right, Teddy's not giving up yet. Just like ran away from him. They're like, nah, dude. They didn't even give him the time of day. Didn't even look at him. Just walked away down the lane. And you know, like, but I'm Lucian. You got to pay attention to me. They're like, nah. No, we don't.
Sometimes the faintest of hope in life is actually like the most. It's the most soul-crushing thing. Where sometimes you just wish like you knew the result. Like I knew the game was over. I knew it was done. You'd feel better. You'd be like, all right, well, game 2, it's a clean slate. But now you're kind of, as a DRX fan, going, well, Corky on 3 items, 28 minutes in nearly. Maybe, you know, but you're like, well, definitely not, but maybe. It is it's one of those games, but hey, maybe, Valdez.
But what if?
What if that package is big?
What if they face checked? Oh, they just did. Oh, it seems okay. Kick comes in, and that's a lot of damage in here on a Cuz who is pretty far up there. Huge flank coming in, though, and look at that damage from the way as well. Everybody's just disappearing, as that will be the end of the game in one way or another. Setab still trying to get away. He's getting sniped from super long range by this way, and he doesn't have a Valkyrie or a chance in hell. That's going to be the end of that. nearly a clean ace. Only Cuz goes down. Quantum Freaks clean them up in game 1.
Yeah, I feel like it was just yesterday, just moments ago, when I saw Sponge go, well, they might be doing Baron, and he walks in, and the whole team gets wiped. And this time the situation, the game state is significantly worse. And they decide that the death timers are still low enough to where they can't end. So I
thought they would just go in and end it.
I thought that was it too. You know, we were about to do closing comments, you know, and look, they almost killed Lee Sin, which was a valiant attempt. But then a Senna ultimate, a Wei combo, puts everyone down to about 20% health. The Dudu is like, I'm always fashionably late to these parties with my flanks on my Aatrox, and I will pick up the kills. Thank you very much. 7 kills, triple kill on the play. And I think, you know, he and Bulldog were kind of in the running. It was always kind of leading to Dudu for me, but I think he's probably going to get it, Valdez. I think he deserves it. I think he's going to pick that one up.
Yeah. I think maybe on the Korean side, we did see the damage meter come up, and Bulldog was on top.
That's true.
So, you know. But Aatrox isn't really one of those, like, he's very much, he comes into the team fight at the end. He's like the critical game changer, and he finishes people off. He's not necessarily like giant damage numbers, unless he's like hitting 4-man knockups and doing crazy stuff. Whereas Wei definitely getting a lot more poke damage in.
Look at that item that Dudu built as well. Like, he read the box that says, great for anti-karma, buy a Serpent's Fang today. He called in, he got free shipping and handling from Boris there. And now he's ready to break shields too. He's just doing it all.
He's good against Karma, Poppy, Melio.
He's so ahead of the curve. I feel like every time he buys an item, he's so tight with Boris, he gets +1 brutalizer for free. We'll throw in this brutalizer for free.
He always seems to have a brutalizer or a Dirk extra.
Yeah.
How does he manage that?
He just keeps having these extra items. Maybe it's the 7 kills, but I'm not sure. I don't know why he's got so much money. Yeah, we know. Okay, this is the contest. This is your last chance, DRX package. Pick it up. C-Tap, is he ready to send it, Valdez?
Send the package!
Maximize duration of package, question mark? Or is he going to use it to defend the Nexus? Wait. What? Defend the Nexus against Baron push package. Nah, he wants to clear this first. Keep that inhibitor alive.
Okay, and then, but the Baron's going to die. Wolf, the Baron's going to
Okay, wait, he's Valkyring towards the package. It'll reset your cooldown when you pick that up.
But the Baron's not even going to die anymore. It's dead. No, guys. Guys, the game is over.
Wait, no, he's coming. He's coming, Valdez.
No, he's not. The package was never delivered. It was stolen at the door.
I think he might show up.
No, I don't think so. Wait, okay. He's sending it mid. And I guess Cuz is just going to accept it then. Yeah, I mean, DRX, kind of a half-hearted attempt at trying to stop that Baron. Quantum Freaks, they're taking this game way too safely, and they're having their fun with it.
I think they certainly are. Unfortunately for C-Tap, this package value is going to be, we won't see it. We just won't know.
He should use it right here.
Like I said, he just wants to defend the Nexus with it. That was
you were right, Wolf.
And I mean, there was not really a great play, but I think the package is the one way you win a miracle fight, right? But he defended the inhibitor, and now he's going to put the red carpet down for the minions, I guess, ish. But timing of that not even great. They don't even need it there. He's just timing out. I think if he actually has package here, they can split this team fight in half. Maybe they can do something, but unfortunately he's in teleport animation while his team is getting obliterated by Ando just walking forward and pressing hard.
Like TP to top at least.
I mean, now it's like, you know, he can't even join, right? He has to kill the turret and go home and be like, well, I'm going to defend the base. It almost just feels like Quantum Freaks are trying to demoralize DRX in this game, because I feel like they could have probably ended this game multiple times, and yet they are just playing with their food. The damage numbers are going up.
Show them again. Get Bulldog some extra votes.
Yeah.
I want it to be contentious.
He's not going to get mine, no matter what he does, but I think he had a good game. And he did stuff like this. Very, very good.
It's a lot of big boom boom damage.
Yeah.
Nice sidestep from Sponge. And everybody's getting poked down. Uh-oh, here we go again. Sponge's doing a good job of zoning for the team. Nice little root comes in as Andil is so incredibly tanky at this point. Nobody can touch him. And a massive flank comes in once again from Dudu. This time maybe a little bit overzealous, but again, doesn't really matter. Nice Q lands from Cuz. And Rascal is Karma, so no, he's still gonna die. Okay, Quantum Freaks, they finally did it. They ended the game, and we will move on to the next one as the Nexus falls here at 33 minutes in, and Quantum Freaks certainly demoralizing their opponents over the course of that marathon.
Yeah, you know, Teddy gets that one kill. I feel like Teddy leaves a mark in these losses where he's like, well, damn, I tried. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, the rest of the game was over a long time ago, frankly, Valdez, as you and I made very clear several times. But very safe from Quantum, which, you know, is demoralizing, but also a little concerning. Like, you play a close game like that against a different team, even if you're slightly ahead, you might actually get punished if you don't end the game early. Definitely could have seen...
Like against Gen.G.
Yes, as we did see. You know, you just be careful about that, but DRX, the draft I thought was actually quite okay, but, you know, Karma getting solo killed by Aatrox, that can't be happening. There's no attention given to Satab in the mid lane as Bulldog just pushes him out repeatedly, grabs plate gold, and then I feel like the only proactive play we saw was the attempt to try to do something bottom side, which was read very well and very early by Bull. He escaped, and then that was it. And, you know, we never got to have that quirky package team fight that was coordinated from DRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, just never happened. Quantum Freaks feeling pretty good about their position after that game number one. Dudu still looking at the replay, even after a game like that. Definitely something to learn from that. Either way, guys, we're done after game number one. We'll be back after these breaks.
야 밀려 갈래? 밀려 도공. 크게 가볼게. 크게 가볼게. 야 쭉가. 야 이거 라인 넣으면 돼 그냥 천천히 라인 넣으면 돼. 라인 넣자. 밀려볼게. 밀려 잡았어. 아이고 나 줬어요. 실수했네. 형 죽는다잉. 야 가봐. 어우 야 맛있고요. 형이 내라. 괜찮아. 우리가 내가 보기엔 제일 빠른 속도로 게임한 거 맞아 이거. 제일 빨리 하긴 했어. 잘했어. 내 첫 큐 선택 뭔가. 그러니까 두 번째 욕만 오케이 여기까지. 가서 말해.
And doesn't commit. Oh, now he can use it to defend Baron. Yeah, and now they have to face check, and Kingen has to try and run away. The seismic shove doesn't find him there. And these 80 carries just can't do anything. There's the knock-up from Cuz! And Quantum Freaks, 3 in a row, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's gonna stop there. This team looks so incredibly good. Very tanky and able to get himself out of there, but I don't know whether it necessarily worked out the best.
Never let Peter drive again.
Oh, there's the ulti from Zundun. Finds Dor, and then immediately he goes back. Zeka delivers him a package, but meanwhile, she was going down exceptionally low, and Viper picks up the kill onto Peanut. Sylvie's also going to die, and Zeka moves to 3 kills.
Bulldog will have teleport here shortly. He's kind of hiding off in the side lane right now. Can threaten that turret and then join the fight if he wants to here to defend against this Herald. And this turret's so healthy.
Oh, they had no idea. Oh, they just both got demolished there in the mid lane. Yeah, Chovy was just hanging around, and maybe they thought it was a fake, but he immediately just ulted on top of them. Can he get the 1v1? He's trying desperately. He gets some help from his team, but look at Bulldog in the backside. He's taking up pace. This is insanity. How are Kwangdong Freaks win? Never mind, this is Kasande. Oh, Dudu comes back. He's trying to help out. Can he take down Keen? I'm curious about this 1v1 now. Who is the better top laner in this position? It looks like Keen as he's over the wall. Dudu trying to hit the Qs, and it's not gonna matter. Still a thing.
Oh. Nice. I love the Herald, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the siege is pretty good too. Never mind. I immediately cursed it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. They're all just standing on the ball, and poor people get hit by the shockwave.
We'll see if Brion can kill Owner again.
They're trying to find someone to engage on, but Harry, this. Oh, that's the combo. There it is, and now Simmer. Oh no. Poor AD carry 2024. Yeah, he didn't last very long there. And now Faker's in the base.
Need to get out of that situation. He will have flash though, for what feels like the first time this game. And that has just come off cooldown now. So that's certainly good. But now he's going to get stunned, and this could just be it. There's the ulti from Closer. Sylvie, he comes forward. That's a cute little flash. As now Colmy's walking the wrong direction, and the W comes through. Harpoon lands onto Sylvie as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. We're here to break down the victory for the Kwangdong Freaks, but not a victory that I was actually expecting all that much. A very interesting one, in fact, after the draft that we did witness. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Dan and Mao here, or Orcs and Chronicler. What did you think of the draft?
I just want to clarify what Atlas means, or which we all were in agreement with, is that if you look at the draft, there was one thing that should happen, which is, I think, DRX, I love this, right? You get Karma, who, we swear, guys, Karma's good. I'm serious. Orc said so. And then you get Corky as well. You have an incredible disengage comp with Milio and Poppy and Karma. Then you have the best poke champion in the game. So on paper, if you play this well, I think, especially if you don't lose early game, which they didn't, this draft looks amazing. Although I am sad to see a little tree boy be ignored, because he's busted.
Yeah, he was just like early banned last series and just kind of ignored here. I think, like, when you think about how the comps want to interact, I do think that the Hui and the Senna are at least longer range, which kind of helps in the poke. But I still felt like if DRX got to the late game comfortably, they would be in a really good spot. But one of the problems is that it's still a little bit fiddly to execute. We've seen lower ranked teams struggle with like the Lucian in terms of executing that, and like even the Corky, although we like flame it and say how it's very simple, you can mess up a poke comp. That's definitely possible, and I think that's kind of what we got.
Yeah, exactly. All you have to really do is watch this game, and you can see how a poke comp is not supposed to be played. Like chasing people around instead of looking for objectives.
Not checking flanks.
checking flanks is also something that is relatively important with these style of compositions. I was right there with you boys. I actually felt like this was an almost unlosably beautifully constructed poke composition coming out from DRX. They ticked the tier list off. They mind controlled their opponent not to pick Maokai. It was absolutely beautiful. And then the gameplay happened. Let's jump into our first highlight here because this was really part of the problem.
And I don't hate them trying to play aggressive early on here, although it is a really big risk into particularly things like the Lee and the Aatrox. This is where Rascal takes his first death. This one in of itself wasn't really game-breaking. Here, though, you cannot die in the 1v1 in this matchup. Like, he already didn't manage to build near lead, but this death, I think, was possibly game-losing.
Yeah, I mean, the flash was burnt in that skirmish we showed before, and then you go top, you burn your shield, you burn your W, and then you walk up to the Aatrox, and it's like, well, yeah, he's got flash advantage, that's what's going to happen. And ultimately, when you're playing that matchup at the top, you constantly harass the Aatrox, it's painful for him. But if you ever, like, you have the tools.
But it wasn't even painful. He was even in CS.
Well, I mean, that's true. I feel like he definitely could have done more there, but I just think, like, the Aatrox shouldn't ever be able to aggress on you because you have your shield to kind of disengage in the situation, to dodge away from the sweet spots, to get out of the infernal chains. You have your root to lock him down, and you just harass him.
Karma doesn't look that good, Ox.
I just don't think
it should be so simple.
Yeah, and I actually feel like this buff to Aatrox, where now his infernal chains just go off every single time, I really like that change for Aatrox coming into this patch. That wasn't actually a change. That was just doo-doo this game. He just managed to utilize it every single time, and it worked out. And what happened was, it was sort of this transition of Aatrox having a good time in the laning phase, getting that solo kill, and then just kind of ran away with the game. And this was the part of the draft we liked the least.
Yeah, and then we see this. So, bad trade taken from Rascal, and he goes, you know what, we're about to set up for Dragon anyway. I'm just going to TP over, and we'll just start doing Dragon. I don't really care about top lane anymore, which isn't going well.
And then they're trying to land poke. They land a decent amount, and then what they do, what you do with the poke comp, if you land your poke, you don't flash forward. They completely lose track of what's supposed to happen there, right? So
do you see that on the minimap, by the way? There's a little,
something's going.
Oh, they're going in again. Oh, there's an Aatrox. Oh, wow. We couldn't have anticipated that. How could they know? How could they know?
Yeah, and the reason why we are a little bit perplexed by this is also because I feel like we also felt it coming. DRX just haven't really been able to execute even more basic comps to a level that you need to. So this comp, poke comps are notoriously fiddly, and we saw that they just don't have what it takes.
It is kind of a finesse composition, and it's not necessarily finesse based on gameplay, right? It's easy to hit a skill shot, in theory. You know, hold your mouse where the champion's going to be and you press the button. But it's about coordinating with the rest of your teammates. It's about understanding what decisions you need to make in every single moment. And that's unfortunately where a lot of our teams do fall down if they are lacking in that particular department. So, shoutouts to Quandong Freaks, though. I mean, they played fantastic. I think Bulldog, incredible on the Hui in the mid lane. I thought that was a barrel buff when we saw it come up on the patch notes, but we have to remember that Bulldog played it as well last time. Wasn't so good. This time, absolutely fantastic. Let's see who our POG is going to be, though. Bring it up onto our screen. Is it going to be the Doodoo? It is, because he won lane as Aatrox into Karma.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Karma's such an impressive lane pick. We saw Chovy play early, and even though it didn't win, it was like really doing well in the mid lane. Same concept should have happened here, but Doodoo just found some great opportunities on the Aatrox to punish, and then really for me what cemented it was the TP flank in this fight. I mean, it looks like it's starting to get a bit rough, but as soon as that Aatrox turns up, it's just kills.
And Bulldog, as mentioned, was the other standout. It's just nice to see these solo laners for Kwangdong. I think Doodoo in particular, it has taken like a couple of weeks for him to really warm up. Yeah. I want to remind everyone that even I think it was on Hanwha, he was already looking quite good. Then we had his last year on Kwangdong where at the beginning he was really good. I like those Bulldogs vote. You know, it's a bit of a boom damage vote, but he did actually have a really good game, and some of his ults in the team fights were game winning.
And I also think that it's just a nice vote because he had such a difficult time last time he played the Hui, looked really uncomfortable. This time, looked absolutely in his element, managed to punish Satan.
Had a week off to practice, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Although they did spend... It's Quandong Freaks. They just practice constantly. I don't even think he saw his family, I assume, because it's Quandong Freaks. They live in scrims.
Grind!
It's how it goes, and it seems to be working out. Let's throw it over to the casters, though, get into game number 2 and see if they can do it again.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. I'm glad that media was paying attention when those damage charts were shown. That's really why we were trying to bait them into that one, and we got them, as well as one of the Korean casters. Well done, guys. But Dudu, absolutely well-deserved POG. Not going to be the 12 out of 12 because we tried to go for that little bait play. Did work out, as it did work out for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Man, I just wonder if media only knows. If they only know that English cast is always memeing.
Probably not.
I think that a lot needs to change here going to this draft. And the other thing that's quite interesting about that first one, right, is I felt like it was a pretty solid draft. Like, there's so much you could do with that quirky draft. I didn't love it as much as the Space did, but the Space was like, yeah, this is the Giga draft, right? And I think it was really well shown some of the mistakes that were made around how they played it. What's really interesting is you can sometimes run back a similar comp and then play it right if the right coaching is given from game 1 to game 2. Or you might just say, I'm not comfortable with this, let's do something different. I am a little bit concerned that we'll see no learning, but actually doing something different, and then, you know, unfortunately, DRX won't find their footing. So, time will tell, Valdez. We knew it was going to very likely, with the form of Kwangdong, be a one-sided series, but I want to see some signs of life at least for DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that DRX, like some of our other teams as well, it feels like they have a lot of potential, and that they're just not really showing it, and it just kind of leaves us feeling a little bit disappointed. But at least on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, we get to, once again, after a break, they come back, they're looking better than ever, easier opponent, right? So always good news on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It's nice to have a new contender in the LCK that can actually contend with the top teams. And seeing a lot of awesome fan signs. Not sure what the delay is about, but
yeah, we will
get an update on that as soon as we can.
And we'll let you know what's going on when we do know. As yeah, I mean, look, DRX. I also think, and I feel we've never like ran out of song for this one before. I think
this repeats.
Yeah, it did come back, right? But I think Karma, maybe she needs to be played bottom lane. You know, we're seeing a lot of solo lane Karma so far. 2 for 2 on that one, mid and then top. But I would like to see some bottom lane Karma. I'd like to see some Senna punished by pushing really hard. Could also be Caitlyn that's played. A lot of people just not dealing with Senna well today so far. And
this guy's been a fan for 8 years. It's his first time coming down to watch live.
And he's taking a picture of himself on the TV. That's the meta, that's the trend. It says, please win on the right side there.
That could be you guys. You could be a fan for 8 years, come down to Korea, watch for the first time live. It's a good experience. Also, Korea is a great country to visit, so
yes,
would highly recommend if you have the means and the time.
Yeah, another Kwangdong fan here.
There are a lot of Kwangdong fans today.
Certainly are.
Just in general, I think.
A big Ando fan here as well. It says on the top right, it says Ando's the best.
He is the best.
I mean, he has massively improved. We talk about improvement. His improvements have really been felt. DRX fan trying to hold it together. It says Teddy fighting in this case, but hopefully, you know, Teddy can get it done in game 2 if you're a DRX fan. And he was given a draft, I think that was fairly decent. Well, let's be honest, it was really good in game 1, but he couldn't make it happen through no faults of his own, unfortunately. Looks like we might be finally ready to get things off to a start here in the second draft. The CVMAX is headsetted up, and it looks like we are going to be getting in here momentarily. So thank you guys for bearing through as we had some setup issues, it looks like. But now, DRX blue sign again. Let's see if they get the Karma a second time and how they want to utilize side selection. You know, I mean, draft was good last time. Got to play it better, or you got to do something else.
It's a good plan, Wolf.
I mean, those are the choices. Those are the choices. Okay, Valdez.
Yeah, it's somewhat akin to when Atlas was like, you know, just press your skill shot on.
Yeah,
just hover your mouse over the enemy champion and hit them.
Just don't mess it up, okay? DRX, come on, no pressure, but you only have one win, and playoffs are looming. It's a high stakes game for DRX every game, and that's where it is. If you only have one win, every single loss just drags you deeper into the depths. So see if they'll leave the Karma open again. Obviously, they didn't have any problems dispatching it the last game, but I don't think that's really about Karma so much as it was about the gameplay we saw, and Dudu just popped off. As we could see a draft adjustment, Orion to be taken away.
I don't know why Cuz had that face. It was almost like he was about to miss the ban. Away ban?
The POG vote for Bulldog there.
Yeah, we got a 5th one. Still not bigger than 8, which is the amount of votes that Dudu got.
Yeah. Final ban here. I mean, if you dealt with the Karma well last game, maybe you can deal with it again. They didn't pick Maokai at all, so you definitely have to worry about that. You might just ban Karma here and be like, You know, Jarvan. Okay.
Yeah.
So
not sure about this new huge Jarvan prio. I mean, I guess they feel like, okay, well, we dealt with the Karma just fine, and they'll probably first pick it, which means we just get Senna again. So,
I mean, for me, the value of Karma in a lot of ways is her wave clear, right? And her ability to get prio, like guaranteed prio. So whether she has extra gold for being in a solo lane or not doesn't really factor that much into it for me. Yeah, she does a lot more damage. She gets her millions faster, etc., whatever. But let's see if they want to just play Lucian Milio again. We'll see this now for an additional time if they do decide to opt into that, as it will be Bulldog picking up the Azir this time. And the answer is yes. So, you know, it looks like this Senna Nautilus is just going to get a free pass to the mid game.
All day long.
All day long. 4 for 4.
The whole day.
All day.
Yeah.
Every time. Bulldog are just like, well, okay, I did it last time, I'll do it again.
All right.
Now, this comp doesn't feel as, you know, strong without the Hui aspect of it, because there is just no way Bulldog on this Azir is going to be able to do anything like what he was able to do on the Hui, because doesn't have the range, doesn't have the ability to spam burst and have a long-range impactful ultimate. He's going to have to play, obviously, a little bit more in the thick of things. So banning champions, like, for example, this Rel, the Jarvan they already banned that can threaten him or punish him when he decides to go in and try to layer that damage in, I think is wise. See what they want to ban here on the other side. Maybe Aatrox will see a look. Vi also, you know, pretty problematic.
I feel like if I'm Rascal, a guy with that much like tenure who's been around for so long, he probably will go in there and say, hey guys, I messed up. Like, I shouldn't have had that happen. It's okay. Pick me Karma. You don't have to ban Aatrox. Is what I would assume. But let's see.
Yeah.
We're not going to ban the Aatrox. Let's see if Dudu does it again.
Well, he could just save it for 5th. Grab a jungle pick right here. Obviously, the Viego and the Vi gone. Vi very strong into what DRX put together here. And Viego, you know, we talked about it a little bit last series. Gone here, one of Cuz's best. And I think it's... I mean, Lee Sin is the obvious pick, right? Like, I have seen this already. Somehow on this patch we became less champed first than we had the last one. I don't know, but...
Any Xinjiao endoyers?
Let's see if
Maokai available, doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's see if it's going top again, or Maokai's out first. Still could be going top, but let's see. Like, using this, they know they want to pick Maokai, and they're going to lock it up. It's going to be very good. Okay, Yone is coming in. So,
say tap Yone.
Yeah. Probably.
He has played it once to a win.
He has, indeed. As it's just going to be Cassante coming out this time around. Bit of a safer option into the Yone, if that's what it end up being. Because obviously Aatrox, Yone can go either way. You know, we've seen it go both ways, but Cassante not going to feel as oppressive as the Aatrox into the Karma. Like, there's just no way Rascal gets solo killed.
Do you know about Dusante?
Well, I mean, I'm very aware of it, but I still think from a technical standpoint, he should not be solo killed by a Cassante. That should not, in theory, happen. I mean, look.
All right.
Look, he can. Cassante does Cassante days, dash forward and hit the Q, and another Q, and he hit the third Q in and knocks him up, and then pull him through a wall. And I guess it could happen, Valdez. But I'm just saying, I'm thinking like probably Rascal just keeps his distance this time. I mean,
yeah. Well,
Right,
You
right.
use Inspire and you use your shield as well, and you're in range of a knockup. Cassante can absolutely 100-0 you. I do wonder if it'll happen. That's a very long beam of lasers.
I'm going to say I'm thinking that Rascal does not get solo killed this game. Rascal Redemption. It's going to happen. He's going to bounce back in a big way. Now, I don't know.
Rasdemption.
Yes. I don't know if it's going to be enough to turn the tides of this game because I see another free center lane. The Maokai can maybe set up some dives post 6 at level 3. Probably not advised, but post 6 maybe they can get something done here and push the center out of the game. Otherwise, we might just have a repeat of what we've seen all day long about this.
Might just turn out to be that day, Wolf. Let's see as we hop into the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty. Let us hop into this one.
30초 남았습니다.
I'm excited for the Seitab Yone. He did get a win, as mentioned before, on it. He is 1-0 this season.
Yeah.
And certainly a better matchup than the Corki versus Hui matchup, which we saw was not very enjoyable for him.
No, definitely not a lot of gameplay for the Corki to have, except killing the minions. But Seitab is a very, in my experience with him so far, you know, we saw him fill in during the COVID times and watched him through challengers a lot, and now he's a mainstay here for DRX of the LCK. He's a confidence-based player, right? The more confident he feels in a matchup, and the more confident he is feeling in general as a player during that part of his career, the better he looks, right? And, you know, this Yone is a pick that worries me if you're coming off of a tough loss like we saw in Game 1. Coming in, this Yone is kind of the confidence pick, right? And so maybe he's feeling better than I think he is after that loss. We'll just have to wait and see. Some players will show up at their 100% no matter what. They're not affected by their emotions. I would not say Seitab is one of those players.
Yeah.
This is also... So these numbers, they seem to be a lot of them from today.
Yeah. I don't think it said 14-2. I would imagine it's just straight up.
Yeah, well...
Nice little hook here from Ando.
Only been 3 games so far.
Yeah, so it couldn't be from only 14-2. Very nice follow-up from Bull. Great trade for the Quantum Freaks bot lane. And yeah, I mean, essentially, the Nautilus gets very tanky. The Senna provides some sustain. You're not winning the lane outright, but you're surviving. And then what it offers you as the game comes along is just very strong, to say it very simply. So a lot of our teams have been able to get out of the lane without much hurt and essentially just move on and provide a lot to their team.
And what's really cool about this type of comp that we saw by KT earlier is that you have a Cassante, so you have a really strong front line, and then the Cassante can become the aggressor. The Cassante can actually do a ton of damage if he gets backline access into this relatively low-range composition, right? So, I mean, it's a Yone and a Karma in your solo lanes, and then you have Lucian. So, if the Cassante gets to be a threat and get on top of either the Lucian or the Milio, then that could be a huge problem for you when there's layered damage on top of it. If you try to dive and get in the backline on top of Bull, the Azir ultimate, the Emperor's Divide, can actually be used defensively to peel for you. You have a Nautilus as well. And it just really sets the Senna up for massive success. And then her Qs and her heals could even be used with her ultimate to make sure that front line is tankier, can actually go deeper, can do so much more. And what she provides is just so overwhelmingly powerful in both damage and utility, that if you don't really shove her out and make her irrelevant early, you're always going to have in the back of your mind, like, this is going to be a big problem on objectives later on.
Yeah. We've seen some weird jungle clears today. A lot of, like, you know, free camp into looking to gank or dive or do some stuff like that. But today, or in this game, rather, both of the junglers just full clear because he says, I don't have pry on bot. Maokai is on the bottom side. I'm just going to go to the top scuttle. It's totally fine. And he'll go back to clearing his jungle himself. This Bulldog is doing pretty well in these trades.
Yeah, just waiting until Seitab rebinds, then drop those Sand Soldiers on the location. Put some chip damage in. Fleet footwork, which I think is pretty good in this matchup. Not going to be trying to aggressively look for Halo Blades damage or anything like that. Bull, likewise, also keeping his footwork very fleet. As this matchup, you know, with no threat for the Maokai here until 6, very simple for Bull and Andil, is kill the minions and get the stacks for Senna as much as possible. Looking for a back, obviously, relatively soon in order to get the support item. And that is going to be the first step. And then after that, when Sponge hits 6, there'll be a window of danger. And we'll see if Cuz is there to defend or how heavily they commit. Sponge is going to rush this because he wants to get this as soon as possible so they can hopefully then contest the Dragon. Because they have Prio in bot, some control in mid. And so far, this is a better look than game 1.
Yeah, pretty good start for them. Not a lot of action, you know, not a crazy wild fight over the first set of bubs, which we personally, on the global side, never really want to see. ZTAB getting a nice ward in there, trying to spot where Cuz is at.
It's going to give you a ton of information about whether you can hit that level 6 Maokai timing and get in there and look for the dive on the ult, or if Cuz is there to protect and cover the lane. So good ward there from ZTAB, going to give them a ton of information about whether or not they can make a play like that happen. TP from Bull back to the lane. Senna has picked up support item, going to roam here, it looks like, potentially. Before this Dragon fight does erupt, and everybody's moving down. As it's, you know, kind of a late Dragon take here, despite Sponge picking up those bubs. Just the timing of the support item buy. Might actually just have a straight-up big skirmish here, which is quite rare on first Dragon, these days anyway.
Andil and Bull just don't really care. Bomby Cinder already here for Andil, so he doesn't really feel the effect of too much of that damage. And it's Cuz waiting here on the Scuttler, waiting to see if perhaps this Prio will stick, if it will last. We do have Sponge in the area.
Doesn't hit 6 off those Krugs, so tough to make this happen.
Okay, nicely responded to by ZTAB, as he's able to get out of that.
Very quick on the snapback. We'll trade an ult for a basic ability. And they hit 6. Looks like they're not going to commit to the dive. Despite knowing that Cuz is not really in the vicinity, they'd rather just go ahead and start up this Dragon. And now Cuz is going to come down here. Yeah. This is a wild game already. Like
a lot of interesting early pathing.
Non-standard approaches to gameplay balance.
Oh, ooh. Not sure how Cuz missed that one. Gonna force the ult out. And Sponge's gonna keep on getting to work on this one, just relying on his bottom lane and saying, okay, you gotta keep me safe. Here's the ult to come out. Andil trying to hook on in. He's just gonna try to flash away, but he's in a lot of trouble now. First blood given over to ZTAB. And now DRX position on this Dragon.
Dragon's like, I want to be the new mid lane Dragon. They put a new, I heard they put a little baby Dragon in the game. I want to be a champion too. Sponge going in.
Flash on in, flash out from Cuz. Does give some time now for Bull and Bulldog to just poke him down. No ult here for ZTAB either, but a potential knock up. Cuz got the angle, but he's not going to get the steal. That's very nice snipe this time around from Sponge. Andil is here, and he's just going to kind of walk next to him and give the kill over to Bull. Still gets the assist.
Yeah, I mean,
down, so that's really what you want to do at the end of the day.
DRX, I feel like, didn't really need to expend a Flash and a Maokai to get that Dragon, but they did. They got the Dragon, they lost the Maokai, and the Maokai's Flash gave a kill over to the Senna, which is, again, the main character of Kwangdong Freaks' story is the Senna and how well she gets fed and how well she staves off the early game pressure, but shoving another massive wave into this turret and grabbing a kill is not what you should have.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage coming on in. ZTAB is going to have to back away off of this one. As Bulldog, he snipes him with the second time around.
I'm not looking forward to the replay breakdown on this one, Valdez. You know, as a color commentator of League of Legends, you know the replay is coming. You're like, well, we're gonna frame it. It's a little bit tough because I think DRX, the ult usage there from Sponge wasn't the greatest, but they had enough coverage to really just secure the Dragon itself and then not try to make a big play. He flashes in for it, and then, you know, we have this long extension. where Hongna Freaks end up getting an additional kill. Just didn't really feel necessary, and it goes back to what the Space was talking about after game 1, about knowing where you're strong, knowing your win conditions, you know, applying how your comp should be played. And take your W's, I think, in this case, where you've got him. You got the Dragon, you wrestled that Prio away. It was complex. You lost your Yone ult, but you were still able to get into a position where you could smite that Dragon, keep Cuz at bay. And
Cuz really wants a bub.
He wants a bub.
It's not going to happen. I mean, just give it up. It's just 1 point, Grub. Oh, my God. He's going to go down. And, yeah, I mean, it would have been really nice to get one. But you've got Prio on top side with Karma, and Satep got there first from mid, so... like, that's just never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they had the tools to stop him, and he was aware of them, but he thought he could finesse it without Flash. He did not, and so the story goes. Now Satep has 2 kills in this game, and that is a bit of a concern. You know, maybe actually the main character is not the Senna, it's in fact the Yone.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to this.
Break this one down.
He has a ward to hop to. He was hoping
We got all out in the top lane here. Rascal could be in some trouble. So no Aatrox, and he does flash away. He is fine.
I told you he'd be all right.
Yeah. I mean, Dudu just kind of went for the straight up one. It's a long lane, but with Mantra and Spire, you just run away.
Flash expended, so small victory there, to say the least. Obviously, trading ults feels better for the Karma, but getting Flash something, as that's not going to land. Looks like he almost wanted to bait Bulldog into ulting him again, test out his reflexes one more time. As Teddy missed a few of these, unfortunately. Only 15 ahead of Andil at the moment. You add up the ones that Bull has taken, actually, and it does feel like it's actually a little bit behind overall.
I just realized I kept on saying Inspire for the W. It's actually Focused Resolve.
Oh, come on, it's fine.
Well, you know, Mantra Focused Resolve is
unlike you, before, who didn't
very
know what it was called.
than Mantra Inspire, which is the shield. Which is what you want to do.
I like
you want
to
shield
say,
all your teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I like to just use them.
The letters are good. They're reliable. Yeah.
Don't get me started on people who are like, what if actually he has Q bound to W and his W bound? Nobody does. Nobody's ever done that before. No, that one guy was like, no, actually, no, you didn't. Nobody ever did that before.
It wasn't recorded.
You all press R when you ult. Nobody presses like J when they use their ult. Nobody does that.
Spacebar?
No.
I knew somebody who used spacebar.
Oh, yeah, that was your...
No, spacebar for Flash. That's what it was.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
Is it?
Not for like Q or ult, though. That's pretty weird. But I mean, you know, with the way your hands rest, Flash, you could bind it to like a pedal you have on the floor and like hit that real fast with your foot.
I don't know.
I don't think that's allowed in pro play, but...
No. I mean, maybe.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know why you would ever do that, but...
Some things we've embraced in terms of peripherals and like rune pages and you know, item builds and stuff that you put up on the screen. Some things we haven't yet. Foot pedals, just a bit of a gray area still, I think. You know.
Sure.
Andil, diving Andil when he has ult flash.
Oh, interrupts and ult comes out. Bulldog, who kind of desperation almost trying to get away from that one. He does get away. He's alive. But that's another Drake going to go in the hands of DRX here pretty much for free.
Yeah, I mean, they don't commit to the dive, which was, I was worried they were going to commit to the dive on the Andil, and then it could have been disastrous. They don't. They turn to Dragon. I think part of this ult play from Satap, the aggression there, is to give them the extra space to guarantee they can get the Dragon. As 2 ults pass like ships in the night in the mid lane. Satap actually will the better end of this and actually will grab a few plates as well with the grubs helping them out. So, Letta?
A little bit of trouble for him, but he is Melio. And Bulldog, he just got back to lane. He's not very much enjoying his time anymore. This is part of the reason, well...
Satap is like, okay, he's walking up and trying to hit me with some of these Sand Soldiers. I definitely feel like maybe because it's nearby, Sponge is going to come over here. He actually has ult. They might want this.
Trying to go in onto this. I mean, the TP's coming out. They do have the burst damage. Down he goes. Very nicely done. The Yone alone, I'm not sure if he's got the damage. He's very fed. with Bork right now into the Cassante, but not quite able to lock him down. Now Bull on the chase, some slows going out. Hook potentially, but the fire kick comes in, and now Cuz is getting in there on a safe tab, just gonna hop away. Ult committed to here by Sponge as we get the big zoom in. Cuz in a bit of trouble, Q lands. He takes a turret shot, Cuz goes in, nearly takes his head off, and now Sponge is on the run. Safe tab is gonna be thanking his lucky stars he didn't go down there.
There's a wild one, Valdez. There's a lot of action. Not a lot of it resulting in kills necessarily, as Sponge was so late to come back up here on the top side because he was hard pushing onto Bulldog. Woo. Yeah, pay no attention to this weird interaction. The chain's connected, but he's still back, and it's something about spaghetti and those meatballs there, but the reason why he was so late was because he was trying to catch Bulldog with ultimate. You know, he wanted Satab to be able to help secure that kill. He was looking for the big play there, and then teleport came through from Satab, and then Sponge couldn't follow because he's a jungler, and then they were unable to make the successful topside play, but it was a longer, extended one. He did eventually show up. As next objective is going to be this Herald, and Sponge seems to be a little bit outnumbered. Okay, now Satab's coming down.
Yeah, I think they should be okay. They will pick up this Herald. Probably going to throw it into mid. Already a decent amount of damage done by Satab. Just straight up in the 1v1. Also has 6 Void Grubs, so that's going to really help out in terms of getting that turret down pretty quickly.
Does feel very good in their ability to rush things down, and go all the way back to this play onto Rascal up here on the top side is a whole wave. And teleport's committed to by Yone, right? Look at where Maokai is on the minimap chasing the Azir. They see him, so that's that's why he's so late on this play. So Cuz has so much more agency around trying to make something happen here, and then eventually Sponge shows up as Cuz tries to use Satab to taxi his way out. The ultimate comes through, and then Satab is under turret, so there's just not much he can do. He goes extremely low before he unbinds, and then Sponge is just trying to get his way out of here as best as possible with a smash, and everybody gets out okay. Except Rascal, which is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, they saw him up there, but they just called for the teleport instead, thought he could survive. Karma is pretty strong, not that strong. Thankfully, only Udyr is that strong, as we know. But he was banned.
True.
Actually, he wasn't. In game
Not in this one,
2.
yeah. In game 1
he was in game 1,
yeah.
so technically correct. He was banned at some point today.
Oh. The less Udyr I see on this patch, better I'm feeling about it.
Yeah.
I'm ready for some diversity.
I'm glad that we're getting more champs in the top lane that aren't Cassante and Udyr.
Like Karma. Everybody loves Karma, though.
Yeah.
That's a new one. Okay, we haven't seen that since it's been a lot of days. We saw it earlier. It was like 3 years.
Yeah. It's 2021.
Hoyo was there for it, man. He lived through that, and we're living through it again, all of us.
We are. Yeah. It's not tank Karma. It does damage. It's still not interactive.
Unless you're doing game 1, and you interact with the Karma.
Yeah.
You find the way to interact with the Karma. He found the fun inside the Karma. You break the Karma open, there's fun inside. It's a very slow mid-game, guys. That's why we're kind of waffling about nonsense. And the objective's now
As
spawn.
we do,
20 seconds to go. Sponge has ult. They have prio. Very difficult for Quantum Freaks to contest, but they think with Bulldog teleporting in, they have got a shot at it.
Yeah, I think this Maokai is going to prove to be pretty strong and prevent them from entering pretty easily by pressing R.
Yeah, they're trying to, I think, they wanted to try to force him to ult early by trying to focus him down there, but he's very tanky. He doesn't really care about your puny half-item Senna, so he's not that concerned, as this should be the turret saying near lethal damage, but it's going to give them prio, but do they have the damage to rush this dragon down? How well can they turn? These are the questions Sponge is going to have to answer.
I mean, TP's coming in. Dudu is going to join up here, but already the damage is coming in. Q has landed, and Cuz has avoided it. Nice setup here from the side of DRX, but same time he's getting thrown around. And he does not go down, but a very nice play from Bulldog just to get this in the hands of Quantum Freaks, as now Cassante is beginning to go wild as the dragon, yes, will go to the hands of DRX. but it should be 3 kills in favor of Quantum Freaks here, depending on what happens to Sponge, as he is on quite the excursion. And eventually will go down, right?
I think they want to give the kill to Bull as best as they can.
Right, guys?
He will.
Oh, this is happening. Bulldog, he didn't expect a Yone in his face and has to use his arm guard. Is going to dodge that one, but does not matter as Flash has to be used. Bulldog just overstaying in mid.
Yeah, that's really rough. I mean, arm guard is expensive. You don't get it back. Building Zonia second here, but losing half of its utility outright. In this moment is really, really rough. I mean, he'll maintain the armor, obviously, but bit of a tough one there as, Seitab is finding his moments, but this ultimate here is actually unable to lock Cuz down. So this is pretty scary when they decide to go in and kind of all in here. And then it's actually, Cuz is thinking about getting Dragon, and the second, actually, there's a window here for Bulldog to play first divide. They completely put focus back onto winning the team fight, let the Dragon go. It's sole point, so quite significant here, but they turned that really well. It was Bulldog all the way. And then, as we talk, sing his praises, unfortunately, is caught by an somewhat surprising Q knock-up there. They tilted left, and Flash does make his demise after he breaks his arm guard, which is not ideal.
Yone is very annoying champ, as we know, and Bulldog, he does get caught out by that one. So... yeah, I mean, he was there for a while. I thought maybe he had just walked up and didn't know that, Seitab was in the area and just kind of got ulted down, but that was not the case, as we saw. Either way, Quantum Freaks, I mean, they get some extra gold in their pockets. It's still a close game. As you mentioned, the Cloud Soul point does go the way of DRX. They're in a absolutely just so much better position compared to game number 1. So I'm curious to see if DRX can pull it together and potentially win the next team fight, because that could be the critical one with Baron available, with a Dragon on the way potentially for the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, I'm not fully sold that the Senna is ready to be able to do what she needs to do in this next team fight necessarily, but I'm pretty sold on Cassandre. I'm pretty sold on him actually doing enough work here and mitigating the mitigating the Yone well enough to where Bull should be relevant eventually in the extended fight, and then obviously Bulldog has power to just warp it if he can have a nice ult, but that's not normal. That's not supposed to happen. And he doesn't have Seeker's arm guard, so it's really not going to necessarily matter too much. He does go home and pick up that rod, so some additional AP here. DRX, I mean, they're on Baron. They have a control ward on it, but they don't want to start it. They just want to sell the idea that, hey, we could be doing this. Maybe you guys will face check. Kind of awkward. It feels like a half committal to try and do something around Baron and then just walk it straight mid and making it very clear that you are not.
It's kind of an interesting situation. I mean, I think for DRX, if you were going to start the Baron, you would need the Yone there doing damage to it. But he's bot, right? And I think that's because Rascal doesn't have flash or teleport, so he can't really be bot. And as you were mentioning, I think he slowly is not going to be able to match that Cassandre, as like Cassandre is well and truly online. And it's not just Cassandre, it's Dusante.
Yeah.
Dude's Cassandre is quite strong, carried them and wins when Quantum Freaks were not a strong team. So they just say, okay, well, we got to match this with Seitab on the bottom side. So Quantum Freaks are like, okay, well, you're not doing Baron. So just hanging out, just farming, and it's not really under any threat. It looks like the next fight should be over the Cloud Soul, even with all this Baron vision being wiped away. And they're going to send an ult into this one. And then,
hold on, they will secure the kills on those minions that were rooted, though. Hold on, they killed the minions that were rooted. Successful minions destroyed by ultimate.
Zone them away from the Krugs.
All right, so Valdez and I can't really defend the ult usage. I can't do it, but I will tell you, I think everything leading up until that moment before he pressed R was pretty good, right? They're zoning them away, setting up for a world where maybe they can try to turn back to the Baron, burn it down, use the ultimate to zone everybody away so that Cuz can't come over and look very secure, very difficult to engage, right? Not the same sort of hard engage comps we've seen with Senna before. They had no prio around the objective itself, but once the ultimate is dropped, all of that goes away. You can't do it anymore. And now you don't have ult for this Dragon fight.
Trying to get onto a Cassandre here. That's not the target. But definitely have to set up for this one. Nice damage coming out from the Karma, showing off what it can do, but the Senna, again, in response to the Karma in the draft, is working out pretty well. That's a hook here onto Sponge, in a bit of trouble. He is quite tanky on the Maokai, taking a while to take him down. Bulldog doesn't really have the items, and neither does Bull yet, so the damage's not quite there.
Yeah, same to be set up. Dudu also just eats a Lucian ultimate, does not care about it, and now Sponge does have his Nature's Grasp back up and ready. I mean, they didn't commit to the last one, they'll commit to this one. A bit puzzling, but we'll see what is going on. There is no communication. I mean, Bulldog is doing Dragon, and Sponge is hitting Baron as the team is walking back. Talk to each other, DRX. Because now you're about to lose Dragon, and you're starting this way too late. Sponge is super low. I'm worried, Valdez.
They're going to try to flip it, I think. I mean, Cuz is in the pit as we speak. They get the root here, but it's Cassante. As now they find Ondil, but he gets his Aftershock up. He stays alive. The damage isn't there. Pulls Sponge over the wall, does Dudu, but he's so far behind enemy lines. Will it matter as Cuz is going in? Same tap sets him an ult on the two, but kills nobody. And Sponge might be the first one to go down here. We got a TP, or rather a shield on him, and that's going to be enough as the damage comes in finally from the side of Guangdong Freaks, and now maybe they will take the Baron.
I mean, so many different things to talk about in this moment for DRX. This is so indecisive. The calls are not clear. They're not clean. No decision is made, and if you make no decision in one of these critical moments, then you lose all your windows of opportunity. And by the time this Baron hits half health, Guangdong Freaks are ready to go. And Dudu is so fed, he's so tanky. He only has 2 kills, right? But he has the items to just walk in here and say, I can pull your jungler out. You can no longer stay on this Baron. I can't kill him myself, but I can pull you off Baron because I can just yoink this jungler out. He buys enough time for Bulldog to show up. And Bulldog is ready to do the damage. Sponge is just zoned away, and the team is cut in half. And even with the Yone ultimate to try to turn things around, where's the fault? There isn't going to be any. The fight was already over before it really began. The Baron was the MVP of that one. As DRX just couldn't make the right calls, and for the first time, Guangdong Freaks take a pretty significant gold lead here in this game. It is not looking good when Senna's starting to become a problem. Dudu has been a problem for a while, and if you can't make calls, doesn't matter if you're ahead, you have to be decisive, and I don't know whose job it's going to be in this team to figure out how to make those choices made, but you have to be a lot more decisive than that, unfortunately. DRX a victim of themselves in this one.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to turn. They saw the Azir was on the Dragon. They saw him in mid, but you're hitting the Aftershock Nautilus, or you're hitting the Cassante with the Senna behind him in both cases. And then Dudu was really the one who took the reins. He was like, okay, I'm gonna pull Sponge out. I'm gonna separate the team, and kind of sets up the fight there for Guangdong Freaks. Very nicely done by him as DRX were kind of waffling about. He takes charge. And now Guangdong Freaks with the Baron. They're not going to have a huge Baron power play here, but it might just be enough to tip the scales. DRX definitely a team. You talked about Satab running on confidence. He hasn't died, but also, you know, as a team, I would imagine that you're going to be feeling pretty flattened after the way that Baron play went. So.
Yeah, I mean, he has a whole item ahead, but he is going to, in a 5v5, he's going to be set up. He's not going to be the long-term damage. Level 16, big ultimate might be what they need if Teddy can follow up right away, right? And they can shield the Yone and give him enough time to actually hit those IE crits. You know, maybe he could be the one to carry the team fight, but he can't do it alone. And that coordination has to be there. And he hasn't done, you know, much wrong in this game. There's been some wonky moments, like I will give you that. But unfortunately, right now he's got his hands tied. And Cuz is denying him a flank. You know, he's seen, obviously, Satab here, and he's going to have to rebind.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, too. Dudu's just sitting there in mid with Baron buff minions, and there's 2 people on the side of DRX, and they can't kill the Baron buffed cannons, and the turret goes down anyway in the 2v1. Baron buff just too strong. Guangdong Freaks just, you know, they had a very large lead in game 1, and they took that one very slowly, so I would imagine that this one is going to be even safer. No need to dive a turret into a Maokai. They're going to send out the Maokai ultimate. Everybody trying to stack up behind them, but now they're in a line as Satab is going to get that ult down, but the Senna just providing so much as artillery in the back, and that's a massive double knockup coming out from the side of Dudu. And they just stay together as a team, as a death ball, and they take out Sponge eventually.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like I said, Satab doesn't have any long-term damage they can offer in this fight. I mean, he pops ult, He's in there, and then he's like, well, I mean, that's it. I've done my job. I've done all I can.
He's trying to do it now, but he's alone. So that's going to be the end of that as Jonas Strong zooms in onto the ending of the Yone. And Chrono Freaks run away with the free kill.
Yeah. Ending of the Yone, but potentially the beginning of the ending of this game as... I mean, the Baron play was really what was the penultimate moment in the game so far, but then just feeling the pressure here, trying to force something to happen. As, like, Bull's positioning here, he's far enough back to where even with Sponge trying to get on top of him, he's got Emperor's Divide to protect him. His ultimate comes down, Bulldog finished Zonia, so he's got a second stasis here. He takes no damage. The front line is just worn away, and Saintab is watching in the choke point. He's like, I ulted. I'm a melee champion. I can't get back there. You guys either kill the Senna instantly, or that's it, or we lost the team fight. And that's why when we see people not punish the Senna, it's just becoming such a huge problem in every single game we've seen today. And we're going to add one more to the list of Sentinels versus Lucian Milio. Yeah. I think very likely here. It's just the way things are going. And you had Karma. Could have tried to draft for that. You could have taken a page out of T1's book and tried to go Caitlyn Lux. You could have done anything to try to really set up for nice dives, but it's just not meant to be in this one, Valdez. Doesn't look like.
Andal in some trouble, and there are a lot of guys hounding him down. Everybody just running at him through the mid lane. Quantum Freaks did get the Cloud Drake, so, you know, DRX, they get the kill, but not really able to build anything off of it.
Yeah, no objective up for another minute here. And that's a kill. It's a pick onto Andal. Got his flash too.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Good check. Always toss your saplings.
Yeah, that's the Maokai playbook. That's like #1. Yeah. Get vision with your saplings.
Check every brush with a sapling in your vicinity. Always. If sapling not up, not near bush. Bush, whatever.
Close enough, yeah.
It's been a short day, but it has had its.
It's been a taxing.
It has been had its challenges. Andal is, you know, he thought he could pull a barrel there, you know, but not quite.
Same champ.
Yeah. Not quite able to swing his way out of that one, unfortunately. But as you say, no objectives up, so DRX now grouped around Baron. They have a small amount of prio. There's a control ward in there. 91 stacks, that's a lot. Let's see if they can actually be decisive this time, because they need to be. Last chance in the series, right here.
Opportunity, nice. Long range hook here from Andal, but it's on a Sponge. Saintab also at this point in time.
Couldn't find the angle he wanted on his ultimate there and just decides to rebind, and now they're going to wrap around here, but Quantum Freaks get control of this brush. No vision here. Someone has to check it. It's going to be a sapling.
Hey, sapling. Always throw sapling into brush. It's the first line of the Maokai textbook.
Somebody's going to have to engage. It's probably going to have to be Saintab. If he can find his way into the backline. Bull, he has so much range. He's just so far away from everyone.
Yeah, if you're hitting the Cassante, it's not going to work out, but unfortunately, Quantum Freaks forced them to do exactly that as Cuz goes in and he goes out. And you can explain that. He's able to survive. And Bull, this the positioning, I mean, he's way back there. Like, it's going to be so difficult for them to actually dive into that, especially, you know, Saintab, if he goes alone, probably just dies.
And that's why, I mean, when you can, the only target you can hit or the only target you can engage on, rather, or hit is the tank.
An angle? Oh, the knockup? Okay, but he's got Zonia, so now the turn comes in, and the CC chain is there as Kuz follows him all the way in. Not sure he wanted to do that, but now the Saintab, now the Yone is gone. He's out of the fight. He is pushed away, and Teddy is left for the fishes as well. The knockup comes in. Dusante is looking better than ever. Andal not going to hit that one, but Bulldog will, and does take out the Melio. And just like that, that's 3 kills. Trying to make it 4 is Cuz, as they don't have a wave.
No. Andal is
just do the Baron.
He's cosplaying being a minion. Yeah, they're going to go back and do Baron, and that should be enough steam to allow them to kind of push down, at least start taking some inhibitors off the map, if not more. As, yeah, like, this is what I was saying. If Dudu is the only one you could hit or engage on, you've got a big problem. So, Saintab, I like the initiative here, going on top of Bulldog. But look at where Bull was standing. He's so far up north that even if Yone flanks there, like, maybe Bulldog didn't really have the wherewithal there, but does he have to have it if he has Zonias? Not really, because guess what? He had Zonias, so he's fine. Bull, who does not have Zonias or GA or any sort of survivability, is so far up that there's just no angle for him, and that's checkmate with Senna. Eventually, he just has so much range he can hurt you, but not be hurt by you. That's just kind of how it works. He's too far away, and Dudu has had such a fantastic game of Asante where he's just constantly threatening but also standing in such a way that prevents anyone from doing damage to the carries.
Yeah, I mean, he just puts his face in their face, and if they ever try to CC chain him, he's Cassante, so he says no. And, I mean, that's really the essence of it. It's like, even if you are expending everything to get into the backline, let's say you do kill Bulldog there, will you even win the fight? I'm not so sure, because you've got the Cassante, you've got Bull still, and you have a really tanky front line of these bruisers that actually do a lot of damage. You know, we joke a lot about Cassante, but that's really where his strength comes in, is that you're never going to kill him, but eventually, if you give him enough time, he's probably going to wipe your whole team.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to kill him, but he might kill you. And what Jack shows, he's permanently in combat with you as you're trying to, you know, activate, or you're trying to, like, access the backline, so he's got so many resistances. He has the Rookern shield, and I mean, you're just never gonna break through that. You just can't. Not with Illusion. That if Illusion can hit a Cassante, Illusion is dying in this game. So
most of the time, yeah.
He can ult him. That's it. And Quantum Freak's really, you know, we're going back to like crossing your T's, dotting your I's, like dotting your J's, kind of.
That's what I was saying. Like game 1, they were that slow. I think game 2, this is going to take a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while. They didn't get any dragons, so they're doing their due diligence on those right now. As Andil is one man against the world, just standing menacingly between DRX's contest and the dragon take. As this does feel a little bit like the good old Afrika 2021 days, where we're like, does it need to be a 40-minute game? Will it be a 40-minute game at least?
Yes.
But hey,
yes,
better safe than sorry. Do not want to lose this one. You have such great momentum right now as Quantum Freaks. Yeah, coming off of a loss, but you have a really easy upcoming schedule. You have DRX, FearX, back-to-back bro before you hit Gen.G again, which you put a dent in Gen.G last time.
Two bros in a row.
2 bros in a row. Double bro, man. They should be honored.
Bro squared.
All right, Shirelia's for the attempt, but like Quantum Freak's like, but you can't engage on me. I have 2 people inside, so we're winning everywhere, and you guys can't catch me.
Imagine if they had like a hyper carry with this. You've got Karma with Mikhail's and Shirelia's, and then you've got Melio with Moonstone and Ardent Sensor. That would be like the happiest carry of all time. I guess, like, Yone's kind of the carry. Like,
I mean, he's got IE, and
he's no hyper carry, AD carry though. Like, let's be real.
I mean, he
would have felt pretty nice, but as you mentioned before, like the Lucian not really doing much at 40 minutes into the game.
He's not very tanky, so it's very hard for him to at melee hit, you know, Cassante a lot and kill him. But you know, good dream. He has 4 kills in this game. He's got 4 items. He's been ahead of Bulldog really until now in terms of items so far, but Bulldogs starting to catch up. It's funny how the Shirelia's cooldown was traded for the Ghostblade cooldown that last moment for Bull. He's just spacing so well, and he's like, yeah, I can just speed up and get away from you, and we're going to get value in science elsewhere. And basically right now, it's Quantum Freaks just waiting for objectives to spawn and then systematically taking them. Otherwise, not hard forcing anywhere else on the map or trying to play into this composition where maybe they get Sponge ulted, Satab ulted, and then a miracle win happens for DRX. So I'd say we've got about 2 minutes or so before we're going to see Quantum Freaks decide to pull a trigger. Ando going to TP in, because that's what this allows you to do.
All credit to them. Like, you think about where we were 10 minutes ago. Quantum Freaks were struggling. They found a very nice angle. They handled it with care. And ever since then, it's been incremental, you know, bits of gold, like 2,000 gold at a time. They've been catching up. They got ahead. Now they, you know, 2,000 gold extra ahead, just taking all the jungle, pushing all the lanes. And yes, it's very safe. And
siege tactics.
Yeah.
Starve them out of the game.
I think another team probably would have ended this by now, but I think it's fine.
A win is a win.
Is a win, and Quantum Freaks will do it eventually, they said.
Yeah, there's no.
Will we break any records? Is my question.
There's no asterisk, you know, at the on the standings where it shows their wins. It's like, but Quantum did take a really long time that one time. Just an asterisk in terms of how many wins they have.
So the longest game this spring, 45 minutes on the dot.
Yeah, it was like exactly 45.
Yeah, that was D+ versus KT actually. Remember that game?
Yeah, same.
And I think we're easily going to break that.
I think we're likely to do so, Valdez, yeah. Because we got It's already going to be after 40 before this dragon spawns. And
if they fight on the soul, then we won't break.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, yeah. Because then they'll just end the game.
Yeah.
But if DRX wins the soul fight, it'll be like 100% breaker, right? Because they can't end, and you know.
Probably. How about we just fight over the red buff instead?
Sure.
Hell yeah. And Bulldog gets it.
Satab's got GA. Cuz doesn't have his yet. He's get there eventually. And as I say it, he actually locks it in. So this is going to be the big fight here, either over Baron or this Dragon. And DRX, I mean, they grouped for Baron last time, and the one unable to convert. I mean, this is about as good as it is ever going to get for you to make something happen here. You've got choke point control, you've got a control ward in that brush. Satab, or rather Bulldog is backing. Like, this is your one angle, DRX. And they are going to commit teleport flank here from Bulldog, teleport flank from Dudu.
I think that's all I can say. The damage is coming in, the hook lands, and DRX are just trying to get out of the pit. They're just trying to get out of here. Satab is going to take a bit of damage, but he does have that Karma back there, as well as the Emilio. The poke is coming in here from the side of DRX, all going to be utilized by the Maokai. Keeps the two tanks in place, and no real follow-up on the damage. They're trying to get some into Dudu. Very nice ultimate comes in, but perfect timing on the Zhonya's here from the side of Bulldog as Cuz with the kick, he gets steady in, and that is going to be the end of that Lucian immediately. Just like that, the bottom lane is gone, and Satab trying desperately to carry this team. He's not going to be able to do it this time around.
Bulldog down at sub 100 health.
Oh, nice timing on that knockup as well, as Bulldog is okay. He's going to flash it. He's fine. And it's only Rascal who survives as the team is trying to group up for a push in mid.
Yep, trying to push to end here. I mean, the inhibitor turret is still up. Teddy's up in 30 here. Rascal's going to have to do some magic here, try to clear out these minions. First Montford Q going to hit here. It's a cannon wave, though, and they should be able to block this out and keep the cannon alive and try to push for the Nexus. Teddy, alone as Lucian, shouldn't be able to get this done. And I think that's just going to be the end of the story.
Oh, he's going in as well. He's got his kickback even, as that will be the end of Rascal. And that will be the end of this game. It looks like the turrets will fall. The Nexus is laid bare. And that is game number 2 going in favor of Quantum Freaks with a 2-0 tonight.
Very extended gameplay, but clean stuff here. And I think game 1, we were all pretty sold on DRX's draft. We thought the execution was poor. This time around, we saw them run back the Lucian lane, but did not have the same tools to have control that they did in the previous set. The Corki also, the scaling aspect of that gone. Yeah, Yone was ahead, but his impact in the late game was very muted because he just could not access those backline champions. He was countered by range and Zhonya's on the 2 carries and just couldn't get it done. Kwangdong Freaks, it took them a long time, but they did get it done. I think if you're a Kwangdong fan, happy to take the 2-0. You're happy about the slow play. I think it doesn't leave a bad taste in your mouth, but it's definitely not the same flavor as almost taking a game off Gen.G. This win here. I think you're probably expecting it to be a little bit more dominant, but a win's a win. It's the day after break. They're on the game, and they got some easier opponents coming up. And, you know, like I said, FearX bro for the rematch Gen.G. So the momentum will continue to build for this squad as long as they don't trip over any of these hurdles. And this was just step 1.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about their position as we're getting some cute moments from the team. Everybody giving a little celebration. Andel as well, nice little wave and a bow. And number 1 fan, Kwangdong fan from Australia.
He's ranked number 1 on the Kwangdong fans list from Australia. It's confirmed.
Man, yeah. It's a lot of work to get up that ladder. Quantum Freaks, they've got a lot of new contenders on the fan ladder.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they do right now with how well they're playing. There's a ton of fans all over the world for this squad. And, you know, if you travel from Australia to Korea and watch the Kwangdong Freaks live, that's going to push you up, you know?
We were talking about it earlier, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
It's pretty big.
It's a good experience. Come down to Wall Park.
Yeah. See Max having a cute interaction here with Andil, helping him pack up his things. And he's got a sheepish grin on his face as, you know, it was another one of those games where Nautilus just sits under turret, Senna gets big, and nobody punishes, and we put the Karma in a different lane than where the Senna is, and dives either fail or are not attempted, and the Senna runs away with it. Senna never ends up getting the POG because it's just kind of like, she almost feels like a neutral champion and all of this, like, just eventually becomes a thing that you have to play around and deal with. I voted for Dudo on this one, Valdez, because once again, he just had a phenomenal performance on the Cassante. His flanks were good, and
I don't know why, but she wants Andil to lose the glasses. Yeah. Apparently, he looks much better without glasses. I think that's what the sign says. I think he looks great.
I think it looks great both ways, but I think it's definitely a different look without the glasses. I'm gonna have to at least
generally it is, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like not necessarily better, but sometimes when you see something new, it's always attractive. You're like, oh, that's different. I like that. You know, some people dye their hair green. I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, some people would do that.
Some people do that.
Strange.
It's weird. Yeah, people might think that's interesting at first, but I don't know. Not naming any names or anything. I'm just saying.
This is definitely one of the fights that you know. Certainly the Baron, as you mentioned, that was the big one, and then slowly but surely, I think that Tab tried his best, but at the end of the day, it's so difficult when you're playing this kind of super tanky composition where you've got 3 tanks basically. I mean, Cuz isn't going to go down anytime soon. He's got tanky stats in evasion, and he also built Randuin's. Yeah. So, you know, like, you're not killing any of them with the Senna behind him. I mean, not with Illusion and Yone.
He just said, I'm going to kill Teddy in this moment, and there was just no one to stop him. And he did. He just kicked Teddy in, and Teddy died, and that was it. That was the end of the story. Because against Tab, he can't actually carry. And I mean, he tried, and he had a nice flank. That flank was really the story of the game.
다시 봐줘야 돼. 그냥 해봤어?
Yeah, they're talking about watching the replay of that last crazy team fight. By there I mean Cuz, I guess. They're talking about who's going to get POG. And somebody is saying it's not finished. I think it's Bull saying, hey, it's not done, it's not done. I love to see like the discussion about POG and then just no, focus on, you know. And we'll see if Cuz ends up getting POG or not. And yeah, Cuz is like, we can finally take a rest after that one. That was a bit of an extended game. We didn't break the record though, Valdez. Not gonna break 42 even.
No. Kind of disappointed, honestly. I thought we were gonna break it. Yeah, lots of damage, but again, you're just hitting tanks that get healed by Senna, and the Death Ball remains relevant across multiple games and genres and all that good stuff. But guys, we're done here. A pretty nice 2-0 from Quantum Freaks. Kind of what we were expecting. Maybe not the way we were expecting it, but it did happen in the end. So we're going to hand it over to the space. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Hope you do enjoy your night, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Valdez. Hopefully we'll see you on the other side as well. Thanks for a fantastic cast on the day. And yes, I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs and Chronicler as we break down the final game of the night. It was a quick one, you know, only 4 games, but at least Quantum Freaks gave us our money's worth when we were on the Rift. That is the main thing. Let's have a look at the draft here. And once again, there were some things that we were perhaps not as enthusiastic about in this game.
So giving over this Senna and Nautilus, that's one thing. But I don't think Senna Nautilus is like this magic combo that can't be beaten.
Well, I mean, it can't be beaten today.
Well, it definitely can't be beaten today, but I feel like you need the tools to reliably deal with it. And then teams just don't draft tools to deal with it or itemize against it at all, and then they lose. And then they go like,
well, it's broken.
What?
Yeah, I think it's crazy that you have Senna, who obviously scales really well and has a lot of sustain. You have this super tanky Nautilus, throw in like a Cassante as well, and suddenly Lucian can't deal damage because he can't kill tanks. Like, I don't think this is new information. I feel like we've just seen this handshake all day today. And maybe teams are a little bit jarred from the time off, but it just doesn't seem to work at all.
You know what would have been good is considering that, you know, you have very heavy AD sources and you have Milio. What if you had a champion that was buffed this patch to have really good AP ratios? Wouldn't that be neat? If you could, you know, deal magic damage by going actual AP items, that would be swell.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, Karma hit AP ratios was the major buff. She got 20% extra AP ratio on her Q and E. Do you know how much AP the Karma had at 4 items? 148.
Oh.
That people don't, people have been building AP. Like the build we've seen is like Chovy was playing it earlier. Like I'm not saying this would have necessarily won the game, but definitely would have helped. Is like Malignance into like other AP items so you actually do damage. You know?
I think you could probably even still get away with building Shirelias because that has a fair bit of AP on it, and then build.
But then he went McHale's and Redemption.
Okay. Ironically named in this one. Let's have a look at our first highlight here. We've got a few to get through here today, and this is the Dragon fight. And you can continue the conversation, but we're going to bring up this first fight, a fantastic way back into the game for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, this was, initially we got like the Engage coming out for the side of DRX, but they only catch the tanks, which isn't ideal. They do take down the Nautilus, but then this shuffle so good, catching 2 people on their flash and burning the flash of a third. Honestly, just flawless to find that play.
And this has been a recurring theme, right? The Karma, especially in longer fights, can get a lot of value, but our Azirs today have been so good at making sure that she gets engaged on and doesn't get any value. And this is, I think, where really things start to fall apart and where we really see the biggest gap between these two teams, because I don't think that the game state was necessarily unwinnable for Kwangdong. Like, yeah, for DRX, right? Like, yeah, they get a kill, but it just... At no point did it feel like they actually stood a chance in this game, even when all the signs were there, which is, I think, just a sign of cohesion, or rather a lack thereof.
Confidence. I think it's confidence mainly. Like, they just didn't look like they were a team that was ready to win. And I think that, like, the match that we saw earlier today, Gen.G and KT, that is a clash of 2 teams that only think that they can win. And then it's unsuccessful for one of the teams, right? But this wasn't that. This was even Kwangdong Freaks playing relatively timidly, not closing the games out very quickly. But DRX really just didn't look like they had any idea, which was a little bit of a shame, but something that they can definitely work on moving forward. They do have a matchup against DK coming up later in the week, and they've been struggling as well, so maybe that's an opportunity. Let's jump into our next highlight, though. This one... Back at the Drake again, but we're going to be moving towards the Baron, and this is really what felt like the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and it felt like a kind of desperation move. Like, okay, we want to start the Baron because they're doing Dragon. We know we can't force our way in here. But I think the problem is as well, there's so much confidence coming out from the side of Kwangdong Freaks when they approach this, because they have this super bulky front line. They're not concerned about poke, and they can kind of just wander in. Look at how much the Nautilus and the K'Sante are actually soaking here.
And additionally, this is after there's already been a little bit of meandering back and forth from DRX, right? Like, while Bulldog was doing the objective, just continuously they were trying to go for these setups. Satab doesn't actually get to do a lot of damage, and without Satab, Rascal doesn't actually do any damage at all, and Lucian isn't getting for anyone. So from this point on, the Death Ball is just completely unstoppable, and I think the moment you lose even a single Baron, like, the game is just done.
Yeah, no, it's extraordinarily difficult. We are, I think, going to jump straight to our POG. We'll do the highlight. We'll do it. Let's have a look at our final one. This is a little bit of a victory lap here for the Kwangdong Freaks, but a real beautiful illustration of how completely unkillable they are and how good Cuz is.
Yeah, I mean, Cuz just plays this one so aggressively, but I love the TP flank coming in when they've started up the Baron. But here, finding this window to, he ends up getting this huge kick on a Teddy later on, which is beautiful.
And again, I want you to take a look at the health bars. Oh, yeah, nothing happening. And then I think the funniest part is, like, Cuz when he goes back in, gets the kick, I think the fight is already won at that point. Like, Teddy doesn't actually do any damage.
I think the fight was won before they started fighting.
Yeah. Well, that's my point, right? But I'm really happy to see Cuz have these moments and play with this level of confidence. We still saw it in the comms as they were ending, because this player, to me, was one of the top 2 junglers for the entirety of last year. And then he's on Kwangdong, who are good now, but that wasn't the expectation coming into the split.
Well, exactly. And the fact that he couldn't find a team still bothers all of us an excruciatingly large amount, and always will. That is just, the offseason made no sense based on purely that. Let's have a look at the POG for this one, though. Don't know whether it'll be Cuz. It'll be Dudu once again on the K'Sante, 707. Interesting. Of course, there were, like, a few considerations.
Yeah.
I think, like, the default, if you just don't want to vote for anyone who didn't misplay, would be possibly Bull.
Yeah,
but Dudu was K'Sante.
I think it's going to be a split vote, which is why Judo ends up coming on top. And in fairness to him, even though we were kind of looking at other members of the team, he was really solid in these team fights. He was kind of just immovable. He built big tanky items, and that is enough, apparently.
I'm going to say winning it with 4 votes, and then like there's going to be a split vote between Bull, Cuz, and Bulldog as well.
I would agree.
Kind of what I'm feeling. We'll see what ends up happening, but for Kwangdong, I think the one piece of criticism that we can have for this team, and this has been something that's recurring, is, you know, maybe end the game faster, but outside... Oh no.
Whoa. Overwhelming.
I like the Cuz votes, but I was expecting maybe some Bull votes.
Yeah, we went Bulldog for the big Azir shuffle that basically cemented.
We do find it more difficult to vote for Cassante. Like, as a regional broadcast, the global region, I guess what we are, we do struggle to vote for Cassante. So maybe that's the issue that we had, although Wolf didn't struggle with that, he got it right. So I don't know. It's a bit strange, but thankfully, we now get a chat with Just Dudu. Just on his own, he can tell us exactly his thoughts about how this series went, and we have Dia to take us through the translation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Dudu on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! It looks like with the victory today, Kwangdong Freaks was able to defend 5th place. And this is your first POG and a solo POG at the same time. How do you feel? I feel like it's been such a long time since I got POG. Honestly, I have always been really happy to see my teammates get POG, but it feels nice. Do you think you're happier about today or other times where you saw your teammates get a POG? I think I'm happier today.
오늘 저희가 인게임 내용에서는 전혀 느끼지를 못했었는데 안딜 선수가 조금 몸이 안 좋으셨다고 들었습니다.
Oh, so we were told that Angel isn't feeling well. So how is he doing? I feel like had a bad feeling about it in game 1, but yeah, Angel, he is quite fragile. He's very thin. I think he needs to eat better. And so coming back from the holidays, KDF's got a fierce momentum. Did you have a nice Lunar New Year's? What did you do? I feel like during our break, I think we were supposed to practice every single day. That was the original plan, but we were able to get one break, 1 day of full rest. And I think we were able to have about 10 days of practice overall. And CV Max, your head coach, mentioned that in order to not go loose, the team needs to be diligent with practice in an interview. So what was something that the team focused on to improve? I want to hear from you personally, Dudu. Yeah, CV Max always says those fancy things, but I don't think he's too stern about things when it comes to practicing for the real matches on stage. He tries to prioritize a lot of good things that we need to focus on as easily as possible for the teammates and the players to understand. And so in games 1 and 2, the enemy flexed Karma top, so you faced them with Aatrox and Cassante. And so according to what I hear, it's your first time facing top Karma, is that right? I think, yeah, I have faced Karma in scrims, but I didn't play the same champions. So I was a little flustered, but I think that's why I went for something that I'm more familiar with playing, because we lacked data. So how was it playing against her? I definitely felt like Karma is very good, unlike I was expecting. In game 1, it was pretty much a handshake, but at around 7 minutes, after trading and wasting her flash, it went a little easily. And so we have some highlights from you in game 1. I got Karma here.
이거야. 4비차까지
This is it.
4비차까지 밀어버렸잖아.
That's right.
이것까지 딱 잡아주고.
And another kill right there.
이거였죠, 두두 선수. 어땠어요,
Yeah,
이
so
팀
this
때?
part. Dudu, how are you feeling in this moment?
뭔가 좀 너무 들떠 있으면 게임할 때 좀 하던 것도 까먹고
I feel like when I get too excited in a match, I forget about important things, but I feel like the game was going as well as we planned, and I knew that Anja wasn't playing or feeling well, so I wanted to sort of bring his spirit up.
어떠신가요?
Yeah, so it feels like you're in such high spirits. You're so happy on the rip lately. So what do you think?
뭔가 좀 계속
feel
배우고
like,
있고 제가 좀 기량이 많이
From last year and even this year, I'm learning so much, and I feel like I can see myself improving. So I'm very happy about that.
좋은데요. 2세트에는 그런데 상대 요네가 초반에
And in game 2, the enemy Yone got a kill early, and DRX kept taking objectives away, making the game more difficult to win. So what was the plan to retake control?
탑이라 그런지 모르겠는데 뭔가
So when I play the game, maybe it's because I'm playing top, but when I get so focused into laning phase, I guess I get too sucked into playing my own game that I don't really hear my teammates.
좀 아팠던 것 같은데 그래도 뭐
And I feel like, yeah, whenever I started roaming out to side lanes, I knew that the enemy was feeling a little too painful to face against. But I think once I started listening to my teammates and then grouping up together, that's what made the game go in our favor. And yeah, in game 2, with Karma and Milio in the enemy comp, the team fight could have been challenging. So what was your job in the team? So their champions, since my champion is supposed to be really tanky, I was just in the front line, trying to allow the Senna and enable her to do constant damage. And I think just catching out the enemy front line and then picking kills. And your next opponent is DRX, who is trying to catch up right behind you. And it'll be an important match to secure your 5th place spot. So what is your resolution?
경쟁을 하는 데 있어서 굉장히 중요한 경기가 될 것 같아서 좀
I feel like for the playoffs race, it'll be definitely a very important game.
뭔가 그냥
So we'll make sure that we work hard and put in a lot of effort into getting ready for our match against DRX, just like how we did today. And there are so many fans on site. There are a lot of fans that are here who flew over. There's someone who flew over from Australia, and you even have a fan of 8 years who came to watch in person for the first time. So any word of gratitude for the fans? Like regardless of whether you are cheering for us at home and you make your way out on site, I'm so grateful, and I hope that we can repay you with good performance. And this will be the end of the interview with Dudu of Kwangdong Freaks. Happy Valentine's Day, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. And great to hear from Dudu. Also great to see that he's appreciating the fandom of my Australian brethren there as well. Shout out to him making all the way over here.
I thought that was you in the crowd. I thought you went in between.
No, I did. I was there.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you see? I was next to the...
With the sign, yeah?
Yeah, but you didn't...
Yeah, I swore I could have seen you yelling.
Yeah, that was me.
Shouting.
But there was another guy as well. It wasn't just me.
Fair enough.
It wasn't just me.
So Kwangdong continuing the pace for DRX.
And if KT had have lost like we thought that they would, they'd be very, very close. Like the game score would be the same.
Yeah, which is why the KT win was so big.
Yeah.
It's actually unreal. And it makes the rest of the standings way more contentious as well. Because if T1 win tomorrow, as is expected against TK, that's a first place.
Maybe it's just a weird week though, right? We've already seen Gen.G fall down.
The reverso week.
Who knows what's going to happen? Tomorrow we've got T1 taking on D+. Hummer Life Esports are going to put that reverso week to the test. with a game up against Bro.
Surely they'll just win.
If there's a match that Bro's gonna
They'll win.
it's gonna be that one.
It's fine.
Oh,
They'll win. I don't believe in jinxes. It's not happening.
Well, she might be played. You never know. But that is going to be it for today. Thank you so much for watching, and happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I hope you have a fantastic one. We'll see you tomorrow.
스프링 우승이 가장 기억이 남는 것 같고요. 작년에 좋은 기억 가지고 있는 팀원들을 상대편으로 만났는데 제가 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다.
이미 뜨겁습니다. 페이지와 딜라이트는
정신 똑바로 차리고 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같고
찬스가 쓸어가고 됩니다.
하나 1등 하고 있던데 한번 열심히 해서 뺏어볼게. 기다리고 있어라. 한중이 형 잘 잘해줘요.